Welcome to the free SAT course.
What you're about to see has rarely been done in the SAT prep world. And for the last 9 months, I've been obsessively building this exact video for you. One complete, powerful video packed with everything that I've learned, and I've already helped over 120 students prepare for the SAT, and some of them improved their scores by more than 200 points. And in this completely free course, I'm not just telling you what to do. I'm showing you exactly how to do it. And you will learn the same strategies that I used to score 780 on the SAT Math, broken down step by step. In fact, this is a complete SAT mastery system, covering every critical section, every strategy that you need to know. And it's all structured inside 4 powerful modules. In Module 1 alone, I will walk you through the exact methods that I use to get a 780 on SAT Math. No fluff, just what works. And you will also get the most important SAT topics, breakdowns, and strategies, all designed to help you boost your SAT Math score very quickly. And here's the thing, I'm even giving you my best strategies and practice questions in my free newsletter. And that's the place where you should be if you want to increase your SAT score by 50, 100, or even 150 plus points. Right now, over 439 students are inside learning and improving every single week. And you can join them today. Just click the first link in the description. So without further ado, let's get into it. Hi guys, welcome to lesson number 1 of our SAT math course. And I hope this course is going to give you literally everything that you need for you to get 750 plus on your SAT math exam. And in this first lesson, we will be covering polynomials. And I've created this worksheet here, and I found 3 main ways that College Board can create questions on this question type. So the first category here is factoring polynomials. The second is expanding and simplifying polynomials. And the third is solving those quadratic equations. And I will be explaining you each and every single category in detail. And we will be solving all these questions right now, so that you can have a full understanding of how College Board tests you on this specific question type. So without further ado, let's get into it. So here's the first category, and the best way to master solving these types of questions in each category is by practicing and me showing what I think while I solve these types of questions. So the first question, which of the following is a factor of 6xy minus 9y plus 8x minus 12? So in this case, you need to understand, you need to identify a factor of it. So the first thing that you need to do if you have a question like this is grouping the terms. How do you actually group them? Well, in this case, so that would be 6xy minus 9y. And you're going to group them, these, so plus 8x minus 12. And now, what we can do is that we can factor out the greatest common factor, which is GCF, from each of these groups. So in this case, we've got 2 groups. The first group is this, and the second group is this. In this first group, the GCF, which is the greatest common factor, is 3y. And if you multiply 3y by 2x minus 3, both of these are going to be the same. So we can rewrite it like this, plus. And in the second group, we can also find the greatest common factor. So in this case as well,
it is 4. So 4 multiplied by 2x minus 3. So here you can see the magic formula, the magic thing. So 2x minus 3 is on the both sides. So that's a good sign. And we know that something is working right now. So we've combined those factor groups. So now we can factor out the common binomial. So in this case, we can rewrite it as, so firstly we can write 2x minus 3 separately first because it is used in both of the equations. And what you can do is that you can add these two things also, 3y plus 4. And that is gonna be the same as the equation in the middle. So as you can see, this is 100% equal to this equation that we have. So a factor could be 2x minus 3 or 3y plus 4. And if you look at the answer choices, choice A, 2x minus 3, that's exactly the first factor. 2x plus 3, no, it's not plus, it's negative. 2y minus 3, no, it is x here, not y. So C is also wrong. D, 3y minus 4, well, it's not minus, it's actually plus. That's why D is also wrong. So the correct answer choice is A. Now let's have a look at question number 2. So we should factor x squared minus 5x plus 6. In this case as well, everything is easy. So firstly, we should identify two numbers that multiply to 6, and those two numbers should add to negative 5. So the numbers could be, in this case, if you think logically, so that would be negative 2 and negative 3. So as I said, let's multiply these. So negative 2 multiplied by negative 3, you get plus 6. So that's exactly what we want here, right? It's the exact same thing. And if we add those two, so negative 2 plus negative 3, you get negative 5. And that is this number right here. So we know that those numbers are negative 2 and negative 3. And now we can write the factored form. Well, that would be x minus 2 multiplied by x minus 3. And if you look at the answer choices, A is showing the exact same thing. So the correct answer is choice A. Now let's move on to the next question, which is a factor of 3x squared plus 10x minus 8. So in this case as well, the easiest way of solving it is by finding two numbers that multiply to 3 multiplied by negative 8. And the reason we do that is because in this case it was 1, so it didn't really matter. But in this case, before x squared, we've got a number, so we should multiply that. So if you rewrite it in this form, ax squared plus bx plus c, what we should do is that a multiplying a by c, and that is going to equal to number 1 multiplied by number 2. And if you add to 10 those numbers, that should equal to b. So b equals n1 plus n2. Yep, so let's solve it. So the first thing is figuring it out. So 3 multiplied by minus 8, that would be negative 24. Negative 24. That's gonna equal to the multiplication of two numbers. So now the second part is 10. And those two numbers, if we add those, it should equal to 10. Well, those numbers could be 12 multiplied by negative 2. And that is going to equal, if you multiply those, that is going to equal to negative 24. And if we add those, 12 plus negative 2, we get 10. So that's why those two numbers will be 12 and negative 2. And now we can kind of rewrite the middle here. So this thing, we can rewrite it as 3x squared plus 12x minus 2x negative minus 8. So the way we did, the reason that we did all this to find those two numbers is because we wanted to write this way so that we can later factor it by grouping. So we can group them this way. So that long equation is gonna, we can find the common greatest common factor. So in this case, that would be 3x multiplied by x plus 4. Let me erase this thing so that it's not gonna distract us. 3 x plus 4. And on this side, we can write negative. So the greatest common factor in the second part is negative 2. So negative 2 multiplied by x plus 4. So as you can see, we've got the magic thing, which is we've got x plus 4 in both sides. So that's a good thing, right? Now we can rewrite it. So x plus 4 multiplied by 3x minus 2. So here is those two factors. So the first factor is x plus 4, and the second factor is 3x minus 2. So this is how we solve these types of questions. So now let's check the answer choices. Choice A, 3x minus 2. Choice B, x plus 4, x minus 4. So in this case, I guess there was a little bit of a mistake. So A and B, both of these are actually correct. So I guess that there was some sort of a typo or something like that. So yeah, A and B are right here. The most important thing is understanding how these types of questions are solved. So let's erase some part of it so that we can have some more space for the next question. Okay. So question number 4. This one is a little bit easier which is 4x squared minus 9. So the first thing is that we can recognize the difference of squares here. So 4x squared can be, or x squared can be 2x squared, and 9 is equal to 3 squared, so negative 3 squared. And we can apply the formula of a squared minus b squared equals a minus b multiplied by a plus b. So in this case, that would be 2x minus 3 multiplied by 2x plus 3. So here's our answer. So that's why choice A is the right answer. So now let's move on to the last question of category 1. The first category of how they ask, which is factoring. So the next question is factoring x third minus 8. So the first thing is that we can recognize the power of 3 here. So x third, or x in the power of 3, negative 8. And we can rewrite it as x in the power of 3 minus 2 in the power of 3. So 8 equals to 2 in the power of 3. That's why we rewrote it this way. And the other thing that you should know is that a in the power of 3 minus b in the power of 3 equals a minus b. Let me write it at the bottom of it. So this thing is gonna equal to a minus b multiplied by a squared plus 2ab plus b squared. So that the same thing applies to this equation as well. The only thing that is left is just plugging in those numbers. So if you plug those numbers in, that would be x minus 2 multiplied by x squared plus 2x plus 4. So yep, this is how we solve these questions. And now it is time to look at the answer choices and see which one fits. Choice A, yep, choice A shows the exact same thing. So the right answer is choice A. Now we can move on to the next category of questions, and the way the category that College Board tests you in this specific polynomials question type. So let's move on. So here's the question number 1. And in this category, they usually ask you to expand or simplify. So the first one asks for simplification, and now let's solve it. So in this case, we can distribute the negative sign here that you can see. So 2x squared minus 4. Double negatives equal to positive, so that would be plus 3x squared negative 2x plus 7. And now you can, there are like terms, so you can combine those like terms. So x squared, and you've got another x squared. So that would be 5x squared negative 2x negative 4, and we're gonna add 7 to it, so that is gonna be plus 3. So here's the simplified version of that equation. And now let's have a look at choices and see which one fits. So choice A is the exact same thing. So the right answer is choice A. Now let's move on to the next question. Question number 2. And this one is asking us to expand this equation. So 1.5x minus 2.4 in the power of 2 or squared minus 5.2x squared minus 6.4. So the first thing is that we are going to expand the first part of it. We're going to expand this. And then we're going to subtract the second term because we've got minus here. And we're going to combine like terms at the end. So let's do that step by step. So let's first expand it. So 1.5x squared. By the way, you can watch this in 2x because it takes a little bit of more time for me to write these things. So, yep, if you want to learn faster, then you can play the video in 2x speed. So, minus 2 multiplied by 1.5x multiplied by 2.5 and plus 2.4 squared here. So yeah, and that is gonna equal to here I got a calculator, so 1.5 multiplied by 1.5, that is gonna give us 2.25 minus 2 multiplied by 2.4 multiplied by 1.5, and that is going to give us 7.2x. Oh, I actually forgot to put x squared here. X squared minus 7.2x. Let me see the 2.4 multiplied by 2.4, and that is gonna equal to plus 5.76. So now we should subtract the second term. In this case, it is this one, the second group, let's say. So yep. So so we can write from this part minus 5.2x squared on double negatives equal to positive, so that's going to be plus 6.4. Now the only thing that is left is to combine like terms. So here we've got x squared here and here, so that would be negative 2.95 x squared minus 7.2x plus 12.16. So here is our answer, and now let's look at the choices. Let's see which one shows the exact same thing. Well, choice C shows the exact same thing, so the right answer is choice C. Now you can solve these two questions on your own. You can pause the video right now and solve it on your own. First, yeah, you can solve it on your own because you already understood how to solve these types of questions. And now let's move on to the third category. If you want, you can pause the video right now and just solve it. And now we will move on. So here's the third category. So what are the solutions of 4x squared minus 8x minus 12 equals 0? So the way I only wrote one question to this category is because Desmos can do it on its own. But if you want, you can still watch the rest of the video where I will explain how to solve this question, because you need to understand the fundamentals of how finding the answer. And as I said, Desmos can do it on its own, but still, if you want, you can learn it. So the easiest way is there is a formula that solves it. So that is negative b plus or minus the square root of b squared minus 4ac, and divide that by 2a, and you will get the solutions. So in this case, b equals negative 8, c equals negative 12, and a equals 4. So it's as simple as that. But if you literally write this equation on Desmos, you can literally get the answer in 2 or 3 seconds. So yep, this is the end of our lesson number 1. And make sure to watch the second lesson, because that is the most important lesson of all in SAT Math. So have a great day. Hi guys, welcome to lesson number 2 of our SAT Math course. So this lesson is going to be really great, and we will be covering exponents and roots. And here I have an 8-page worksheet that I've prepared, and there are a bunch of questions. And there are mainly 4 categories of ways that College Board asks you to tests you. And the first way is by simplifying those. There are a couple of things that you need to know before solving these questions. So the first thing is that let's say we've got x in the power of a multiplied by x in the power of b. That's going to equal to x in the power of a plus b. And the other thing that is important is this. So x in the power of, let's say, a over b, that is going to equal to b here, x in the power of a. So yep, now we can move on to the questions, and we can solve them one by one. So let's move on to the question number 1, and this one is a lot easier, and we will move on to a little harder ones as well. So simplifying this thing, so that's going to be x in the power of 3 over 4 plus 1 over 2. So we can rewrite 1 over 2 as 4 over 2 over 4. 2 over 4. So that's going to equal to x in the power of 5 over 4. So the right answer is choice A. Question number 2, simplifying this thing. So in order for you to solve this question, you should understand the quotient rule. So what is a quotient rule? Well, let's say we've got x in the power of a divided by x in the power of b. That's going to equal to x in the power of a minus b. So firstly, let's solve for x. So x in the power of 2 divided by x in the power of negative 1. So that's going to equal to x in the power of negative 2 minus negative 1. So double negatives equal to positive. So that would be minus 2 plus 1, and that's going to equal to x in the power of minus 1. And then we've got the y here. So that would be y in the power of 1 over 2 divided by y over negative 1. So this, we will do the same thing with this one as well. So that's would be y in the power of negative 1 over 2 negative minus negative 1. And that is going to equal to y in the power of 1 over 2. And now there are two ways of writing it. So the first way is x minus 1 multiplied by y in the power of 1 over 2. But mostly, this is not how it is written in answer choices. So x in the power of negative 1 equals to 1 over x multiplied by y in the square root of y. And that is going to equal to square root of y divided by x. So this is the right answer. So now let's have a look at choices. So in choice B, we've got the exact same thing. So the right answer is choice B. Question number 3 is also the same. And now let's solve question number 4, which is a little different. So a, the square root of a squared plus 2 multiplied by the square root of a multiplied by the square root of b plus the square root of b in the power of 2. So because we don't write, so like we can rewrite the square root of a as a in the power of 1 over 2, and if we multiply that by 2, we get a itself. So the same thing happens with the square root of b in the square root of 2, or and the same thing happens with that as well. So it's going to equal to b, and we're going to add that in here. So that's going to be, we can erase some stuff in here. So we can eliminate the square and the square roots. So in this case as well, for b, so our correct answer should look like this. Now let's look at choices. So choice B shows the exact same thing. So question number 5, we should simplify a in the power of 3 over 2. So it's essentially the same thing as you should apply this formula and you will get the answer. And right now you can pause the video and solve these 3 questions on your own. And now we will move on to the next category of questions. So category number 2 is solving exponential and root equations. So yeah, so question number 1. Here we've got the exponent. So the first thing that we do is that we will substitute x equals 9 here. So that would be k plus 2 minus 9 equals 0. From here, the square root of k plus 2 equals 9. And we can square both sides. So let's square both of the sides. And we get k plus 2 equals 81. So in this case, so k equals 79. So the correct answer is choice A. Now let's move on to the next question. We should solve this equation. So the first thing that we can do is we can isolate the square root. So that would be the 3 minus the square root of 3 minus x equals x minus 3 because we are subtracting 2 from both sides. And we can square both sides right now. Square both sides. So we get 3 minus x equals x squared minus 6x plus 9. And now we can rearrange this equation and solve it. So x squared. So we're gonna add x to both sides. So we're gonna get minus 5x. And we're gonna subtract 3 from both sides. So we get plus 6 equals 0. So now there are three ways of finding the x value. So the first way is the easiest one, and that is through Desmos. The second way is by coming up with two numbers, and those two numbers, when we multiply those two numbers, we should get 6, and when we add those two numbers, we should get 5. And yeah, so this way is through Desmos, and we can also write x equals 2, and the second value of x is going to equal to 3. Well, now we can check for extraneous solutions, because whenever we have the square roots, some of these might not work. So let's check for x equals 2. Let's check for the first one first. So 3 minus 2, 1. So that's 2 minus 1 equals 1. So this one's going to equal to 1, 2, 1, 3. So 3 and 1 are not equal. They're not equal. So that's why the first one is wrong. We can eliminate it. So now let's check the second one right now. Let's plug in 3 instead of x. 0. This part is going to be 2. And this part is also going to be equal to 2. So both of these are equal. So only x equals 3 is valid. So our answer should say this exact same thing. And if you look at choice B, It says the exact same thing. So that is the right answer. So now let's move on to the next one. Uh, you can uh, you can pause the video right now and solve these questions if you want to, and these ones as well. You can pause the video right now and solve this on your own. And now we will move on to the next category, category number 3, exponential growth and applications. If y equals 5 multiplied by 2 in the power of x, which is true, well, what we can do, the easiest way of solving it is by testing the effect of increasing, because all choices say that when x increases when x increases. So almost all the choices mention this, so it is the best to test it. So let's say that for firstly, let's have in the first scenario, we've got x equals 1, and in this case, y is going to equal to what? 2 in the power of 1 is going to be 2. 2 multiplied by 5, that's going to equal to 10. And in the second scenario, let's say x equals to 2. Y is going to equal to what? So 2 in the power of 2, 2 squared is 4. 4 multiplied by 5, that is 20. So the value of y doubles when x increases by 1, right? Because it's doubling, like it's being multiplied by 2. Let's look for an answer choice that says the exact same thing. So choice A says the exact same thing. Y doubles when x increases by 1. So that's exactly the same thing. So now let's move on to the next question. So it says bacteria double every 3 hours. Initial count is 500. Counts after 15 hours. Well, I wrote this question in this precise way so that you will not be confused in any way. So firstly, we can calculate the number of periods. So one period equals 3 hours. So how many periods will that be? So that we can find this through 15 divided by 3. So that's going to equal to 5. So we know that there will be 5 periods. And we can apply that exponential growth formula. So because it says doubles, right? So doubles means that 2 in the power of x. So multiply by, and we will write the initial count. Initial count here is 500. So yep. It says count after 15 hours. So that would be 15 hours divided by 3, that would be 5 periods. So instead of x, we can write 5 because it's 5 periods, and we can get the solution. Let me use my calculator to solve it, or you can use Desmos if you want. It doesn't really matter that much. 500. So that's going to equal to 16,000. 16,000. Oh, yeah. Now let's look at choice B, and that says the exact same number. So that's is the correct choice. Now let's solve question number 3. A car depreciates 20% annually. Initial value is 25,000. Value after 3 years. Well, now we can calculate the factor of depreciation. Yep. So let's say it is at first 100%. Then it depreciates 20%. That'd be 100% minus 20%. And that is going to equal to 80%. So 80% we can rewrite it as 0.8. And now what we can do is that it says the initial value is 25,000. So multiplied by 25,000 multiplied by 0.8 x. X is the number of years. So in this case, it says 3 years, so that's why we can write 3 instead of x. Now let's solve it. So 0.8 in the power of 3 multiplied by 25 multiplied by 25,000. So that's going to equal to 12,100. Now let's look at choices. So A is the right answer. Now we can move on to the next category. If you want, you can pause the video right now and solve questions 7 and 8. So category number 4, equations with exponents and roots. Well, here's the first question. If 9 multiplied by x squared multiplied by y squared equals 25, so yep, find 18xy. So let's simplify the equation first. So if you can recognize that all these things can be squared, let's square all these. So that would be in the square root of 9x in the power of 2 or y squared, and that is going to equal to in the square root of 25. And you can get 3 multiplied by x multiplied by y equals 5 from this. And now, so we found this thing, so we can find xy equals 5 over 3. In order to find 18xy, we literally multiply it by 18. Well, we will multiply it by 18, and we get 30. So the right answer is 30. Let's have a look at choices. Choice A says the exact same thing, so choice A is right. Let's solve question number 2. Well, question number 2 and even question number 1 could be solved with Desmos. So if you want, you can solve it on your own just to understand these things. But still, Desmos can do these things pretty easily. So yep, here's the, if you want, you can solve these questions as well. We looked at a lot of these, so yep, have a good day. Welcome to day 4 of our 100-day digital SAT course. And in this video, we will be solving problems related to linear equations in one variable. And you will understand a lot of strategies that I use to nail these questions. So without further ado, let's get into it. So here we have the first question, and it's an easy one. So in this equation above, what's the value of x? So what we do is very simple. We're gonna multiply 20 by 5, and that equals to 4x. And that would be 100 equals 4x. So let's divide 4 by both sides. So we get x equals 25. So the correct answer is A. Let's move on to the second question. So Hector used a tool called an auger to remove corn from a storage bin at a constant rate. So it's kind of a linear equation. The bin contained 24,000 bushels of corn when Hector began to use the auger. After 5 hours of using the auger, 19,350 bushels of corn remained in the bin. If the auger continues to remove corn at this rate, at this constant rate, what's the total number of hours will Hector will have been using the auger when 12,840 bushels of corn remain in the bin? So we know that after those 5 hours, what we should do is to kind of remove the bushel. So that would be 24,000 minus 19,350 because we're calculating something that happened after 5 hours. So 19,350 and we get, let me use my calculator to solve it. So we get 4,650. So now we know that now we have to find the rate. So this is the number of bushels of corn, remove it at this 5 hour period, and now we have to find the rate. How many bushels of corn was removed per hour? So what we do is that we, let me rewrite 4,650, and I'm going to divide that by 5 so that I can get the rate. Let me use my calculator to solve it. So here I have 930. So now this is the number of bushels per hour. So let me remove these things so that I can write some other stuff as well. The only thing that I will leave is 930. So now let me get my, okay. So now let me write the equation for it. So first we've got the y-intercept, the number that we started off with, and that is 24,000. Let me write 0 better, okay, minus, so we know the rates at which corn is removed, so that would be like a slope, so 930x equals 12,804. You may be thinking, how did I get this number? Here we have it. The question is asking for this thing, and we have to find the number of hours. Here, that would be x. Let me erase this thing as well. Just a second. Yep. Now let's solve it. So what we do is that we're gonna subtract 12,840 from both sides. 840. So what we get is 11,160. And if we add 930x to both sides, we get equals 930x. Now we have to find the value of x, which is the number of hours, and that's it. So x equals, let me use my calculator to solve this thing. Just a second. So x equals 12. So the correct answer is D. It kind of looks a little complicated, but if you understand the reasoning behind it, I mean, I tried to explain that as well in this equation. So let's move on to the next question. So here we have the equation. If x is the solution to the equation above, what's the value of x minus 3? So in this case, I mean, here we have something interesting, 2x minus 6 and x minus 3. Interesting. So the easier way of doing it is, I believe, is like this. So we know that 2x minus 6 equals 2 multiplied by x minus 3. So here we have x minus 3, and here we have minus x minus 3. And even in the question, they're asking for x minus 3. So now 3 multiplied by 2 is going to be 6. 6 x minus 3. So minus 11 equals 4 multiplied by x minus 3 plus 6. Okay, so now, oh, 11, 11. Okay, now what we can do is subtracting subtracting minus 4 multiplied by x minus 3. We could subtract that from both sides. So we get 2 multiplied by x minus 3. And if we add 11 to both sides, we get equals 17. So x minus 3 equals 17 divided by 2. And here we've got b. But if you kind of find this method harder, you can also substitute those things and solve it one by one. So the reason I showed you a kind of a little complex way, but if you know what you're doing, you're definitely gonna get the answer quicker. And it's because I wanted you to explain how to do the right method. So there are many ways of solving it. So you can use whatever way is fastest for you. So it's your own choice. So let's move on to the next question. So Alan drives an average of 100 miles each week. His car can travel an average of 25 miles per gallon of gasoline. Alan would like to reduce his weekly expenditure by $5. Assuming gasoline costs $4 per gallon, which equation can Alan use to determine how many fewer average miles he should drive each week? So this kind of looks a little complicated at first glance, but it's not that hard, honestly. So we know that the cost of gasoline is $4 per gallon, and he travels 25 miles per gallon. His car can travel that, yeah. So his car can travel. So that would be kind of like for. Let me think. So that would be like 4 divided by 25, and that would be the cost. The cost in dollars per mile. Dollars per mile. I believe, yeah, it's gonna be like this. So let's multiply that by m. Let me all these things. If we multiply that by m, that would be here like average miles. So I guess this is the right, this is gonna be like right answer, and that should not exceed reduce. So he wants to reduce his weekly expenditure, so that would be, and the question is asking us for how many fewer average miles, so that would be, and that should be equal to the, $5. So that should equal to $5. I don't think that we need a dollar sign here, so you can remove that. So this one is going to equal to 5 because this is what he wants to reduce, and here we have fewer. So we need a choice that tells this exact same thing. Let's see which one does. D. So that's the right answer. So if you have any questions, you can comment down below. So let's move on. So here we have a question. A tree had a height of 6 feet when it was planted. Here we is shown with an equation as well. The equation above can be used to find how many years n it took the tree to reach a height of 14 feet. Which of the following is the best interpretation of number 2? Okay. So I guess 2 is kind of a... so let's start off with 2n. So 2n itself is the number of feet that the tree grew from the time it was planted, I guess, until the time when it like kind of reached 14. So we know that n is the, so we know that the n is the number of years, and 2 should be the number of feet each year. It's like kind of like a slope. Yeah, it's like kind of like a slope, and it's the number of feet. No, the number of, yeah, the number of feet the tree grows each year. Let's look at the answer choice. The number of years is not the number of years. The average number of feet the tree grew per year. Yes, exactly. The height, no, it's not when it was 1 year old. So C is wrong. No, it's not about years. So D is also wrong. So here we have the next question. Here we have the equation. A is a constant. The equation has infinitely many solutions. What's the value of A? Okay, infinitely many solutions. So here we have infinitely many solutions. That would be same slope. Same. Sorry for my handwriting. Same slope and the same y-intercepts. So you should definitely remember that. So if you have infinitely many solutions, you're going to have the same slope and the same y-intercepts. So the answer is going to be 2. Why? Because if we plug 2 here, and if we substitute, that would be 2x, which is exactly the same thing here. And if you multiply 2 by 8, you will get 16. And here we have the same slope and y-intercept. So the answer is 2. Now let's move on to the next question. So here we have the equation. B is a constant. If the equation has no solution, what's the value of B? So interesting. So let's start off with dividing both sides by b minus 2. Let's do that. So we get x equals 8 divided by b minus 2. So b minus 2, let's say, like, because it has no solutions, one of these has to be 0, because here we have 8. This side will be 0. So that would be minus 2 equals 0. And therefore, b equals 2. So that's easy. So the thing that you have to understand in this question is that if you have no solutions, one of these should be 0, because at the top side we have 8. It can be 0, but in the bottom side, we can equal that to 0, and we can find the value of b. Let's move on to the next question. So here we have the equation, and k is a constant. The equation has no solutions. What's the value of k? In order to have no solutions, it has to have the same oh, sorry for my handwriting, same slope and different y-intercepts. So in this case, if you multiply 3 by 13, we get 39, and that is different from 36. So 3kx has to equal 48 divided by 17x. So let's solve for k here. So 3kx equals 48 divided by 17x. So we can get rid of x in both sides, or I can erase it. So now if we have a simpler problem, let's cross multiply these things. 21k equals, oh, it's not 21, sorry. Kind of rushed it. So 51. Yep. 51k equals 48. 48, and k equals 48 divided by 51. So so here it can, is there any way we can divide, we can simplify it? Let me think. What if we divide both sides by 3? Sorry, by 3. So if we divide both sides by 3, we get 16 divided by 17. So that's our answer. 16 divided by 17 is our correct answer choice. So before moving on to the next question, let me erase all these things, because we have to have some space for the next question as well. Let me do that real quick. So now we can move on to the next question. So which of the following is equivalent to this equation? Looking at the answer choices, I kind of can see that two answer choices start off with 2x. So an easy way of checking it would be dividing all these things by 2, and we get 2x plus 3 equals 6. So we can immediately remove a, and D is the correct answer. In the real exam, I will literally choose D here, because it's 100% exactly the equivalent to the equation here. But in order to kind of explain you, I will also explain you why these B and C are wrong. So if we multiply B by 4, we get 4x plus 12 equals 12, and this is not equivalent to the equation here, so B is wrong. And even if, and this one is completely wrong because it's not equivalent to the 4x plus 6 equals 12. So now we can move on to the next question. 1 pound of grapes costs $2. At this rate, how many dollars will C pounds of grapes cost? So if 1 pound of grapes costs $2, here we have 2 here. 2, 2, that's interesting. So I guess it has to be something related to 2. So let's say 2 pounds of grapes. 2 pounds of grapes will cost 2 times $2. And just an example, like 4 pounds of grapes will cost 4 times $2, and so on. So we kind of have to multiply it by 2. We have to double it. So therefore, I believe that C pounds of grapes will cost 2C, because every single time you just have to multiply it by 2, or you can say we can double it, so A is the correct answer choice. A principal used a total of 25 flags that were either blue or yellow for field day. Interesting. Principal used 20 blue flags. How many yellow flags were used? I guess I've never seen this much of an easy question. And that would be 25 minus 20, and that would be 5. And the correct answer is 5. Now let me explain why. So in total, we have 25 flags that were either blue or yellow. So there were 20 blue flags, so yellow ones would, to get the number of yellow ones, you have to divide 20 from, you have to subtract 20 from 25, so you get 5. What value of x is the solution to the given equation? 11. That's easy. Like, you just have to divide 8 by 88, so you get 11. So let's move on to the next one. A certain product cost a company $65 to make. The product is sold by a salesperson who earns a commission that is equal to 20% of the sales price of the product. The profit the company makes for each unit is equal to the sales price. That's interesting. The profit equals to the sales price minus the combined cost of making the product and the commission. If the sales price of the product is $100, which of the following equation gives the number of units? So we have to find the, U is the number of units of the product the company sold to make a profit of 6,840. So this question is kind of looking a little bad. It's kind of like complex, but let's try to solve it. So we know that the sales sales price of one product is $100, as you can see. So the product costs $100. If we want to buy the product, we just have to pay $100 to buy it. So because salesperson gets a commission that is equal to 25% of this thing, we can say that after the salesperson gets the commission, the price would be 1 minus 0.2. Why 0.2? Because this is what, like 20% of this money that the salesperson gets. So the actual profit that the company can make is 0.8, and the actual profit would be $80, I believe. $80. And then we also have to subtract the combined cost of making the product. So combined cost of making the product is $65. So that would be minus 65. And I guess we can simplify this by, let me erase this part. And let's get these things here. So it's a little more organized. So what we also did is multiplying this thing by $65. Why? Because it costs $65. It costs $65 to make it. And if we multiply this by the number of products that is sold, so that is U, we get the profits. And we know that it equals to 6,840, and that would be that number equals that number. I'm not going to write that. So yeah, so that's our equation, and I hope that was understandable because I tried to explain it so well. So 100, yep, choice A is the correct answer choice. Because it's exactly the same equation that we wrote here. Let's move on to the next one. So A multiplied by 3 minus x minus b equals minus 1 minus 2x. In the equation above, A and B are constants. If the equation has infinitely many solutions, what are the values of A and B? So the first thing is, I guess, distributing. Yep. So first, let's distribute it. So we get 3a minus ax minus b, and that equals to minus 1 minus 2x. So now what we can do is we can rearrange some stuff here. I guess, yeah, it's almost rearranged, I believe. Yes. Yeah. So now we know that there are infinitely many solutions. So if there are infinitely many solutions, we have to have the same slope. I'm sorry for my handwriting. It's not that great because I'm writing on my laptop. Different. Oh no, same. Sorry, same y-intercepts as well. Same y-intercepts as well. So that would be in the first part, we have only one x, and here we have one x. So before that, we have negative, and here as well. So a would be 2 because they have to be equal. Both of these equations have to be equal. So, so now we know that a equals to 2. 3 multiplied by a would be 6. 6 minus b will equal to minus 1 here, minus 1. So here as well we have negative. So b would be b equals 7. Yep, B equals 7, A equals 2. So the correct answer is B. Let's move on to the next one. So an agricultural scientist studying the growth of corn plants recorded the height of a corn plant at the beginning of a study and the height of the plant each day for the next 12 days. The scientist found that the height of the plant increased by an average of 1.2 centimeters per day for the 12 days. Okay. If the height of the plant on the last day of the study was 36.8 centimeters, so it was on the last day, what was the height in centimeters of the corn plant at the beginning of the study? So we know that the height of the plant increased by 1.2 centimeters per day. So that's kind of like a slope. And it happened for 12 days. So that would be the increase would be 1.2 multiplied by 12 for the next 12 days. So I guess that would equal to 14.4. So that's the total growth that it had. And there was already, oh no, after those 12 days, there were 36.8 centimeters. It was 36.8 centimeters. So if we subtract 14.4 from this number, we get the height at the beginning. So let me write that to clarify. It's 36.8 minus 14.4, and we get 22.4. So this is the height in centimeters of the corn plant at the beginning of the study. So the answer is 22.4. Let me erase all these things so that we can have more space for the next question. Let's move on to the next one. How many solutions exist to the equation shown above? So the simplest way of solving this question is by using Desmos, but in this case, like using Desmos is really easy, I believe, that it should not actually be, so it's easy, so there's no need for showing it for me. And just to know, you can use the other method as well. What you can do is that you can subtract 4 from both sides and you get 6 equals to x, and then you get x equals 3. So now you know that there's only one solution. So the answer is B, exactly 1. But if you're a little lazy and if you don't want to use your brain power and you're so lazy to do that, you can use Desmos and it's completely okay during the exam, because you shouldn't use your brain power on these types of questions where it is not needed, and you have to save your brain for harder questions on the exam. So let's move on. So what value of t is the solution to the given equation? That's also an easy one, I believe. So here we have t plus 3 on both sides. So what we can do is that we can, what 5 minus 7 would be minus 2. So multiply by t plus 3, and that is going to equal to 38. So t plus 3 equals minus 19 So C equals minus 22. So the correct answer is minus 22. I hope that was easy enough. So Kathy has n CDs. Gary has 3 more than twice the number of CDs that Kathy has. In terms of n, how many CDs does Gary have? So we know that twice the number of CDs means like 2n that Kathy has. So n here, and twice the number of that would be 2n. And what we have to do is that more than, so that would be plus, because here we have more than, and 3. So 2n plus 3, and the answer is D. So that's easy. Now let's move on to the next question. Let me zoom out a little bit so that you can see the problem fully. Okay, so here we have a table. Purchase price dollars. Okay, interesting. We have property address and a lot of those stuff. So Townsend Royalty purchased the Glenview property and received a 40% discount. Where's the Glenview? Here we have Glenview Street property. So the purchase price was $140,000, and a monthly rental price in dollars is like a little over thousands. So there was 40% discount off the original price, along with an additional 20% off the discounted price for purchasing the property in cash. Which of the following best approximates the original price in dollars of the Glenview property? So in this case, let's imagine, and let's say A could be the original price, let's say, or like we can do O here because it's original price, and it's gonna be in dollars. Let's say A because it's kind of confusing. It kind of looks like 0, so let's do A. So after 40% discount, the price would be 1 minus 0.4 because we have 40% discount, and that is going to equal to 0.6a. A, yep. And after an additional 20% off, that would be 1 minus 0.2, and that is going to equal to 0.6a multiplied by 0.8. So therefore, let's multiply these things, and we get 0.48a, and that is gonna equal to this price here, $140,000. Yep. So this thing is gonna equal to $140,000. And now we have to find the value of A. Let me use my calculator to solve it. Just a second. So we get A equals 291 666, and then like 0.6, and it goes on like that. So I guess let's look at the answer choice that kind of looks like this. Let's look at the answer choices, and the closest one here is B. Yep. So B is the correct answer choice. So as you can see, it's not that hard. Yep. Now let's move on to the next question. For what value of W does W minus 10 equals 2 multiplied by W plus 5? Okay, so that's it. That's easy one. Let's rewrite W minus 10 equals 2W plus 10. Let's subtract W from both sides. And let's subtract 10 from both sides. And we get negative 20 equals W. So W equals minus 20. So the correct answer is D. I hope this one was useful, and make sure that you subscribe to my channel and watch the next lesson, because it's so important to watch the entire course so that you can get the full advantage of this free 100-day digital SAT course.
Welcome to day 5 of our 100-day digital SAT course. So in this class, we will be solving questions related to algebra. So without further ado, let's get started. So here we have the first question. If 2 multiplied by x minus 5 plus 3x minus 5 equals 10, what is the value of x minus 5? So as you can see, here we have 2x minus 5s. So that makes our job a lot easier. So 2 plus 3 and multiplied by x minus 5 will equal to 10. So it's 2 plus 3 equals 5 and x minus 5 here, and that will equal to 10. And they're asking us for the value of x minus 5. So what we essentially do here is that we divide both sides by 5, and we get the value of x minus 5, and that will equal to 2. So the correct answer should be 2, choice A. Let's move on to the next question. So a science teacher is preparing the 5 stations of a science laboratory, and each station will have either experiment A materials or experiment B materials, but not both. So that's also an important word. Experiment A requires 6 teaspoons of salt, and experiment B requires 4 teaspoons of salt. So let me highlight these things. Experiment A, 6 teaspoons. Experiment B, 4 teaspoons. If X is the number of stations that will be set up for experiment A, and the remaining stations will be set for experiment B, which of the following expressions represents the total number of teaspoons of salt required? So this is kind of a hard question that not so many people understand, but still I will try to explain to you in a way that is as simple as possible. So the first thing that you have to understand is that there are a total of 5 stations. So that's the first thing that you need to understand. And then after that, you have to understand that experiment A requires 6 teaspoons of salt, and experiment B requires 4 teaspoons of salt. And we also know that X is the number of stations set up for A. So X is the number of stations set up for experiment A. And the remaining stations will automatically be set up for experiment B.
So what we have to do here is, so our goal here is to find an expression that represents the total number of teaspoons of salt required for all 5 of these stations. So what we have to do now is to identify the number of stations for experiment B. So we already know the number of stations for A is X, and we have to find the one for B as well. So that will be B, let's say B equals, and they're saying that the remaining stations will be set up for experiment B. So that would be 5 minus X. And yeah, so we now know the number of stations that will be set up for experiment B as well, which is 5 minus X. So the next step is writing the equation. So they are asking for the total number of teaspoons, and that would be 6x plus, so here we have 4, and we have to multiply that by this equation. 4 multiplied by 5 minus x. And this is the equation of total salt that is required. So now let's simplify the expression. So 6x plus 20 minus 4x, and from here we get 2x plus 20. Yep. So the answer is 2x plus 20. That's our final answer. And if you go to the answer choices, here we have in choice C, 2x plus 20. This question kind of is hard, but I hope you were able to understand. So let's move on to the next question. So the width of a rectangular dance floor is W feet. So width is W feet. So the length of the floor is 6 feet longer than its width. So L, let's say length is gonna be represented as L, and that equals to 6 feet longer. So 6 plus W, which is the width, and we have to find the perimeter. So the first thing that you have to understand is the equation of a perimeter, and in this case, it's like a rectangular. So let's say this is the width and this is the length, and perimeter is how long is this thing, which is like 2 multiplied by L plus W. So imagine this is also L and this is also W, and you just have to find the meters of it, right? So the equation of perimeter is this: P equals 2 multiplied by L plus W. So now we know that L is 6 plus W, and we can put that in here and we can solve the equation. So P equals 2, oh, sorry for my bad handwriting. So 6 plus 2W, because here we also have a W here. And after that we got, and that will equal to 12 plus 4W. So that's our perimeter. Now what we can do is, like, we can go to the answer choices and compare that. So which choice has it? 12 plus 4W. Here we have choice B, the exact same thing. Now let's move on to the next question. So here we have the equation 9x plus 5, and that equals to A multiplied by x plus b, and here A and B are constants. And this equation that you can see right here has no solutions. Which of the following must be true? And if we have 3 theories or like choices we have, and we have to find the ones that are true. So now let's test each of these. Oh no, before testing it, let me tell you something that so many people ignore, and that is not knowing what no solutions, infinite solutions, and one solutions mean. So in no solutions, there's one thing that you have to remember. In no solutions, there should be the same slope, and different y-intercepts. So that's an important thing. So in this case, the slope here in the first one is 9, and in the second one it is a. So they have to be the same. So we know that that's why a is 100% is going to equal to 9. But we also know that y-intercepts also has to be different. So in this case, we already know that a equals to 9. So we know that they should not be equal. So 5 should not be equal to b divided by, oh, not divided, like multiplied by 9, I would say. Yep. So from here we could find what b should not equal to. So b should not be equal to 5 divided by 9. So here we have two statements or conditions, let's say. Now let's look at these three choices. Let's say a equals to 9. That is 100% right. B equals to 5. It might be 5. It might be some other number, but we want something that must be true. And this is like, it can be true, but we want something that is not. We want something that must be true. So 2 is wrong. Third one, yes, exactly. It's the exact same thing that we wrote here. So this is also 100% true. So you want the answer that says 1 and 3. So here the choice D says that. So as you can see, you can crush these questions because you know how to solve them. So let's move on to the next one. So Megan's regular wage at her job is P dollars per hour for the first 8 hours of work in a day plus 1.5 times her regular hourly wage for work in excess of 8 hours that day. On a given day, Megan worked 10 hours and her total earnings for that day were $137.50. What is Megan's regular hourly wage? So that's interesting. So we know that she earns P dollars per hour for the first 8 hours. So that would be like 8P and plus number of hours, let's say that N, and that is 1.5 times her regular hourly wage, which is P. Regular hourly wage, and yep. So on a given day, she worked for 10 hours and her total earnings for that day. So this is going to equal to 137.5. And she worked 10 hours. So that would be like N should be 2 because I'm going to explain you why. Because so here we have the first 8 hours, and so out of these 10 hours, 8 of these are here, and there are 2 extra hours, and we can put 2 here. So N was the number which represents the number of hours that were extra. So that's why I'm gonna put 2 here. So now let's solve this question. Solve this equation, let's say. So AP plus 3P equals 137.5, and we got 11P equals 137.5, and from here P is gonna equal to, let me use my calculator to solve it, just a second. 11, so we've got 12.5, and it's also in US dollars, I believe. 12.5, so choice B. So here you go. Let's erase these things so that we will have more space for the next question. Okay. So if x plus 6 divided by 3 equals x plus 6 divided by 13, the value of x plus 6 is between which of the following pairs of values? Okay, so what we can do now is that we can cross multiply. So we can multiply these things. So 13 multiplied by x plus 6, and this is gonna equal to 3 multiplied by x plus 6. Now let's simplify all of these things. So that would be 13x plus 48, I believe. Yep, 48. Oh no, not 48. Let me use my calculator to solve this thing. So that would be 78, sorry. 78. And this will equal this will equal to 3x plus 18. So now what we can do is we can subtract 3x from both sides. And what we can also do is we can subtract 78 from both sides. And here we've got 10x equals minus 60. And yep, x equals minus 6. So they're asking for x plus 6, so that's important. So that would be 6 minus 6, and this will equal to 0. And we want the choice that includes 0. So choice A, minus 7 and minus 3. And keep in mind that this is between these values, and 0 cannot be in between these values, so A is wrong. Between minus 2 and 2, exactly, choice B. Between 2 and 7, there is no number such as 0, for example. So C is wrong. Choice D, 8, between 8 and 13, no, that is wrong. So let's move on to the next question. Let me erase these things. And if you want, you can pause the video now and solve these questions on your own before I solve them. So that will be so useful to you as well. So if 4x minus 0.1 equals minus 5, what's the value of 8x minus 1? So looking at this thing, you can just multiply this thing by 2 and you get the value. Why? Because, let me rewrite it. So 4x minus 0.5 is minus 5. So if you multiply all these things by 2, you get 8x minus 1 equals minus 10. So 8x minus 1, so as you can see, it's also here. So that's why the correct answer is minus 10. So the correct answer is D. So let's move on to the next question. You can pause the video now and solve it on your own first. So here we have the equation. What value of P is the solution of the equation above? Now let's simplify it first. So 2p plus 2 plus 8p minus 8 equals 5p, and here we got 10p minus 6 equals 5p, and from here we can subtract 5p from both sides, and we've got 5p equals 6, so p equals 6 divided by 5. You can write 6 divided by 5, or you can also write 1.2. So both of these could be the correct answer choice, but remember that you have to choose one of these, okay? So let's move on to the next question. An economist models the demand Q for a certain product as a linear function of the selling price P. The demand was 20,000 units when the selling price was $40 per unit, and the demand was 15,000 units when selling the price was $60 per unit. Based on the model, what is the demand in units when the selling price is $55 per unit? So what we can do here is that we can draw a, what do you call it? A table. Yep, we can draw a table here. So now we can write the x and y values so that it's gonna be a lot clear for you. And let's divide it by 2. So here we have x and here we have y. So what we can say is that when the selling price was $40, the demand was $20,000, and when the selling price was $60, the demand was $15,000, and when the price is $55, what is gonna be the demand in units? Okay, so we can write an equation for this. So the first thing is you have to understand that y equals x plus b. So here m is the slope, and slope is we're gonna find slope by solving this. Y2 minus y1 divided by x2 divided by x1, and you get the slope. So in this case, 15,000 minus 20,000, that will be minus 5,000, and this is going to be divided by 60 minus 40, that would be 20. So the slope here is y equals, let me use my calculator for this, 5,000 divided by 20, and we get 250. So negative 250x plus b. B is the y-intercept. When the value of x is equals to 0, what is going to be the value of y? So we can find that by plugging in any of these points, 40 or 60. Let's do 40, and that would be like 20,000 equals minus 250 multiplied by 40, and then we will get the value of b. So in this case, I'm gonna use my calculator to find the value of b. Just a second. 250 multiplied by 4, get 40. We get minus 10,000, and b will be 30,000. Yep. So So in this case, I can write 30,000 instead of B. 30,000. So now I know the equation. Now what I can do is that I can plug in 55 instead of X and I can get the Y value. So let's do that. So minus 250 multiplied by, what was the number? 55, yeah. When X equals 55, Y is gonna equal to 16,250. So now let's look at the answer choices. Yep, choice A is the correct answer choice. So let's move on to the next question. The cost of renting a backhoe for up to 10 days is $270 for the first day. So that's the first day. And $135 for each additional day. Which of the following equations gives the cost Y in dollars of renting the backhoe for X days, where X is a positive integer and X is less than or equal to 10? So let's write the equation. And you may think that this question is easy, but if you think that way, you are mistaken. So for the first day, it is $270 plus. Let me erase some other stuff that was written for the last question so that we will have more space to write. Okay, so after that, we got $135 for each additional day. So that would be like X minus 1. Why am I writing like this? Because for the first day, it was $270. So for X days, that would be X minus 1, because this is the cost of renting each day after the first one. So that's why we have to write X minus 1. And now we can simplify it. So we got 270 plus 135 X minus 135, and this will equal to, let me use my calculator to subtract 135 here, and we've got 135 again. 135 plus 135x, 135x. So now let's compare the answer choices, and choice D is the exact same thing. So choice D is the right answer. Now let's move on to the next question. According to a model, the head width in millimeters of a Weka Bumbly can be estimated by adding 0.6 to 4 times the body weight of the bee in grams. According to the model, what would be the head width in millimeters of a worker that has a body weight of 0.5 grams? So that's interesting. So they're saying the head width equals to 0.6 plus 4 multiplied by the body weight. So if the body weight is 0.5 grams, let's plug 0.5 here, 0.5, and now we can find the head width. Let me use my calculator to solve it, and plus 0.6, so that would be 2.6. So H equals 2.6. Now, yep, there are no answer choices, and it's a free response question, so the correct answer is 2.6. Let's move on to the next question. In the xy plane, the graph of a linear function f contains the points 0.3 and 7 and 31, which are the following defines f, where y equals f of x. So in this case, we've got different slopes here, and in two choices there are the same y-intercept. So I guess I will start by slopes, and I will find the slope, and I will compare the options, and I will choose the one that contains the correct slope, and that's it. So slope, as you know, equals m, and that is y2 minus y1 divided by x2 minus x1. So that would be 31 minus 3, and divide that by 7 minus 0. This will equal to 28. Oh, sorry. 28 divided by 7, and this is going to equal to 4. So the slope is 4, and let's look at the answer choices. Only choice C has a function that has a slope of 4, so that's the correct answer choice. Now let's move on to the next question. So a team of workers has been moving cargo off a ship. So the equation below models the approximate number of tons of cargo y that remains to be moved x hours after the team started working. So here we've got the equation. The graph of this equation in the xy plane is a line. What is the best interpretation of the x-intercept in this context? So we know that the x-intercept of the line with this equation can be found by substituting 0 for y and finding the value of x. So that's why when y equals 0, let me find what we get. So 0 equals 120 minus 25x. So here we've got, let's subtract 120 from both sides, 120, and minus 120 equals minus 25x, and x equals, let me use my calculator to solve this. So we've got 4.8. 4.8. Now what I'm gonna do is that I'm gonna eliminate choices that don't include 4.8. I'm gonna eliminate those choices like C and D, and now I'm left with A and B. So we know that x-intercept, which is 4.8, is the number of hours that the team will have moved all the cargo in about 4.8 hours. And it's not like per hour, and it's not a slope, so that's why B is wrong. So the correct answer is A. Thank you so much for watching. See you in the next one.
So if you're anything like me, you clicked on this video because you want to learn how to get at least 780 on the SAT math section and eventually get into your dream school without any coaching or genius IQ. Whether that's the case or you're just interested in learning, SAT math can feel overwhelmed, and the easiest thing to do is convince yourself that it's too hard to get 780 plus. That's why I put together this entire step-by-step guide to getting at least 780 on the SAT math section. Look, I get it. Why you should listen to me instead of other YouTubers who are making videos in front of their laptop. When I first took the SAT, I was 14 years old, and I got 780 on the math section even at that age. And I've helped hundreds of students to prepare for the SAT by being a volunteer tutor in schoolhouse. Now my goal is to take what I've learned and share it for completely free. I see a ton of YouTubers who are gatekeeping their secrets or
putting it behind a $1,000 paywall. But I'm on a mission to help 1,000 students to get 780 plus by sharing every resource you need for completely free. So congratulations on taking the first step into the crazy world of SAT. Most importantly, sit back, take a pen and pencil, and prepare to take notes, because at the end of the video, you will take massive action. But before we get into it, it would mean a ton if you could smash that like button and subscribe to the channel so that we can impact more students. With that said, let's dive into it. So I put together this guide for you to give you a step-by-step strategy. So the first two steps are for beginners and the next two are for intermediate students. And the last two are for advanced students. Let's jump into the first thing that any SAT test taker has to do, which is getting started. I recommend you to spend 1 or 2 months on this step. So this step essentially is about the format of the test. As you know, there are 2 modules and they're adaptive. You just have to be happy if you get the harder module. So in this step, your focus is gonna be on 4 main areas: parts of algebra, problem solving and data analysis, advanced math, and additional topics in math like geometry and trigonometry. The best source I can recommend is Khan Academy because it has a ton of videos and exercises. Common 60-day digital SAT math course. My advice to you is not using question bank of College Board because there are questions that are taken from official Blue Book practice tests and you will just spoil those tests. So the second step you have to follow is assessing your starting point. And this is gonna take about 12 hours. So what you have to do is take College Board practice test number 1. Then view your score and write down which question types you struggled with. Analyze the questions. For example, I did a video walkthrough of College Board Blue Book practice test number 1 and you can watch that after taking that practice test so that you can understand those questions. Now let's move on to the intermediate steps, which are steps 3 and 4. So we will start off with using official practice materials and I recommend you to spend about a month for it. As you know, there are 6 official practice tests on Blue Book and spend around a month for those. The most important thing at this step is developing advanced strategies. For example, you can develop strategies for pacing, plugging in numbers, back solving, and elimination techniques. I also recommend you to have a mistake or error log where you're gonna document your mistakes so that you will not make the same mistake again and again. You also have to review it consistently to avoid repeating those same mistakes. So step number 4 is developing test day strategies. When you take all these 6 practice tests, you will understand more about the questions and how digital SAT math is structured and how College Board asks you questions. And you can easily create your own test day strategies. For example, you can create a strategy called Desmos calculator use, and what this will essentially mean is practicing efficiently using the calculator section so that you can save time so that you can save a ton of time for more challenging questions. The best strategy is just staying calm under pressure. You can even develop some mindful techniques so that you can stay calm and just focus on the SAT questions. So these last 2 steps are for advanced students. So it all starts off with test day preparation. The night before your exam, you have to get a good night's sleep and avoid last minute cramming. Don't try to learn anything new in those last minutes. In the morning of the test, you have to eat healthy breakfast and do a few warm-up problems to get your brain in. Just a few. Then,
It's all about test execution. Read each question carefully. Manage your time well. And remember to double check your answers if time permits. Now let's talk about step number 6, which is post-test reflection. This step might be optional, but if you want to retake this test or offer advice to some other people, this step is so important, and it's analyzing your performance. After the test, just reflect on what went well and what you have been. So overall, I recommend you to spend between 2 and 4 months for SAT math section. I'll link this guide in the description and in the top comment of the video, so you can get access to all the resources. I will see you in the next video.
If you want to boost your SAT math score by 150 plus points, this video is for you. I scored 780 on a real SAT math test. That's 98th percentile. Stick around because I'm about to break down the exact tips and strategies that got me here. So let's start off with the first tip. And to illustrate this tip, let me give you a question. So firstly, let's pretend that you have no idea on how to factor. Here's what top students do. They plug in the roots of the answer choices to see which one works. So here we've got the first one, and x plus 5. Let's equal that to 0. And in this case, we get x equals negative 5. Now let's plug x equals negative 5 into the original equation, so this one. So let's do that. So that'd be 2 multiplied by negative 5 squared plus 13 multiplied by negative 5 minus 30. And if you calculate all of this, that is going to equal to negative 45. And that is not 0. So that means the first one is not a factor. And now let's take the second one. So let's take the second one. So 2x minus 3, and let's equate that into 0. And now let's solve for x. So 2x equals 3, and from here x equals 3 over 2. And now let's plug this x equals 3 over 2 into the original equation that you can see right here. So let's do that. So that'd be 2 multiplied by 3 over 2 squared plus 13 multiplied by 3 over 2 minus 30. And that is going to equal to 2 multiplied by 9 over 4 plus 39 over 2 minus 30. And this is going to equal to 4.5 plus 19.5 minus 30. And that's going to equal to negative 6. So again, this doesn't equal to 0, so that's fine. You can say that it's not a factor. So the second one is also not a factor of this equation. So the real strategy here is that if a binomial is a factor, then plugging in its root should literally make the expression equal to 0. And we did that in here, and this one is also going to equal to 0 when we do that. It's like reverse engineering the SAT, like from the answer choices side. So that's why, because both of these were not a factor, we can choose the correct answer, which is D, neither 1 nor 2. Now let's move on to tip number 2. So let's pretend that you're taking the SAT and you get hit with this SAT question. and you kind of wonder, you pause, and you know what this kind of question is, which is unit conversion, because it asks for cubic feet, meters per minute, and all of those things. So, but what you're doing next really decides if you're scoring 1620 or over 700, because 95% of students just plug in some numbers without knowing what they're doing, and they really miss the real story that is hiding underneath this SAT question. So the strategy here is that units tell the story, and numbers just follow that story along. And let me explain you by solving this SAT question using this strategy. So the first thing that you need to do is to ask yourself these two questions. Where am I starting? So the start point here is 3,200 cubic feet per hour. So this is the starting point. And the second question that you want to ask yourself is, where am I going? And you're going to cubic meters per minute. That's where you're going. So that's our roadmap. And so we do this in kind of steps. So firstly, we can convert hours, these sorts of hours, into minutes. And as you know, 1 hour equals 60 minutes. So we can divide 3,200 by 60. And that is going to equal to 53.33 cubic feet over minutes. So we've already converted hours into minutes by dividing it by 60. Now it's time to convert cubic feet into cubic meters. Well, the first thing that you need to know is that 1 cubic meters equals, before moving on to cubics, let's write 1 meters equal, as they said here, 3.28 feet. And now we should calculate what 1 cubic meters equal to feet. And that's where a lot of students mess up. So in this case, that will be 3.28 in the power of 3. And that is going to equal to 35.29 feet, cubic feet. So this is what 1 cubic meters equal to. And now what you can do is that you already got the number of cubic feet over minutes. So now you just have to convert it into meters, cubic meters over minutes. So what you do here is 53.33. You can divide that by this number right here that you can see, 35.29, and you get 1.51 cubic meters over minutes. So our answer is 1.51 cubic meters over minutes. So let's have a look at answer choices. So choice C shows the exact same thing. So the right answer is choice C. Now, let's move on to tip number 3. And before moving on to the question, let me tell you. Let's imagine that you're sitting at your SAT test and you're staring at a question like this that looks like a headache that is waiting to happen. And you know, it is very tempting to dive into the algebra or kind of pull out some complicated formulas. But here's the thing. There is a very smart way of solving this. And that way, it cuts through the noise and gets you to the right answer way faster than you could imagine. And that strategy is answer choice workback strategy, or as I like to call it, plug and play. It's like having a cheat code for tricky math questions. Let me explain you how this strategy works. Instead of wrestling with equations first, you kind of take the answer choices the test gives you. Yes, those neat little numbers, and plug them straight into the problem. And you're basically testing them like a scientist. And it's kind of like seeing which one fits, and you're kind of checking these answer choices one by one. You don't need any unnecessary calculations or any of that. And you may be thinking, why does this actually work so well? Because the SAT loves neat numbers. The test makers want you to find the answer efficiently, and they give you numbers for a reason. So why do you waste time solving complicated equations when you can literally let the answers do the heavy lifting? So let's put this into a practice. With a real SAT question. So it says a rectangular's length is 3 times its width. If the area of the rectangle is 75 square units, what's the width? And so let's break this down. So the first thing that they're telling is that the length equals 3 multiplied by the width. And the other thing that we can understand is that the area. So let's write A instead of area. So that's going to equal to length multiplied by width. You already know that. And that's going to equal to 75. Now, instead of writing an equation and then solving for widths, you can actually grab the answer choices and literally plug them in. For example, if you try A, 3 units, that's going to be 3 multiplied by 3, and that's going to give you a length of 9. So 9 multiplied by 3, that's going to equal to 27, and that's not equal to 75. So you can eliminate choice A, and if you test choice B, 4 units, let's do that. L equals 3 multiplied by 4. That's going to be 12. 12 multiplied by 4. That's going to equal to 48. And that's not equal to 75. So you can eliminate choice B as well. And you can check choice C as well. So 3 multiplied by 5. That's going to equal to 15. 15 multiplied by 5. That's going to equal to 75. So that's the right answer. And you literally choose choice C. By the way, 99% of students are grinding for months and they're still scoring low. Why? Because they're focused on the completely wrong things. And that's why I'm posting a free live SAT challenge where I will show you the one strategy that top scorers use and how to master it even if you've never taken a test before. Seats are very limited, so hit the link in the description.
In this video, I will explain top 6 hardest literal SAT math questions you must understand if you're taking the SAT. So without further ado, let's get into it. So question number 1. So here we have p of x, and here we have an equation, and it passes through the points minus 729 and 721. Which of these is closest to the value of p of minus 12 plus p of minus 5? So in this case, I will first put these numbers here. So here we have x is minus 7, so and y is 29. So 29 equals to a plus 7 squared minus b So here we have minus 7, so I will put minus 7 instead of x. So minus 7 plus 7 in the power of 2 minus d. So here 29 equals to all of this stuff. So minus 7 plus 7 equals to 0. And anything like 0 in the power of 2 is going to equal to 0. So here I'm going to write 29 equals to a plus 7 in the power of 2 minus b. So here we have, we can actually put minus d here because we already eliminated zeros here. So we have the next points. When x equals to 0, y is going to equal to 721. So I'm going to write 721 equals to a plus 7 minus b. And here we have, if we have 0, that would be 7 squared, which is 49. 49 minus d. So as you can see, we've got all this thing. So what they are asking for is the value of this thing. So we don't really know the values of a and b. So I think what we can do is replace this part with c, for example, so that we can write 29 equals c multiplied by minus d. And in the second part, you have 721 equals to c multiplied by 49 minus d. So now what we can do is find c from this part. I guess finding d is much better here. So d equals to minus 29 divided by c. So after that, we have this so that we can put minus 29 divided by c instead of d here. So let's do that. 721 equals to c 49. Two negatives equal to positive, so plus 29 divided by c. So okay, so 721 equals to 49c plus 29 because c's are out. So from here we can find the value of c. So 49c equals to 692. So c equals to 692 divided by 49. So, okay. So we found both c and d. So they're asking for the value of this thing. So now, because all of this thing equals to c, we can literally write, like, put this number instead of all these, instead of finding a, b. So now we can start solving for this. 692 divided by 49 multiplied by, so we have to put minus 12 instead of x. So that would be minus 12 plus 7 is going to equal to minus 5. So 25 minus d. 25 minus d. So 25 minus d. And that will equal to, oh no, it's not gonna equal to, sorry. So plus, so we already know d, I believe. Yeah, we know that. So we're gonna put c's, this number instead of c's to find d here. So let me use my calculator for that. So we get minus 2. Minus 2. So here we can 25 minus 2 negatives equal to positive, so we get 25. Multiplied by 25. Oh, 20. Oh, what? Sorry. What was it? Am I 100% sure? 25 plus 2 is going to equal to 27. Sorry. 27. So we're going to erase this thing. Multiplied by 27. So let me multiply that here in my calculator. So 27 multiplied by 692 divided by 49. So we get 381. 381. 81. Plus, and we also want this thing here. So the first part is c, which we already know, which is this thing, 692 divided by 49. So, 92 divided by 49. And this thing is multiplied by, so if x equals to minus 5, we have 2 in the power of 2 is going to be 4 minus d. So we already know d, which is minus 2. So 4 minus minus 2 is 4 plus 2, which is 6. 6. So we can multiply that here. 6 multiplied by 692 divided by 49, and we get 45. Okay, so this thing is 45. So we are gonna add these two things to 381. So we get 466. 466. Is it a free response question or a multiple choice? Let's have a look. It's a multiple choice question, and the correct answer is A. So question number 2. For this moment, you can check the link in the description. So let's move on to question number 2. A square has a side length of 35 inches and 1 inch represents 8 miles. A bigger version is also printed with a square with a side length of 76% longer than the side length of the previous square on the smaller one. Which of these is closest to the side length of the bigger one? So the side length of the bigger one is 30 of the normal one. Of the first one is 35 inches, and they are asking for the inches of a bigger one of a side length. So because the side length what is 76% longer, you could write 1.76 multiplied by 35. So we get 1.76. So we get 61.6, which is closest to 62 here. So C is the correct answer choice. So let's move on to question number 3. So here we have a question. 39x squared plus 39x plus dx. Okay, so d and z are positive constants. The product of the solutions is k multiplied by z multiplied by z. What's the value of k? Okay, so you need to understand product and sum of the solutions, and there is a formula that you must know. So for the product of the solutions, what you need is C divided by A. And the SAT sometimes asks you for the sum of the solutions as well. So you also need to know the sum of the solutions, which is minus B over A. So in this case, this 39 is A. All of this thing, 39x plus z, is B here. And dz is C. Okay, so we are gonna, so C divided by A. Okay, dz divided by 39x squared. Oh no, we don't need x squared, by the way. Sorry. So 39. So this will equal to k multiplied by d multiplied by z. So we have d and z in both sides so that we can eliminate those two. So we get k equals to 1 over 39. So it's so easy if you know the these two formulas. I highly recommend you to write them down or take a note of these things. So question number 2. Here we have one equation. So one of two equations are given here. The system has infinitely many solutions. If the second equation in the system is y equals mx plus b, where m and b are constants, b equals to what? Okay, so you need to understand rules of infinitely many solutions. For the system to have infinitely many solutions, you need to have the same slope, same slope, okay, same slope, and the same y-intercept. So that's why you will literally need, so it's asking for B, which is a y-intercept. So 9 is the correct answer. So D is the correct answer. So let's move on to question number 5. For the positive quantities x, y, and z, 96% of x is 34% of y, and y is 31% of z. What percentage of z is x? Okay, I've seen this question, this type of a question a lot in my real digital SAT exams, so it's a must-know question. You just have to understand how to solve it. So 76% of x would be 0.76 x, and this it is 0.34 multiplied by y. So in y, so here this y is 31% of z. Okay, 0.31 z. So they're asking for the percentage of z is x. So let's put 0.31 z instead of y here. So 0.76 x equals to 0.34 multiplied by 0.31 z. So let me use my calculator to solve this thing. 0.34 multiplied by 0.31. So I get 0.1. Okay, so 0.1 z. And this equals to this thing, which is 0.76 x. So they're asking for the percentage of z is x. So x equals to 0.1 z divided by 0.76. Okay, 0.1 divided by 0.76. So I get 0.13 z. So 0.13 z means x is 13% of z. So 13, C is the correct answer. So the last and most important problem you have to understand how to solve is this one. So if the perimeter of an equilateral triangle with a height of 89 units is be in the square root of 3, what's the length of each side? Okay, so firstly we need to understand what an equilateral triangle is. So it's a triangle that has the side lengths of that triangle is same. All those three side lengths are the same. So I'm gonna draw that here. Okay. Instead of that, let me use the shape tool, which is much better. Yep. I think it's kind of like the same here in the shoots as well. Okay, so and they're saying that it has a height of, let me use a line like this, has a height of 89 units. Okay, let me write that. So its height is 89. And it's also telling that the perimeter of this triangle is b in the square root of 3. That means that if these side lengths have a length of a, so 3a equals to b in the square root of 3. Abdullah Hosmi video qilyapmanda yarim soatga ochaman. Kutibdi. So what is the length of each side? So they are asking for a. Okay, so so b so here a equals to b in the square root of 3 divided by 3. So we can use that here. Here we can like replace a with this thing, and here we can it's like a divided by 2, this part, and to those here. We know that I'm sure you know this formula. If you have a triangle like this, a squared, if this thing is a and this thing is b, a squared plus b squared equals to c squared. C is like the hypotenuse, c squared. So here we can apply the same thing. So in this case, a equals to this thing, and we are going to divide that by 2, and we will power that by 2. So b in the square root of 3 divided by 6 squared plus 89 squares, 89 squared. Okay, and this will equal to a equals to this thing. So b in the square root of 3 divided by 3, and all of that is in the power of 2. So here we have 3b squared divided by 36. And there's also something really important for you to know. If you have a divided by b, and you want the power of 2 here, you definitely need to apply power in both sides, both a and b squared. So that's why we have 36 here, and plus 7,900 to 1. So after that we have 3b squared divided by 3, I would say, and 9 here. 9. And here we can erase this thing because 3 divided by 36 equals to 1 divided by 12, I believe. It's 12 here. And in this case, it equals b squared divided by 3. This thing. Okay, so I'm going to write that in here. So now 79 21 equals to b squared divided by 3 minus b squared divided by 12. In this case, we can put 4 here and multiply that by 4, and we get we can also multiply this part by 12 and divide that by 12. And now all the denominators are 12 here, so that's why we can just leave the top side. So I'm going to use my calculator here. 70, 79, 21 multiplied by 12. So we get 95052, and this equals to 3b squared. So from here, b squared, b equals to, let me use my calculator to solve it. 2 divided by 3. So we get 178. So now we have to find the value of a, and we will literally put 178 instead of b here. So that's why a will equal to 178 multiplied by square root of 3, and then divide that by 3. So we get 103. So let's have a look at the answer choices. A is the correct answer.
I want to give you a complete system to master digital SAT inference questions. The exact approach that top scorers use to get every inference question right on the exam. So let's dive in. So as you can see from this whiteboard, there are 2 easy questions, 2 medium questions, and there are 3 hard questions. And I got these questions from SAT question bank. And the most important thing, I excluded active questions, which is any of these questions are not from Blue Book practice tests, and they're only a little bit in question bank, and we're not spoiling any of your Blue Book exams or anything. So without further ado, let's get into it. So firstly, easy questions. You may be thinking, well, I don't need easy questions, but still, to warm yourself up, it's really important to solve these easy ones first. Then we will move on to medium, then hard questions. So here's the first question. You can try out on your own first, and you can watch my explanations after that. So we need to complete the text, which is inference question. One aspect of in-person shopping that online shopping cannot replicate is the opportunity to touch a product before buying it. Does this difference matter? So they're talking about this difference, touching versus not touching. In an experiment, researchers asked one group of participants to touch a mug and a toy, while another group was prohibited from touching the 2 items. The participants were then asked how much money they would pay for the items. People who got to touch the items were willing to pay much more money for them than were people who weren't allowed to touch the items. This finding suggests that. So there was group 1. they touched the items and they paid more. There was group number 2, they didn't touch, they paid less. So the key takeaway here is that physical touch increases the perceived value. Now we can move on to the answer choices. Choice A, people who mainly shop online probably spend more money every month than people who mainly shop in person. Well, they're not comparing shopping in person and online, and they're not tracking total spending, a monthly total spending. That's why choice A is wrong. Choice B, in-person shopping may make products seem more valuable than they see if only view it online. Yes, that is the exact same thing that we thought about, which is touching. Touching usually occurs in person, so touching equals higher value. So that's why we can keep choice D. Choice C, retailers with in-person and online stores should charge the same price for a given product in both places. Well, this experiment doesn't suggest pricing strategies, so that's why you can eliminate it. Choice D, online retailers may be able to raise the prices they charge for products that they're only available online. This isn't about exclusivity, and it's only about touch versus no touch, and we could have inferred that in-person retailers may be able to rate, but here they're telling online, which is completely the opposite of what we think. So that's why B is the best choice here. Now let's move on to the next question. And you can pause the video now if you want to and solve it. Let's read it. Author Conan Doyle's stories about detective Holmes were published between these dates. They have inspired countless successful adaptations, including comic strips, movies, and a television series directed by that person who is celebrated for his animated movies. Until 2014, these stories were copyrighted. The right to adapt was only available to those who could afford the copyright fee and gain approval from the strict copyright holders of Doyle's estate. Some journalists predict that the number of adaptations is likely to increase since the end of copyright means that. So let's break down this passage. So before 2014, the copyright restricted adaptations. They needed money and approval. But after 2014, copyrights expired, so that means there were no fees, no approval needed. So yeah, and now let's predict. So I believe that because copyright ending removes those barriers, there's no cost, there's no permission, people can freely adapt the stories without any cost. Now let's move on to answer choices. Doyle's original stories still become hard to find. Well, the passage doesn't talk about whether it's easy to find or hard to find, so we can eliminate choice A. People will become more interested in detective stories than were in the 1800s. There's nothing about the number of people becoming more interested or less interested. That's why you can eliminate choice B as well. Producing adaptations will become easier and less expensive. Well, that's the choice that I really like because it directly connects to no fees, no permission required prediction. That's why I believe choice C is the best choice here. Now, choice D, the former copyright holders of Doyle's estate will return the fees they collected. Well, there's nothing about refund here. That's why choice D is wrong. So the best choice here is choice C. Now let's move on to medium questions. Here's the first question, and you can pause the video right now. If you want, you can solve it. So let's read the passage. Astronomers investigated the region of Mars because it appears to contain irregularly shaped craters. It may have been caused by massive volcanic explosions. In the investigations of Arabia Terra, the researchers found remnants of ash deposits in an amount and thickness that would result from a massive volcanic eruption. However, here you have a shift in the passage. Erosion and past resurfacing events could have modified the surface of the planet, therefore blank. So let's kind of try to break this down. So this person has, this area, this region has irregular craters. Yep, and it's some sort of linked to massive volcanic eruptions, and there is a problem. Erosion and resurfacing could have changed the surface over time. So that's our problem. So the key kind of main takeaway that I would get is that the current evidence might not perfectly reflect the Mars volcanic history due to its modifications, right? Because they've modified, right? Let's kind of try to predict. Here we have a however, and that signals that the original volcanic evidence might be distorted. The answer should highlight that the current surface might not show its true. It's like it might not show its true past activity. So now let's move on to choices. Choice A, the current makeup of the Arabia Terra region might not accurately reflect the volcanic activity of Mars past. Well, yeah, it directly connects that erosion, and it says that it's not really reflecting its true past self. So let's keep A. Choice B, eruptions from Mars volcanoes were likely not as massive as astronomers previously believed. Well, we don't really, and in addition to that, the text doesn't even challenge previous beliefs about those eruption size, right? That's why choice B is wrong, because there's nothing about size. They don't know whether it's massive or small. As choice C, ash was most likely expelled from multiple different volcanoes on Mars' surface. Well, the passage doesn't focus on multiple sources. It focuses on one massive eruption. That's why C is also wrong. Choice D, the craters found in the Arabia Terra region were necessarily created by events other than volcanic eruption. Well, nothing about like other events. That's why D is wrong. So the best choice here is choice A. So yep. Always my tip is looking out for words like that show contrast, however, and this signals the shift in the main point of another. And yeah, now we can move on to the next question. You can pause the video right now if you want to. So yep. So let's read the text. So here we have a Declaration of Independence. And there was an end of the revolution against France that began in 1791, written in French, which is not the first language of most Haitians, but which was used throughout Europe as a language of international diplomacy. The declaration notes that Haiti will not bring rebellion to other Caribbean nations, promises to respect the sovereignty of its neighbors, widely understood as a reassurance to the United States, and sets up Haiti as an example for future struggles against colonizers, and implicit reference to the many colonies then found in the Americas. So even though the declaration is explicitly addressed to the Haitian people, it's reasonable to conclude that's blank. So let's kind of try to break that. So French, it was international language for diplomacy, and it was not the first language of Haitians. And the promises to neighbors, and it positions Haiti as an example of kind of anti-colonial movements. And here we have a key contrast, and it says explicitly for Haitians, but includes messages for others, right? So let's try to predict. So here we have, as you can see, the contrast. Although it was addressed to these Haitian people, the declaration was aimed at multiple audiences, not just Haitian people. I believe that's what my prediction is. It might be addressed also to international observers. It might also be addressed or aimed to neighbors of France. So yeah. Now let's move on to choices. Aspects of the declaration were modeled on similar documents from other countries. Well, there's no inspiration from other declarations and there are no documents there, so A is wrong. Choice B. The French government may have been surprised by the declaration. Well, nothing about reaction, right? There's nothing about surprise. That's why B is also wrong. Many Haitian people oppose the evolution and the declaration. Well, there's nothing about opposing in the passage. That's why choice C is also wrong. Choice D, the declaration actually had several intended audiences. Well, yeah, it might have been addressed for international readers, for neighbors, for neighbor countries. So this is the best choice here. Now we can move on to hard questions. And I'm sure that you will learn a ton from solving these. And as you solve more, as you analyze more of these types of questions, you will gain more knowledge on how to answer these. So you can pause the video right now and try out this hard SAT question in this inference question type. So now let's read the text. So here we have Laura Mulvey, and Mulvey has theorized that in narrative film, shots issuing from a protagonist's point of view compel viewers to identify with the character. Such identification is heightened by invisible editing. Okay, that's interesting. Or editing so inconspicuous that it renders cuts between shots almost unnoticeable. Conversely, Mulvey proposes that conspicuous editing or the absence of point of view shot would induce a more critical stance toward a protagonist. Consider, for example, the attic scene in the birth, a conspicuously edited sequence of tons of shots, few of which correspond to the protagonist to a point of view. According to Mulvey's logic, this scene should affect viewers by length. So, let's kind of try to break down this passage. So there is point of view shots, and there's also invisible editing. And so those, when we blend both two and both of these, viewers identify with the protagonist. If there is conspicuous editing plus no point of view shots, viewers take a critical stance towards a protagonist. And then it's giving an example. So yep. So my prediction would be, in this case, it was attic scene, right? Those scenes might reduce viewer identification with protagonists, and it could kind of create some sort of a distance, distance, I believe. So now we can move on to choices. Choice A, obscuring the awareness of a high degree of artifice involved in constructing the montage. Well, conspicuous editing means viewers notice the cuts, they don't ignore them. That's why choice A is wrong. Choice B, lessening their identification with the protagonist, if not alienating them from the character altogether. Well, yeah, let's keep this to it because there's no problem here. Choice C, compelling them to identify with the film's director whose proxy is the camera and not with the protagonist. Well, text never says something about shifting our identification. That's why C is wrong. Because of that. Because there's no shift. Choice D, diverting the attention away from the film's content and towards its stylistic attributes. Well, it might be true, but the question focuses on identification, not that general attention. That's why D is wrong. And the best choice here is choice B. And in these types of SAT questions, your understanding of the passage might not be 100%, but looking at the answer choices, by eliminating them, you can find your answer. Like, choices have a lot more to tell than the passage. Now let's move on to the next question. If you want, you can pause here and solve this question, and you can test your SAT skills. So without further ado, let's read the text. So here we have telescope HST, and it's projected to maintain operation until at least 2030. But it has already revolutionized high-resolution imaging of stellar system bodies in visible and ultraviolet UV light wavelengths, notwithstanding that only about 6% of the bodies imaged by the HST are within the solar system. NASA researchers Cindy L. Young and colleagues assert that a new space telescope dedicated exclusively to solar system observations would permit an extensive survey of minor solar system bodies and long-term UV observation to discern how solar system bodies change over time. So the recommendation therefore implies that the HST. So let's kind of break it down. So there is current role of HST here, which is it operates until at least 2030, and it's so good at visible and ultraviolet image, like that light's wavelengths imaging of them. But there is a contrast here. Only about 6% of the bodies are within the solar system. Then there is this person, Young, and he or she proposes that a new telescope, a new one, brand new one, dedicated to the solar system, which HST couldn't, right? Only about 6% of HST couldn't do that. Yep. So it's kind of the new telescope, like addresses those gaps in HST's capabilities or its usage need. So we can now predict, right? So Jung's team wants a dedicated tool, I believe, for solar system, because HST could only about 6% of the bodies in HST could do those solar systems. Yep. Now let's move on to choices. You can analyze those choices. HST here will likely continue to be used primarily to observe objects outside the solar system. Well, that's a good choice. We can keep this choice. Will no longer be used to observe solar system objects if the telescope recommended by Young and colleagues is deployed. Well, the text says HST operates until 2030, and there's no mention of stopping existing tasks, so we can literally eliminate choice B. Can be modified to observe the features of solar system object that are of interest to Young and colleagues. Well, HST can be modified, but it implying that HST can be easily modified. That's why we can eliminate this choice as well, because we can't modify it, right? HST lacks the sensors to observe the wavelengths of lights needed to discern how solar system bodies change over time. Well, the text says HST revolutionized UV imaging, and Jung wants more UV studies, not different sensors. Like, we don't need sensors at all. That's why these also brought. And the best choice here is choice A. So now we can move on to the last but not least hard question on Inference. If you want, you can literally pause this video right now. I mean, like, solve it on your own first, and then you could listen to my explanation. So, yep, let's read it. During the Restoration in France, the right to vote required in Paris that a person paid at least 300 francs in direct taxes to the governments. The four most common taxes were levies on real estate, the doors and windows, and the businesses. Foreign investors were exempt from the taxation. Although relatively few people paid the taxes on real estate, it was the main means of voter qualification and accounted for over 2/3 of government receipts during this period, such as that during the Women Restoration. So there was voter qualification, and they relied on paying those taxes. And there were foreign investors, they were not part of those taxes, and it was like little or no contribution to voter eligibility. And like, people relying on those foreign investments likely didn't really qualify to vote because they weren't paying enough taxes. So yeah, let's predict now. So yes, people with those foreign investments are a little bit of, they're not gonna means that they're not gonna pay taxes. That's why they can't vote, I guess. So yeah. Now let's move on to choices. Choices help us. Those people who had the right to vote most likely had substantial holdings of French real estate. Real estate was one of those text and areas, but the text doesn't really prioritize it over others. So it's kind of right, but it's not fully right, right? It's only partially right, and that's the type of a trap that the College Board wants you to fall into. But you're not gonna do that because you know that it's partially right answer. The voting habits of French artisans and merchants were affected in reducing tax burdens on businesses. Well, the text never discusses voting habits influencing those tax policy. That's why these are also wrong. To see the number of doors and windows in French residences was kept to a minimum, but increased after 1830. Well, text doesn't even, yes, text mentions those doors and windows, but it doesn't discuss trends, right? There are no trends there. So that's why T is also wrong. Choice D, people with foreign investments were unlikely to have the right to vote. Yes, because foreign investors weren't taxed. So the people couldn't meet that 300 franc tax threshold. So that's the right choice, right? So the best choice here is choice D. Knowing how to solve just inference questions isn't enough. You need to master so many other question types on the SAT. And in this video right here, I gave a detailed step-by-step guide on how to solve them. Make sure to watch it.
We all know a feeling when a vocab question pops up with a word you've never seen before. What if you still could answer it without ever memorizing thousands of words? Today, I will show you 5 methods that don't rely knowing the words, but on tricks top scorers use. Stick around because this could change how you can handle SAT vocabulary questions even if you haven't studied a single word. So let's talk about Sam, a student just like you. He put in the hours, he crammed the word lists, he felt prepared. But on test day, total blank. The vocab questions came up and he felt that he was looking at a wheel. Words like temper, moderate, and balance all sounded close enough. But how do you choose? Sam felt stuck. But then he learned a system that changed the game for him, and today you will get the same advantage. Trust me, even strong students fall for this trap. Think about phrases like not uncommon or never impossible. The SAT loves these little tricks because they're just confusing enough under pressure. So here's the move. Whenever you see a double negative, flip it. Make not uncommon to common and never impossible to possible. A simple adjustment, but under time pressure, it's a game changer. Keep this in your mental toolkit and you will avoid some of the SAT's trickiest traps. But Sam had even a bigger realization. Even though he knew a few tricks, it still felt like guessing. So here's what he did, and it's a game changer. Before even glancing at the answer choices, predict what might fit the sentence. Imagine the word in your head. When you finally look at the options, you are matching your idea with the right word. It's no longer about guessing, but it's about finding the best fit. Okay, so what if you don't know the word at all? You're not alone, and this is where prefixes become your secret weapon. The SAT is built on patterns, and prefixes give you clues so that you can break down unfamiliar words. Let's have a look at an example. Subterranean. So in this case, sub means under, and terra means earth. Even if you don't know the exact meaning, you can guess it's related to something under the earth. Instead of memorizing every single word, you're learning to decode. And because you've been watching so far, I've got a special gift for you. A PDF list of essential SAT prefixes to help you reach that dream score. Grab it through the link in the description. Now, Once Sam started using these techniques, he realized the SAT felt different. It wasn't about cramming, it was about his system. But he knew he needed to master one last skill so that he can see his last score improve. And this is where elimination becomes your best friend. Here's a hidden truth. Most SAT vocabulary questions have two answers that are totally wrong. So instead of looking for the right answer, just start spotting the wrong ones. And you have to ask yourself some questions like, does this word fit the context? Does it match the sentence tone? If it feels off, cross it out. Now, here's where even the sharpest SAT students stumble. There are three massive mistakes that nearly everyone makes. Have you ever chosen a word that just looks impressive? You thought it might score you extra points. Here's a little secret. The SAT sets a trap for students who fall for this. You will often see a sophisticated looking word and it's tempting to pick it, right? But here's the trick. 9 times out of 10, that word is designed to mislead you. It's not about sounding fancy. It's about it fitting the sentence correctly. Let's talk about tone. Have you ever picked a word that seemed like a perfect match? And you find out that it was way off. It's easy to miss, but each sentence on the SAT carries a tone, a feeling. And ignoring this tone can flip the meaning entirely. For example, if a sentence is lighthearted and you pick a serious word, you've fallen into the tone trap. Finally, let's talk about overthinking. Have you ever narrowed down your choices to answers only to start second guessing yourself? Maybe you wonder, am I missing something? Overthinking is where most students trip up, and here's why. The SAT rewards instincts. If you're leaning towards an answer choice, trust it. Your gut feeling is often spot on. The more you second guess, the more likely you are to go for the wrong choice. So what should you do instead? So what happened to Sam? After he started using these strategies, vocabulary questions became so easy. He didn't need endless lists. He could break down sentences, spot traps, and he could use his gut feelings with confidence. Now that you know the biggest SAT pitfalls encountered on vocabulary questions, let's take things to the next level. If you're serious about getting a 1500 plus on the SAT fast, there is one video that gives you everything you need. And I break down the strategies, hacks, and study methods that actually work to boost your score quickly. Click here to watch how to get 1500 plus on the SAT fast. Trust me, you don't want to miss this one.
Here you have a whiteboard where I will show you so many SAT strategies and SAT questions so that you can ace your exam. So without further ado, let's get into it. So this is a 2-hour SAT reading masterclass and you're gonna learn so much in this masterclass. And there are 2 things that we will do, which is firstly, we will explore one strategy that can be applied for most SAT reading questions. And we will also do some practice with different question types on the SAT reading section. And I will also give you tips in order to solve those questions. So firstly, let's explore that one strategy. And it's so simple. Reading the question first, identifying the question type, reading the passage carefully, predicting, and selecting the right answer choice. And it was something that I should have said, even though it's a little basic, but now let's dive in. So we will start out with practice with question types and I will give it. So firstly, let's explore main idea questions. Well, main idea questions require you to have a bit of a unique strategy, which is firstly, you need to identify the general topic first. That is the number one thing that you're going to do. Next up, you will go broad, you'll go specific. And your kind of prediction for answer choices is going to be way more specific. And here's the thing, you should look for contrast, arguments, or position. And when you do practice with this question type, you will understand how to apply this thing, like identifying whether it's a contrast or whether there is an argument or position. And here's the SAT question. Now, like before we go into this SAT question, I should tell you one important thing, which is one trap that a lot of students fall into. And that is choosing an answer just because it has words that are in the passage. Don't be confused by that. Now let's move on to the question. So here you have it. Here's the passage and here are the answer choices. You can pause the video now and solve it on your own first. So let's read the text. So it asks for the main idea. Observations of distant galaxies reveal that the light emitted from them is often redshifted. So now we know the general topic, which is a light, like redshifted light. That's the general topic, meaning the wavelengths of the light are stretched, making them appear redder than they should be. And there's also this Doppler effect where the sound of an ambulance siren lowers in pitch as it moves away from an observer. Astronomers use the amount of redshift in a galaxy's light to estimate its velocity relative to Earth. Galaxies with larger redshifts are moving away from us at higher speeds, providing evidence for the expansion of the universe. So my prediction is that those redshift can allow those distant galaxies to expand on the universe. So that is my prediction. Now let's move on to choices. Choice A, redshift is a phenomenon that affects the color of light emitted from distant galaxies. Well, it's partially correct, but it's a little too narrow. Yes, that is true. The thing that is true is that redshift makes light appear redder. That is exactly true, but the passage isn't just about color changes. It's about using redshift as evidence for the expansion of the universe. So this is not the best choice here because it has some parts that are a little bit off. So that's why A is wrong. Choice B, astronomers use the Doppler effect to estimate the distance of galaxies from Earth. Well, the passage, yes, said that astronomers use redshift. But it doesn't say that astronomers use the Doppler effect to estimate velocity. The Doppler effect is mentioned only as a comparison here. It's not the main focus, so it shifts the main focus of the passage. That's why B is also wrong. Choice C, the amount of redshift in a galaxy's light provides evidence for the expansion of the universe. That's a perfect choice. Like, this is the main idea of the passage. Redshifts helps prove that the universe is expanding. So it covers the most important part of the passage. That's why C is the correct answer. Choice D, the sound of an ambulance siren changes pitch as it moves away from an observer due to the Doppler effect. Well, it's something that is completely off topic. The ambulance siren is just an example to help explain redshift, and it's not the main focus of the passage here. That's why D is also wrong. Now, let's move on to the... So in this case, the general topic was redshift. And our prediction, as I told, was redshift is important because it helps astronomers understand that the universe is expanding. Now let's move on to the next type of a main idea question. And in this type, we have a poem. And sometimes you might actually expect a poem on your exam. So firstly, let's read the poem. I wish I had paid attention to the first signs, the first whispers of change in the air. If the skies were darker or the rivers ran dry, it might have been subtle for all I can say. So unnoticed did it slip away. So blind was I to the shifts around me, so dull to mark the falling of the leaves that warned of storms in coming days. Well, the poem here shows or describes how the speaker failed to notice early signs of that environmental change. As you can see, storms here, that means there is an environmental change. They also mentioned that those signs are subtle, were subtle, but they were really significant. And they regret not realizing the importance of those changes earlier. And I believe that the speaker is kind of reflecting on how those environmental warning signs go unnoticed until it's too late. So yeah, so they're regretting over not noticing environmental changes earlier. Now let's look at choices. Choice A. The speaker reflects on how changes in nature often go unnoticed until their consequences become severe. Well, that's a great choice. I like this choice because this matches our prediction. And the speaker talks about missing early warning signs. That is exactly what the point was about. So I guess that's the correct answer choice. But still, let's have a look at others. Choice B. Because the speaker was unaware of the early signs of environmental change, they now struggle to understand the impact. I guess it's too specific for this main idea question, and the speaker regrets not noticing the signs, but the passage doesn't say they struggle to understand the impact now. So that's why B is wrong. Choice C is a new environmental crisis looms. The speaker debates the best way to respond and take action. Well, it's completely off topic, right? That's an example of a choice which is off topic, and you can literally eliminate these choices really easily. It doesn't mention a future crisis and nothing about taking action, so C is completely wrong. Choice D. After years of disregarding the environment, the speaker worries it may be too late to reverse the damage. Well, I guess it's too extreme. That's an example of a choice that shows a too extreme trap. The passage doesn't say the speaker actively disregarded the environment and just that they didn't notice the changes. So that's why D is wrong because of that. Now let's move on to the next question type, which is main purpose. Well, something that I should tell you is that main purpose is not a main idea. So yeah, that is something that you should definitely understand. And here we have a question that I've created. And you can pause the video now. You can solve it. So now they're asking for the main purpose. Let's read the passage. In the early 1900s, pioneering filmmaker began creating movies that depicted the experiences of Black Americans, challenging prevailing stereotypes in mainstream Hollywood. So there is a filmmaker, and he makes movies to show the experiences of Black Americans. Yep. His films, including those, addressed issues. So what are those issues? Such as racial injustice, economic struggles, and migration. So his work paves the way for future generations of Black filmmakers and remain a subject of scholarly study. So this passage talks about that filmmaker, his films, and his impact on Black American cinema, I guess. Yeah. Now let's move on to answer choices. Choice A, to discuss the impact of an influential filmmaker. I guess that's a great answer choice because that was the exact same thing that the passage talked about. They talked about is his impact. As you can see, it also remained a subject of scholarly study. So let's keep A. Choice B, to explain how silent films were made. Well, this passage isn't about the process of making those silent films, so we can literally eliminate this choice. Choice C, to compare the works of two early Black directors. Well, there is only one filmmaker discussed in this passage, so we can literally eliminate it. To describe the difficulties of filming on location, well, the passage doesn't even mention it, so we can literally eliminate D as well, so A is the best choice here. And now let's move on to the next question type here, which is function questions. As you can see, I should tell you most common before doing that, let's move on. Let's look at this question. This is how function questions look like. There is a one sentence that is underlined, and you should identify the function of that underlined portion. Before we go into that question, you need to know common function types. So the first type is meaning or explanation. That is, there might be some claim, and the next sentence, the underlined part, could explain it. So that's an example of meaning or explanation function type. Next up, we have study structure. And if the underlined part talks about the structure, how they did that study, then that it could be a study structure function type. It could also be clarification of a prior concept. It could clarify, and it could firstly tell that concept, a brand new concept, and then it could clarify it, it could explain it. It could also link concept, it could also show results, it could illustrate, or it could give examples. It could also summarize or conclude. Now let's move on to the question. So yep, let's read this passage. Architectural theorists have examined how postmodern architecture, and now the underlined part begins, a design movement that emerged as a reaction against the rigid simplicity of modernist architecture, emphasizing complexity, historical references, and playful ornamentation, challenges the dominant architectural trends of that century. Meanwhile, so that person has explored how architects blended modern ideals with regional influences to create diverse designs. However, so here we have a shift in the passage. The extent to which postmodern architecture opposed modernist versus adapted its principles remains debated, leading him to analyze both perspectives in his book. So the underlined portion here defines postmodern architecture, and it kind of describes its key characteristics. And the rest of the passage is it discusses how scholars studied those postmodern architecture, and it also has a shift here, and it says there is an ongoing debate about its relationship to modernism. So yeah, and we can now move on to answer choices. Choice A, it provides examples of how a movement was studied by scholars before that person's work. Well, the underlying portion doesn't even mention previous studies, so that's why we can eliminate choice A. Choice B, it gives a basic description of a movement that is central to the discussion that follows. Well, yeah, the underlying portion provides an overview of postmodern architecture, and that's the main topic of the passage, so I guess that's true. Let's keep B. Choice C, it clarifies a concept that the author implies was unclear in the studies mentioned in the text. Well, the passage doesn't say that postmodernism was unclear or misunderstood. It doesn't say that, so we can eliminate choice C. It introduces a method of architectural analysis that is discussed in greater detail later in the text. The underlined part defines a movement. It doesn't talk about a method, like nothing about the method here. That's why choice D is also wrong, and the best choice here is choice B. So yep. Always, before looking at the answer choices, you can ask yourself questions. What was that underlined portion was about? And it's gonna help you choose the answer. And the other thing that I see not many people think about is how does this underlying parts connect to the rest of the passage? Like connecting those dots is also something that is important. And in this case, it provides a background for the studies of scholars, right? Yep. Now let's move on to the next question type, which is quotation questions. Sometimes these questions are a little hard, and it's really important for us to practice on this question as well. So here's the question that I've created, and it asks for the claim which should illustrate the claim. Okay. So now let's read the short passage. The diversity of trees is a 2015 botanic study by Dr. Someone. In one section, that person discusses how certain tree species are more adaptable to climate change than others, emphasizing that some species thrive in various environmental conditions while others struggle. She writes, here we have a blank. So it says some tree species are adaptable to climate change than other tree species. So the correct answer choice should illustrate this idea, right? Meaning it should describe tree species that could thrive even though there are environmental challenges like climate, like environmental conditions. For example, it could be climate change as well. So now let's move on to choices. The towering of redwoods of California, once dominant, now facing growing threats from rising temperatures and prolonged droughts. This talks about trees struggling with climate change, but the claim isn't about species that adapt. But like what we want is the claim that should say species should adapt well to change. That is the claim that should be added. That's why choice A is wrong, because it doesn't include that part. It doesn't say there are some species that adapt well to change as well. So that's why A is wrong. Choice B, the resilient sycamore capable of withstanding both urban pollution and seasonal flooding continues to flourish in diverse landscapes. Yeah, this supports the idea that some tree species are more adaptable than others because it describes how this sycamores survive in those challenging conditions. That's why B is the correct answer choice. Choice C, the ancient ginkgo, a relic from the time of the dinosaurs, stands as a testament to the endurance of certain tree species. Well, it talks about species surviving for a long time, but it doesn't directly discuss its adaptability. It doesn't say it adapts well or not. That's why C is right. Choice D, beneath the shifting canopy, trees compete for sunlight, their branches stretching towards the sky in an endless struggle for survival. Well, this is a very general statement about tree growth and competition, and there's nothing about adaptation to climate change. That's why D is also wrong. So the best choice here is choice B, because it mentions a tree that could withstand pollution and flooding, which shows adaptability to climate change. So that's the best choice here. Now let's move on to the next question type, which is support and weaken. So here we have a question. Which finding, if true, would most directly supports the conclusion? Okay, so now let's read the text. So here we have something which is a widely cultivated species known for its sensitivity to climate temperature changes. As global temperatures rise, researchers are investigating how shifting climate patterns impact grape ripening and harvest timing. So they're researching how that climate change could affect two things. First one, grape ripening, and harvest time, the second one. One hypothesis suggests that warmer autumn temperatures extend the growing season, potentially leading to higher sugar content in grapes and earlier harvest. To evaluate this claim, here we have viticulturists. They monitored vines across multiple vineyards for several years, concluding that here we have a conclusion. Grapevines benefit from extended warmth in the fall, resulting in earlier ripening. So the passage says that warmer autumn help those grapevines ripen earlier. So that's the main thing, right? Which results in earlier ripening. Now we can move on to answer choices. Choice A. Although grapevines in cooler regions also showed some increase in sugar content in years with warmer autumns, the increase was much greater in vineyards located in traditionally warm climates. Well, yeah, this seems correct because it says warmer autumns lead to more ripening, and it also shows sugar content, which affects ripening increases, especially in warm regions. So let's keep A for now. Choice B. Although significant year-to-year variations in temperature were recorded during the study, no noticeable trend in harvest timing was observed across the vineyards monitored. If no trend in harvest timing was observed, then it contradicts the conclusion of researchers. That's why B is wrong. Choice C. Although grapevines in warm temperatures ripened earlier on average, those grown in higher altitudes ripened later than those in lower altitude regions regardless of temperature patterns. Well, this choice introduces altitude as a factor which will affect. Well, there was nothing about altitude in the passage. That's why we can eliminate choice C as well. Choice Z. Although grapevines in years with warmer autumns tended to produce more fruit overall, those years also had unusually cool springs, making it unclear whether autumn warmth alone was responsible for early ripening. This choice raises some doubts about whether autumn warmth is the sole cause, and it's literally going to weaken our conclusion. And we don't want that, right? That's why D is wrong. And the best choice here is choice A. And always look for an answer that literally tells you direct evidence of this trend, of this conclusion here. So yep, next up we have text completion question type. So here we have a question. You can pause the video right now and solve it on your own first. And so this question asks for completing the text. Let's read the text now. The eastern halberd is the largest species in North America and a key indicator of freshwater ecosystem health. Due to habitat destruction and water pollution, populations have declined significantly. So that's an important thing. Population have declined. Conservation biologists Dr. Rachel Simmons and her team tested whether a method called head starting, raising juveniles in captivity before releasing them into the wild, could improve survival rates. Working in two river systems, they released both juveniles and wild-born juveniles to compare survival rates. Simmons and her team found that Head Start individuals showed a much higher survival rate than did wild-born juveniles, suggesting that, like, so the passage suggests that head starting increases survival rates. So that head starting is the method, as you saw in this text, and it just improves survival rate. And the correct answer to show that. Choice A. Providing young individuals with a controlled environment before releasing may allow them to develop stronger survival skills that help them persist in the wild. Yeah, it supports that idea, which is head starting improves survival and says stronger survival skills. Yep, so I guess we can keep choice A for now. Choice B, salamanders that grow in polluted environments are inherently less likely to survive to adulthood than those in pristine habitats. Well, this discusses pollution, but the experiment focuses on head starting, non-environmental conditions here. That's why B is wrong. Choice C, head starting is more likely to improve survival rates for river-dwelling species than for land-dwelling species. Well, the passage never compares river-dwelling versus land-dwelling species. That's why choice C is also wrong. Choice D, some amphibians naturally experience high mortality rates in the wild regardless of conservation efforts. Well, this weakens the conclusion by implying conservation efforts won't help. And we don't want that, right? We don't want to weaken our conclusion. That's why D is also wrong. And the best choice here is choice A. I'm about to show you simple yet insanely powerful strategies to master the digital SAT reading section. Once you learn how to do this in these 3 easy steps, it's gonna skyrocket your accuracy, boost your confidence, and finally get you the score that you need. And this is the exact same strategy that has helped hundreds of students crush the SAT. So let's jump right into it. For you to get a high SAT score, you definitely need to improve your reading score. And improving your reading score leads to so many opportunities, like higher total SAT score equals better college options. A strong SAT reading score can really boost your overall SAT performance, and that will make you a stronger applicant than so many students. And you can also get bigger scholarship opportunities. And you can also improve your reading skills, and you can understand faster, and you can be way more effective when you're reading and when you're processing complex information. Next up, you can also improve your critical thinking and comprehension by improving your reading score. So, and you have a question, but how do you actually improve your SAT reading score? And there are mainly 2 ways of improving it. So the first way is by mastering implicit meaning and author's purpose. And this is really powerful skill that you need to have in order to crush the SAT reading section. And the next step, you need the right strategies. And in this video, we will cover both of these, and I've prepared SAT questions that I've created, and I will show you so many strategies that you will need, and I will also tell you how to master implicit meaning and how to identify the purpose of the author. But firstly, let me tell you, your SAT reading journey looks like this. You watch your favorite SAT tutor's guaranteed 1620 plus SAT score masterclass video. You spend 3 hours trying to use a vague skimming and scanning strategy that they gave you to answer a single passage. And you check your answers with the College Board explanations, but half of them make no sense. You take a much deserved break to watch some random YouTube videos or maybe videos on Instagram. And a week later, you see a Reddit post of a student flexing their 1580 SAT score and their acceptance to Harvard. And you suddenly remember your SAT reading practice. So you say, this is time to lock in, right? And you review your old mistakes and answers, and you actually recognize some of those questions. And you're about to be a reading genius. You start telling your friends, family, that this is the time you will finally break through SAT reading. You're already a master of the SAT, right? All you need now is just practice a little more. And you look up an advanced SAT reading strategy video from your favorite tutor. And you start using those overhyped tricks to skyrocket your score. And you practice for maybe a day. Absolute crickets. Your score barely moves. You kinda give up, and then you stumble across another tutor's video promising secret SAT reading hack no one talks about. You try, and still struggling. You pretty much give up on SAT reading. It's just not fair. The test takers should be rewarding your random guessing strategies. They should be handing out free 700 plus scores in the SAT English section, right? That was a joke. So the real problem is that you haven't mastered implicit meaning and the purpose of the author. And the second real problem is that you're not using the right strategies for the SAT. So firstly, let's master implicit meaning and author's purpose. So firstly, in order to master it, you need to understand tone and attitudes, which is why the author feels a certain way. Secondly, you need to understand underlying assumptions. These are hidden messages in the text. Next up, we will cover contrast and shift words. It's usually where the arguments changes its direction. Now let's first start off with tone and attitude, why the author feels a certain way. So firstly, the first really powerful strategy that if you start implementing this, you will see so much growth, which is finding the adjectives and adverbs. If the author says, this discovery was remarkable and groundbreaking, their tone is enthusiastic. And if they say, this theory is questionable and unconvincing, the tone is skeptical. It may seem a little too easy, but we will move on even to so advanced and really powerful strategies as well. Next up, the second thing that you have to look at is looking at the verbs. Ask yourself, if the author challenges an idea, that means they're skeptical. And if they praise something, they're supportive. Next up, you need to analyze the opening and closing lines. Usually, I'm not saying all the time, but usually the introduction often hints at tone, and the conclusion reinforces it. There's also something final too about tone and attitude that so many students get wrong, which is tone questions have subtle traps. A lot of students think that optimistic and hopeful are the same things, right? When you think about it, it kind of seems they're the same thing. But actually, they are completely different stuff. Optimistic is confident, and hopeful suggests uncertainty. And that's an important thing you need to understand. Now let's move on to the second part, which is underlying assumptions, which are hidden messages in the passage. Ask yourself, what must be true for this argument to work? If an author argues that banning cars will reduce pollution, there is the hidden assumption there, which is cars are a major cause of pollution. Also, look for gaps in logic. Usually in the text, if the author says more money in education leads to smarter students, the assumption is that finding is the main factor affecting intelligence, and that it's kind of looking for that logic in the text. Next up, identify cause and effect claims. If an author argues that watching TV causes laziness, that means that they seem TV is the main reason for laziness. Next up, contrast and shift words, and that's where the argument changes its direction. So firstly, the most easy and basic way of doing it is by spotting but and however. So that's the easiest part of it. And these words signal an important shift in the argument, and it usually kind of leads to the main idea. Next up, you can look for cause and effect shifts. And those can be as a result, thus, therefore, and those words, and those phrases or linking words indicate conclusions from those previous arguments in the passage. Sometimes a shift is subtle or delayed. If the contrast isn't immediately after, however, you need to read one more sentence for full clarity. Sometimes it's not usually going to be as clearly shown like this. Now let's look at some SAT reading questions in order to apply the right strategies, and I will also show those strategies after analyzing these questions. So the first one, we have two texts. And now let's read the question. Based on the text, how would the author of text 1 would most likely respond to the claim about benefits of that research in text 2? Okay, that is interesting. So now let's read both of the texts. The classification of ancient written scripts has long been debated. So there is a debate. While some scholars argue that grouping them into broad linguistic families is usable, others claim that such classifications can be overly simplistic and fail to account for the complexities of the language evolution. As linguists argue in their study, the relationships between scripts may be better understood through their functional use rather than linguistic lineage. So, text 1 argues that classifying those ancient scripts by linguistic family can be misleading, and that functional use is a better way to analyze them. So if we now know the meaning of text 1, now let's move on to text 2. The Indus script found in the ruins of ancient Indus Valley civilization remains undeciphered. Some researchers believe that computational analysis could reveal patterns in the script that suggest it represents a true language rather than a set of symbolic or religious marks. By applying the statistical methods similar to those used in deciphering the main scripts, researcher and his team aim to categorize recurrent patterns, potentially leading to the breakthroughs in script classification. So text 2 kind of describes how those computational analysis might help to classify. It also kind of understands the Indus script as well, and it says there are patterns, and so in short, text 2 says such classifications are useful. Whereas in text 1, it says that classifications based on linguistic family is misleading and functional use is a better way. That's what text wants. Now let's kind of try to predict. I believe that text 2, the author would say or would argue that function is a more effective way to study those scripts. Now let's look at answer choices. Choice A, by suggesting that future research may provide substantial advancements in the field of computational script analysis. Well, text 1 questions classification itself rather than arguing for better research methods, so that's why A is wrong. Choice B, by asserting that classifying ancient scripts based on linguistic lineage may not be the most effective approach. I believe this is the right answer because text 1's argument directly states that classification by lineage is too simplistic. So I guess B is the right answer. But still, let's have a look at other choices. C, by arguing that some scripts are more easily deciphered using computational methods than others. Well, text 1 doesn't even discuss differences in how scripts are deciphered. That's why choice C is wrong. Choice D, by emphasizing that written symbols do not always represent full linguistic systems. Well, this may be a valid linguistic idea, but text 1 does not focus on whether those symbols are a part of a full language. That's why choice D is also wrong. Now, here are 3 strategies that are so powerful, and make sure to use those strategies in so many SAT questions. So the first strategy here is applying the principle of scientific skepticism. And you may be thinking, what does that even mean? Well, SAT questions often test your critical thinking skills as well. So one passage may challenge the assumptions of another passage. If one text questions classification methods, the correct answer will likely emphasize why classification is flawed rather than suggesting improvements. Next up, using logical inference chains. For example, if text 1 argues against classification in general and text 2 supports classification with a new methods, then that means that text 1's author wouldn't suddenly approve of a new method. They would likely still disagree. And then next up, we have the third strategy, which is identifying the competing hypotheses trap. Usually, wrong answer choices often introduce competing but sometimes unrelated hypotheses like ease of deciphering in this case. And in order to avoid being trapped, you have to ask yourself, does this choice match the main argument, or is it a related but wrong answer choice? Now let's move on to the next SAT question. And it is text completion question type. Now let's try and answer this question. So the first thing, we need a question. Which choice most logically complete the text? Okay. So now let's read the text. Certain similarities in listeners, the brain wave patterns corresponded to the structural similarities between genres, suggesting a neurological basis for musical perception. This was observed for both jazz and electronic music, but was especially pronounced in listeners' responses to classical compositions, which can be seen in the heightened activation of the prefrontal cortex, an area linked to complex auditory processing. A different study found that those classical music evokes similar neural responses, suggesting that's blank. So we need to logically complete the text. Firstly, let's talk about the passage. The passage tells us that musical genres with structural similarities evoke similar neural responses, and classical music, especially here, as you can see, classical music triggers similar brain activities. That's what it means. Now let's move on to selecting answer choices. Choice A, that similarities with respect to that response could result from a shaped aspect of the musical structure. I believe this is the right answer because this directly connects to the finding of that idea that the similarity in neural activity is because of structural commonalities. As you can see here, it's because of structural similarities or commonalities. And choice A directly supports that. Choice B, individual listeners of Baroque music likely exhibit higher prefrontal cortex activation than listeners of romantic music. Well, the passage doesn't compare the strengths of the response between the two genres, so that's why B is the wrong answer choice. Choice C, Baroque and romantic music elicit a stronger neurological response than most other music genres. Well, the passage doesn't even claim that how strong the response is compared to all other genres. That's why she's wrong. Choice D, the two genres will likely become less structurally similar over time. Well, this passage is just about current neurological responses. It doesn't even predict future changes in musical genres, so that's why D is also wrong. So as you can see, there are two strategies that are really important, which are using the cause and effect contingency rule. And this strategy is so powerful, and you can actually use it in almost every SAT reading question. And for example, the passage might set up a cause. In this case, it's similar structure. And then there could be an effect, which is similar neural responses. And the correct answer should reinforce this cause and effect link, and it should not introduce a new or unrelated idea. Next up, the next strategy is identifying scientific assumptions. Well, the passage in this case assumes that structural similarities in music lead to neural similarities, and the best answer should directly support this assumption rather than challenging it. So that's also an important strategy that we need to know. Now that you know the right strategies and you know how to identify the purpose of the author and you've mastered the implicit meaning, if you still make mistakes that are ruining your score, well, all of these statements are useless. So make sure to check out this video where I shared top 5 biggest mistakes that are hurting your score. I used to think that scoring high on the SAT was just about studying more, grinding through endless SAT practice questions, memorizing lots of formulas, and memorizing so many vocabulary words. If you apply the right strategies, your score increases. And if you don't use those strategies, you will stay stuck. And it's that simple. So in this video, as you can see in this whiteboard, I will share 5 really powerful strategies, and each one is so important if you're taking the March SAT. So let's get into it. So here we have strategy number 1, and it's called what versus so what method, and it is so powerful. And firstly, I will give you the SAT question that I've created, and then I will show you how this strategy is applied in this specific question, and I will show you how you can use this exact same strategy on other SAT questions. So let's look at this SAT question. So let's start reading this. So it asks for the main idea of the text. Now let's read it. The proliferation of digital consumption, okay, regarding conventional print literature versus emergent electronic media. So they are comparing 2 things. The first one is conventional print literature, and the second one is emergent electronic media. So while those traditional books, they are for textual engagements, digital alternatives such as ebooks, audiobooks, and hyperlinked articles have introduced a shift in cognitive retention and accessibility. So it says the benefits of both of these methods, both traditional ones and digital ones. So now they're saying what researchers posit. And what those researchers think is integrating both of those, both print and digital formats, will help them for comprehension and recall. Yep. And it says there is an increase in retention rates. Yeah. Now, the main idea, in order to predict this question, this strategy, which is what's versus so what method, is going to help us to predict it. So the first step is, after reading a passage, ask yourself these 2 questions. So the first question here is, what is the passage talking about? So in this case, you have to find the topic. And in this passage, it was print versus digital media. And then the next question that you want to ask yourself is, so what's the big takeaway? Main idea, in this case, which is main idea, is using both print and digital formats together improves comprehension. So using both is really good. Now we can go to the answer choices and choose the right answer. Choice A. The transition from print to digital media signifies an inevitable of conventional books. Okay. So inevitable is a very extreme word, and I don't really like it. And as well, in addition to that, there's no kind of a transition from print to digital media, and the passage says we have to integrate both. That's why choice A is wrong. Now let's have a look at choice B. Digital consumption modalities have redefined the cognitive processes associated with textual engagement. nothing about redefining those processes. So that's why choice B is wrong. A hybrid approach integrating print and digital media fosters superior comprehension and retention. And that's exactly what we predicted, and that's the correct answer to it. Now let's have a look at choice D. Audiobooks and ebooks have demonstrably surpassed traditional reading in terms of cognitive efficiency. No, we can't say that because the passage's conclusion is that we have to integrate both. And in this case, they're saying digital formats are better. No, it's not. So D is also wrong. So the best choice here is choice C. Now, let's move on to the next strategy. Strategy number 2. And it's so powerful. If you use it right, I'm sure you can ace your March SAT or whatever exam you were taking. So it has to do all about extreme words. And knowing these words is going to help you to eliminate answer choices really quickly. And if you can spot those, it's going to be so easy. But I can't guarantee that every single answer choice that uses those extreme words is incorrect. In 99%, in 98% of the times, those answer choices are going to be wrong that include an extreme word. But sometimes if the passage actually says that, then it might also be true. So I've actually went ahead and collected all those extreme words that you should be aware of. And I found 3 main patterns. So the first type of extreme words is absolute words. And those things include like always, never, completely, forever, all, everyone. And I highly recommend you to be aware of these things, to be aware of these words. And the next type is exaggerated or overgeneralized words. For example, those words can include inevitably, definitely, definitively, undoubtedly, universally, unstoppable. And those words are exaggerated or overgeneralized words. And the next category is comparative versus superlative traps. Best, worst, least, greatest, ultimate, perfect, impossible, no chance. So I highly recommend you to know these. And I've actually got a PDF in the description below if you want to access to these. And now let's move on to the next strategy. Strategy number 3. And it's also really, really powerful. And if you know how to use it well, you can ace your exam. So let's start off. So it's all about understanding percentage increases. And a lot of the times on the FAT, in many of the exams, there are always questions related to percentages. So it's really important to understand this strategy. So firstly, before telling you how the strategy works, I want to show you the SAT question that will illustrate how it's used. The result of increasing the quantity X by 200% is 21. What's the value of X? So in this case, we've got a quantity, which is X. And this is like 100%. And if we have to add 200% of that, that would be 200%. That would be 2x. Let me fix that. Yep. 2x. And if we add both, because it's being increased, that would be 3x. 3x equals 21. And x equals 7. So here we found the right answer. So the best choice is B, 7. And here's a trap. D is a trap because they are using the same number as you can see here. So yeah, make sure that you're not gonna be rushing. So the main strategy here is understanding percentage increases. So here are 3 examples of them. 100% increase is doubling the original number. 200% increase is tripling the original number. And 300% increase is quadrupling, and so on and so forth. So here, this was the strategy number 3. And now let's move on to the next strategy, strategy number 4. And that is knowing these March SAT predictions. And the link to the PDF of like literally 100% free 12-page worksheet of those SAT English predictions is in the description below, and you can get access to it completely for free. So now let's move on to the last and most important strategy of all, and it's the one that is way more powerful than all these first 4 strategies. And if you know this one, I'm sure it's gonna be easy. And that strategy or tip, you could say, is avoiding choices that assume too much. Before you click off this video, I want to say that this one is so tricky, and sometimes you may not even realize that you are assuming. That's why you literally have to pay attention to this SAT question that is on the screen right now. And let's have a look at this one. Which choice best describes the function of the 2 underlined portions in the text as a whole? So as you can see, you have a short 4-line poem, and you've got a multiple choice question, and which asks us about the function of those 2 underlined portions. The first one is autumn leaves, and the second one is my memories drift. So firstly, let's understand what this poem is about. So it's like a story, right? We've got a windy autumn day, and there are leaves. They're swirling all over the place. So that means they have no control. They just move wherever they want. The wind pushes them wherever the wind pushes them. And we could think about memories as well here. So yes, they're kind of comparing those 2 things. And memories are also the ones that we don't really control. And just like those leaves in the wind, our thoughts, our memory drift around chaotically. So I guess the first underlined part, which is leaves, is kind of physical object. And the next second underlined part, which is memories, is abstract thing. So I guess the poem here is making a comparison between those first physical and abstract objects. So now let's go through the answer choices. Choice A. The poem isn't about time passing. It's about how memories move. Like, let's look at choices. They contrast 2 perspectives, one external, one internal, on the passage of time. Well, this poem isn't about time passing, and it's about how memories move like those leaves. So this is wrong. Choice B, they provide examples, one natural, one psychological, of a force beyond control. So this one is so tricky, and it's almost correct, because both winds and our memories are out of control. But it does examples, and the poem isn't just listing those examples. It's making kind of a comparison, or we can also say that as a metaphor, maybe. Now, choice C, they describe the subjects, one tangible and one intangible, of a metaphor that extends throughout the poem. Yes. So the leaves here are tangible, and the memories here are intangible. And the poem, the poet compares them through very extended metaphor here. So I guess that's a perfect match. Now let's look at choice D. They symbolize two different experiences, one painful and one nostalgic, that the speakers revisits in the poem. Well, the poem never says that one is painful and the other is nostalgic, so that's an assumption, I believe. So as you can see, I believe the best choice here is choice C. And now here's our strategy, which is assuming it looks like this. The SAT only asks about what is actually in the text, not what you think might be true. For example, in this case, in choice A, passage of time would be something that students might think, right? Because memories drift is kind of related to passage of time, but it's something that we're assuming. And even in choice D, you're kind of assuming that one is painful or the other is nostalgic. So that's the thing that you want to look out for. And if you truly want to get a very high SAT score on your upcoming exam, then I believe that you need way more strategies, way more practice questions so that you can nail your exam. And in this playlist right here, you can get access to so many tips, strategies, hacks that you need to get your dream SAT score on your next exam. After working with hundreds of SAT test takers, I've discovered something really crazy. 5 major SAT mistakes that are keeping you stuck at a very low score. And they're not usual tips like study more or do more practice questions. They are the real reasons why your score isn't improving. In this video, I will show you exactly what these mistakes are and how to fix them. Let's get into it. So in this whiteboard, as you can see, there are 5 major mistakes that are keeping you stuck. So let's get started with mistake number 1, which is getting tricked by a partial match. In this case, I will give you an SAT question like this, and I will show you how the College Board is trying to give a trap. So in this question, let's read it. So which choice best states the main idea of the text? So it's asking about the main idea. Now let's read the text. The Metropolitan Museum of Art curates a vast collection that spans thousands of years, showcasing works from diverse cultures and time periods. So the most important words here are vast collection and diverse cultures and time periods. Some of its exhibits highlights the masterpieces of renowned artists such as Leonardo da Vinci and that person drawing large crowds. So it's saying those exhibits highlights those very famous artists. However, so here we have a change in our text. The museum also dedicates significant space to lesser known artists. So lesser known, so they're contrasting, saying that they not only show those very famous artists, but they also show less famous artists, including those from underrepresented communities whose works provide a unique perspective on historical and cultural narratives. So our prediction is that they exhibit not only famous ones, but also those who are lesser known. Now let's go to choices. Choice A, the Metropolitan Museum of Art's exhibits featuring Leonardo da Vinci attract significantly more visitors than those showcasing lesser-known artists. There's nothing about the number of visitors in this text, so that's why choice A is wrong. Choice B, the Metropolitan Museum of Art showcases both famous and lesser-known artists to highlight the universal power of artistic expression. Yes, it focuses on famous and lesser-known artists, so let's keep this choice. Choice C, the museum exhibits featuring lesser-known artists focus more on historical narratives than on art techniques. So this choice is wrong because there is no comparison between historical narratives and artistic techniques. It's very detailed thing. It's too specific and it cannot be the main idea of the text. And in addition to that, this wrong answer choice includes real words from the passage, but with a twist. And to choice A and C here includes real words from the passage, like historical narratives. Let me show you the same exact word, historical narratives. So it's using the exact same phrase, but it adds a misleading comparison, more on historical narratives than artistic techniques. So make sure that you don't fall for it. And that's why choice C is wrong. Now let's have a look at choice D. The Metropolitan Museum of Art originally displayed only famous European artists, but has since expanded to include artists from various backgrounds. There's nothing about European artists, so we can eliminate this choice. So the best choice here is choice B. So as you can see, that's the mistake, which is getting tricked by a partial match. Some sort of phrase is used from the passage. It does not mean that that is the correct answer. Now let's move on to mistake number 2, which is choosing an answer that is true but not the best supports. Now let me show you through a real SAT questions I created. So which choice, if true, would most directly supports the analyst's claim? A leading online retailer recently introduced a chatbot designed to enhance customer interactions by offering instant responses to inquiries. So it's a chatbot and it will give you responses instantly within seconds. Initially, some company executives worried that customers who engaged with the chatbot would feel less inclined to reach out to human representatives, reducing overall engagement with the company. However, so here we have a shift, contrast. Company analysts report that their survey data shows these concerns were unwarranted. So they first thought that if we have a chatbot, then people will not be inclined to reach out to humans. But that is actually not true. Instead, I believe my prediction is that it actually increases the overall engagement with the company. Now let's look at choices. Choice A, most surveyed customers who contacted the company indicated they were unaware of the chatbot before their first interaction. This is not something that is stated, and we don't really care whether they were aware of that chatbot before or after the first interaction. That's why choice A is wrong. Also, yep, so now let's look at choice B. Most surveyed customers who contacted the company indicated that they primarily sought help with complex issues requiring human assistance. Well, there's nothing about complex or simple issues, that's why we can eliminate choice B. Many surveyed customers who contacted the company indicated that the chatbot helped them feel more comfortable reaching out to human representatives. Yes, that's the exact same thing that the passage says. It increases overall engagement. And engagement could be feeling more comfortable reaching out to human representatives of that company. So yes, that's the best choice here. Choice C is the answer, but still let's have a look at choice D and prove why D is also wrong. Many surveyed customers who contacted the company indicated they would likely use the chatbot again to review their past interactions. I mean, the part that is kind of a little bit off is reviewing their past interactions, and it's not something that is related. That's why choice D is also wrong. And in this case, the mistake that a ton of students make is picking an answer that seems factually reasonable, but it doesn't directly prove the claim. As an example, many students take choice D. This choice D. And the reason why it's wrong is because this shows that users like the chatbot, but it doesn't prove whether chatbot use increases or maintains that human engagement. It has nothing to do with increased engagement. That's why it should directly connect to the claim. So now let's move on to mistake number 3. And this one is also so powerful that so many students unintentionally make this mistake. And that mistake is falling for that's a linking work as a paraphrase tra. And let me show you how it's used. The historical, which is a temple in Athens, has withstood numerous earthquakes over centuries due to its unique construction techniques. In 2020, researchers examined how similar techniques were used in Japan's temple, which has survived over 1,300 years despite frequent seismic activity. Now, the next sentence talks about the interlocking wooden joints in that temple allow the structure to flex and absorb earthquake forces without collapsing. So the first sentence talks about those earthquake resistant techniques, and the next sentence talks about that new temple, like that temple in Japan, and its similar technique. And I believe that the missing transition must show how the second sentence relates to the first. So now let's analyze each option logically. Choice A, furthermore. It adds a new and additional points, but this is not just an extra detail. It explains something that is very specific, so we can eliminate this choice. Meanwhile suggests two things happening at the same time, but this isn't a timeline comparison, so we can eliminate this choice as well. That is kind of clarifies or restates something, but the second sentence is not a restatement. It's an example. So now we can eliminate this choice as well. For example, introduces a specific illustration of a very general idea, which is exactly what the second sentence here does. That's why choice D is the correct answer choice. Let me explain you that mistake. If the second sentence rewords or re-explains the first one, that would be correct. But in this case, as you saw, it's not a paraphrase, it's a specific example. Now let's move on to the next mistake. Mistake number 4. And that is picking an answer that appears in only one passage, and it's related to texts. And let's solve this question in order to understand what that mistake is and how we can fix it. Based on the text, both authors would most likely agree with which statements? So let's read text 1. Urban planners working on stream restoration project emphasize the importance of maintaining natural vegetation along riverbanks. This vegetation not only prevents erosion but also supports wildlife and improves water quality. Many cities are now prioritizing the planting of native vegetation in their urban stream restoration efforts to counteract the effects of past urbanization. So they're talking about natural vegetation being good, and it's listing some of its benefits. Now let's read text 2. Ecologists studying urban streams have found that restoring natural vegetation along the riverbanks plays a crucial role in stabilizing ecosystems. The presence of native plants reduces erosion, filters pollutants, and provides habitat for fish and other aquatic species. As a result, many urban restoration projects focus on reintroducing these plants as a key part of their strategy. So the text 2 also says that natural vegetation is good, right? Telling some even more benefits of it. Now let's read the choices. Cities often struggle to maintain native vegetation in urban stream restoration projects, and there's nothing about struggling. So A is wrong because of that. Choice B, native vegetation is essential for protecting and improving urban streams. Yes, that sounds the right answer, so let's keep it. Choice C, urban planners focus more on reducing pollution than restoring natural vegetation. There's no comparison here, so that's why choice C is wrong. The role of native vegetation in urban ecosystems is widely debated among experts. There's no debate in both of these texts, so D is also wrong. And as you can see, choice B is the best answer choice here. So choice A mentions a struggling to maintain vegetation, but this is not discussed in both texts. That's why my recommendation is to choose an answer that both authors agree on. Now let's move on to mistake number 5, which is not knowing the right strategies. If you really want to get a high score on the SAT, then I believe that you should know way more strategies. And in this playlist right here, I dive into so many strategies that you will need for different type of question types on the SAT. So make sure to watch that video. Only 20 hours to the SAT, and you can still crush it. I've helped over 100 students from 25 countries improve their SAT scores, and trust me, I've seen what works even at the last minute. First, I will dive into 3 mental prep tips that will keep you calm and laser focused when it matters most. And finally, I will reveal 3 crucial things you must do the day before the exam to walk in confident and ready. Don't skip any part of this. You will see why as we go. It's the night before the SAT, and let's be real. Your mind is probably racing. Did I study enough? What if I blank out? What if I can't sleep? And here's the thing, your brain has already done the hard work, and now it's time to trust it. But if you let stress and anxiety take over, even the best prep can go to waste. First step, mindfulness. This one is so powerful. When test anxiety hits, it can feel like your brain is spiraling out of control. To stop that spiral, I highly recommend you to try these things. Sit somewhere quiet. Breathe in deeply through your nose for 4 seconds. Hold your breath and exhale slowly through your mouth for 8 seconds. Repeat this for just 2 minutes. It lowers your heart rate, calms your nervous system, and brings you back into the present. And here's the bonus. Combine this with mindfulness. Focus on something tangible like the sound of your breath or the feel of your feet on the ground. It's like hitting a mental reset button. But remember, this is just the first step. To truly boost your confidence, you will need the next technique. This is the secret weapon Olympic athletes use before competitions, and it works wonders for test takers too. Here's how to do it. Close your eyes and imagine yourself walking into the test center. Picture yourself sitting down, flipping through the test booklets and answering questions with ease. Feel the confidence? See yourself finishing the test and walking out, knowing you gave it your all. Why does this work? Because your brain can't always tell the difference between imagination and reality. The more you visualize success, the more your mind believes it's possible. And if that sounds too good to be true, just wait until you hear the next tip, because this one is a game changer for managing your stress long term. And here's the truth. The SAT is just one test. Yes, it's important, but it doesn't define your future. Putting too much pressure on yourself to be perfect can actually hurt your performance. Instead, set realistic expectations. Aim to do your best, not to be perfect. Focus on the effort you've put in rather than the outcome. And here's a little perspective for you. Even if you don't crush it this time, there are always more opportunities to retake it or shine in other areas. When you keep that in mind, you will find it much easier to stay calm and give your best performance tomorrow. It's the night before the SAT and you're so close to the finish line. But let's face it, what you do today could make or break your performance tomorrow. The question is, how do you make sure you're walking into that test center feeling prepared, confident, and ready to crush it? I'm about to share 3 things you must do today to set yourself up for success. And let me tell you, most students miss at least one of them, and it costs them points they could have easily earned. But here's the deal. If you don't stick around to the end, you will miss the one thing that could completely derail your test day. Let's get into it. First step, stop cramming. I get it. The temptation is real. You're thinking, if I just learn one more formula or memorize one more word list, I will be ready. But I'm gonna be really honest with you. Cramming doesn't stick. In fact, it can overload your brain and leave you feeling more stressed. Instead, spend 30 minutes doing a light review. Go over the key strategies you've practiced, review a few practice problems you've already done to reinforce confidence. Maybe flip through a few flashcards, but only if they are familiar. Then stop. Close the books. Your goal today isn't to learn something new. It's to solidify what you already know. And trust me, this is just step one. What you do tonight is just as important as what you do during the test tomorrow. Next one, sleep. Now, before you think, I know this already, I've heard it a million times, hear me out. It's not about hearing these obvious points, it's about understanding them and knowing how to apply them in the most effective way possible. And let me tell you something. Most of the success on the SAT comes from repeating the basics, not trying to chase some flashy secret method. But for whatever reason, people still don't do it. So what's the secret? It's having someone explain it to you in a logical and structured manner. Someone who doesn't just say do this or do that, but shows you the why and the how, so you can start seeing real progress. So when you sleep, your brain organizes all the information you've been cramming into it for the past few weeks. Without enough rest, your ability to recall information and focus will really drop. Here's what to do. Set an alarm for a consistent wake-up time. Avoid screens for at least 30 minutes before bed to help your brain wind down. And don't forget, sleep is about quality, not just quantity. Aim for 7 to 10 hours of solid rest. And here's a quick tip. If nerves are keeping you awake, try the breathing exercise I shared earlier. It works wonders for calming your mind. But even if you get the perfect night's sleep, one mistake in tomorrow's prep could throw everything off. That's why this next step is so crucial. The last thing you want is to wake up tomorrow and realize you forgot something really important. So that's why I've prepared a checklist for you. Your ID and SAT admission ticket, a calculator, and make sure it's a approved one. Pencils, at least 2 sharpened ones. Snacks and water to keep your energy up during the breaks. And plan a solid breakfast. Nothing too heavy, but something filling. Think eggs, oatmeal, or fruit. And because you've been watching so far, I have a bonus tip for you. Lay out your clothes the night before so you're not rushing in the morning. Double check everything tonight and I promise you, you will feel so much more in control tomorrow. Imagine how much your SAT score could improve if you had access to all the best secrets in one place. Click on this playlist right here, Digital SAT Tips, where I've shared advanced strategies that have helped students increase their SAT scores. I'm just launching a free 100-day digital SAT course so that I can give you everything that you need to crush your SAT goals. And in this course, we will talk about the same strategies and practice questions that help countless students achieve 1500 plus scores. And now I'm giving them to you for free. And this course is packed with insider tips, proven techniques, and practical steps to master the digital SAT format, tackle each question type confidently, and maximize your score in less time. And I believe that you won't find the same information for free anywhere else, because honestly, the real ways to increase your SAT score are usually gate-kept behind a $1,000 paywall. So you might be asking why free? Because I believe that every student deserves access to high-quality education. even without financial barriers. Whether you're aiming for a dream college or even if you want to get a scholarship, this course is designed to get you there. And if you go through all this course, you will have everything that you need to get a very high score on the SAT. And I want to make it way better than 99% of other paid courses. And if you don't believe me, go and buy some of people's paid courses and come back to mine and compare the value that I share. But if you don't complete this course until the end, I have some bad news for you. You're probably not gonna make it. So grab a massive notebook, 2 pens, sit back, relax, and get ready to tackle some game-changing notes. So let's dive in. So this is day 1 of our 100-day free digital SAT course. And in this first lesson, we will be talking about central ideas and details. So what are they? So central idea is the main point or purpose of the passage or a paragraph, whereas details are specific information supporting or illustrating the central idea. So you may be thinking how to identify these questions. And there are 4 common phrases. What is the main purpose of the passage? What does the author mainly focus on? Or what is the author's main idea? The passage suggests ... So mainly the 3 skills that you need to have in order to get questions right in this question type. So the first skill is summarizing the passage. So what you want to do is just skim the passage to understand its topic. So this is the first thing that you want to do when you read the passage. You want to identify the topic. What is the passage about? And then you want to identify the purpose if the question is asking, why is it actually written? You can also look for repetition of keywords or ideas. So repeated ideas are kind of main ideas. And the second skill that you need is spotting key sentences. So in some passages, you can find topic sentences of each paragraph. And I'm not saying that you can find the topic sentence of each paragraph all the time, but sometimes you might find it, and it's usually gonna be in the first or last sentences. And you can also identify shifts in tone or direction. So the words that you see a lot on the SAT that can shift the tone is however. And this is the most common one that I've seen in past exams in digital SAT. Thus is also, I've seen thus as well. So the third skill is using context clues for details. You also have to be able to find specific evidence in the passage to support the central idea. So that's also important. So now let's go through a step-by-step process. So the first step is reading the question. Determine if it's asking for a central idea, main point, or a detail. So that's the first thing that you want to do. You have to identify what is the question asking for. And then the second step is skimming the passage. And during this step, you have to note key phrases in the introduction and conclusion. Next up, you have to find the editors. For questions that ask details, you have to locate the specific line or paragraph. So, yeah, you have to identify the specific line. And the next step is eliminating wrong answer choices. And you might have heard this so many times, but a lot of people don't actually teach you how to eliminate some choices. So usually wrong choices are the ones that are irrelevant or extreme answers. And you may be thinking, what do you mean by extreme answer choices? What I mean here is that there are some answer choices that include words like every time, always, or never. And those answer choices include those extreme phrases that are usually wrong. That I'm not saying 100% of the time, but they are usually wrong. Answers based on personal assumptions or unrelated details. So this is also kind of a type of wrong answer choices where they give some sort of assumptions that are not actually exist in the passage, or they may also include unrelated details. So the final step to answering the question right is verifying the answer. You have to match it with the passage's key ideas or specific evidence. So now I'm gonna tell you 3 common traps, and then we will solve questions related to them. So the first type is the ones that are too broad or too narrow. Central idea questions often trick students with overly general or overly specific answer choices. So you have to keep that in mind. So the second common trap that I see a lot of students make is misleading details. For detailed questions, irrelevant information can appear correct. For example, in the passage, the answer choice might be true, but is it actually relevant to the question they are asking? So you have to ask that question. And in the questions that you're going to solve, you will see those types of common traps as well. So the third type is assumptions. So you have to avoid answers that are not directly supported by the passage. So now here we'll be solving questions. And not to spoil the Blue Book practice tests, what I did was I excluded active questions. I excluded questions from full-length practice tests. And there is a feature like that in College Board question bank. So I excluded all these questions so that I will not be spoiling those practice tests. And we will be solving those things because I personally believe that College Board resources are the best ones to prepare. I've seen some third-party questions and they're not as good as you may think. So now, without further ado, let's get into it. So here we have the first question. So go back, and the first step is reading the question. Now, let's read the question. Which choice best states the main idea? Let me change the color of the main idea of the text. So they are asking about the main idea. So this second step is scanning the passage. So let's read the passage. The following text is from, we don't care about people's names. From now, 5 children and it. 5 young siblings have just moved with their parents from London to a house in the countryside that they call the White House. It was not really a pretty house at all. It was quite ordinary, and mother thought it was rather inconvenient. Not pretty, ordinary and inconvenient, and was quite annoyed at there being no shelves to speak of and hardly a cupboard in the place. Father used to say the ironwork on the roof and coping was like the architect's nightmare. But, so here we have a word that is changing the tone of the passage, or let's say paragraph. So you always have to keep those types of phrases in your mind, and they change a lot of things. But the house was deep in the countryside, with no other house in sight, and the children had been in London for 2 years, without so much as once going to the seaside even for a day by an excursion train. And so the White House seemed to them a sort of fairy palace set down in an earthly paradise. So now let's think about let's kind of predict or think about what the main idea could be. So in the first part, they are talking about the house being inconvenient, not pretty, and like they're telling it was a nightmare. So it's more of a bad thing. And then the passage is shifting the tone and is talking about children loving the place. So the main idea, I believe, should be kind of related to this. So now let's have a look at answer choices. Choice A, although their parents believe the house has several drawbacks, the children are enchanted by it. So I believe that this answer might be true because as you can see in the first part, we talked about parents believing that there are some several drawbacks. And in the second part, we're talking about children being happy. So I believe A could be correct, but still, we will read the other answer choices. The children don't like the house nearly as much as their parents do. So it's kind of shifting the focus. And B is actually the opposite of what the passage told. So choice C, each member of the family admires a different characteristic of the house. I mean, I don't think that each member of the family kind of likes one characteristics because, for example, in the passage, there was nothing about what parents like it about the house. So that's why C is also wrong. Choice D, the house is beautiful and well built, but the children miss their old home in London. No, children did not actually miss. It was like a fairy palace for them. Children really liked that place, so D is also wrong. So the best choice here is A. So now let's move on to the next question. So now we will read the question. According to the text, what is significant about Kotlet's use of Linacut printing? So what is significant? So here we have, they're asking for kind of a specific detail, I believe. Yeah. So let's read the passage. To make her art more widely available, graphic artists turn it to Linacuts. In Linacuts printing, an artist carves an image into a sheet of linoleum to create a stamp that is used to mass produce prints. In those series, she or he depicts the everyday experiences of Black women alongside the achievements of well-known Black women. This pairing invites the viewer to draw connections among the women. The Likanut process enables her work to reach a wide audience and supported her aim to unite Black women through her arts. So the passage is talking about that type of printing, and it's telling that this is used for connecting, for drawing connections among the women and uniting those Black women. So as you can see, it's more about drawing connection and uniting. So now let's have a look at the answer choices. Choice A, it's involved using materials that were readily available. I mean, there was nothing about those materials, so A is wrong because it's irrelevant. Choice B, it helped her use art to connect people, especially Black women. Yes. So as you can see, draw connections means connecting people, and it helped her use that art to connect Black women. So I guess B is kind of correct, but still, let's have a look at other answer choices. She became commercially successful once she started using it. I don't think it's that important and it's that relevant, so she's wrong. Choice D, She was one of the first black artists to use. I mean, the passage wasn't really about her being the first black artist. So D is wrong. So B is the correct answer. Now let's have a look at the next question. So the question is asking about the main idea of the text. Now let's read the text. Scrapbooks of saved fabric pieces were commonly kept by women in the 19th century United States, but few are as meticulously detailed as someone's work. Alongside each piece of fabric, that person recorded intimate memories such as dressmaking with her sister. Additionally, she listed the prices and how she used the fabric. Historians note that by representing 50 years of changing textures and patterns and dress styles, the scrapbook is a record of 19th century textiles and dressmaking as well as that person's life. So as you can see, the passage was about scrapbooks of fabric pieces, and they're telling you that it contained almost everything, almost 50 years of different textures, patterns, and dress styles. So now let's have a look at the answer choices. That person inspired other women to save pieces of fabric in scrapbooks and provide historical records of 19th century fashions in the United States. So there was nothing about inspiration, her being inspiration to other women. So A is wrong. Choice B. Historians rely on fabric scrapbooks to understand how fashions changed throughout the 19th century United States. Yes, we know how fashion changed throughout that century, but do we know that historians relied on those scrapbooks? No, and it's also not the main idea. You have to find the main idea, which has to be talked about throughout the passage. Fabric scrapbooks were a popular hobby for many women in the 19th century. We don't really know whether it was a popular hobby or not, so C is wrong. Choice D. That person's scrapbook provides a detailed account of her life. Yes, that's true. And historical record of fashion trends. Yes, exactly. In the 19th century United States. So choice D is 100% correct because it's talking about the main idea of the passage. It was, in the passage, they told about intimate memories. That means about her life. For example, her life including dressmaking with her sister. Also, it included the change of different textures, patterns, dress styles, and everything. So D is correct. Now let's move on to the next question. The main idea of the text. Let's read the passage. Psychologists wanted to test how young children think about rewards and fairness. So the two things that they wanted to test, rewards and fairness. In an experiment, two teachers handed out rewards while children aged 4 to 6 watched it. The teachers gave out the same number of rewards, but one of them counted the rewards out loud. So in this experiment, there were two teachers, and they gave rewards, and they gave the same number of words, but one of those was counted aloud. The children were then asked who was fairer. 93% chose the teacher who counted. The psychologists think that counting showed that the children that the teacher wanted to be fair. The children may have believed that the teacher who did not count did not care about fairness. So that's kind of the main idea, I believe. So the thing is that in that experiment, counted was something that showed that the teacher wanted to be fair. But if there is no counting, it kind of means that the teacher did not care about fairness. So choice A, psychologists think children cannot understand the concept of fairness until they are 6 years old. No, there's nothing about the age of them. For example, there's no limitation of age in the passage, so A is wrong. An experiment found that counting out loud is the best way to teach mathematical concepts to children. This is an example of the choice that includes extreme phrases, the best, as you can see in this case. Let's see whether the passage supports this. No, the passage doesn't actually tells that. So B is wrong. Choice C, psychologists think young children expect to be rewarded when the children show that they care about fairness. It's kind of irrelevant and is not supported by the passage, so C is wrong. Choice D, an experiment showed that the way rewards are given out may affect whether young children think the situation is fair. Yes. Why? Because this answer choice is talking about whether the situation is fair, whether it affects or not. The way those rewards are given. If it's like given out loud, that will definitely affect what children think whether the situation is fair or unfair. So D is 100% correct. So now let's move on to the next question. So you can also pause the video from now on and solve it yourself first and then play the video and watch the explanation. So the question is asking about the main idea of the text. Now let's read the text. Microplastics are pieces of plastic that are smaller than grain of rice. These small plastics can be found in large quantities in ocean waters. Ecologists and her team are studying the role reef-building corals have in capturing microplastics from ocean waters. Through research, her team has found that these corals may be storing up to 20 million kilograms of microplastics each year in their skeletons and tissues. So they're asking about the main idea. So the passage first started off talking about microplastics being small, but they told that they are found in large quantities in ocean waters. And they're telling that corals have a great effect on it. So those corals are actually storing that many microplastics, large quantities of microplastics, like 20 million. And even here at the beginning, they're talking about them being in large quantities. So as you can see, you're seeing a lot of repeated ideas. And in this case, that repeated idea is them microplastics being in large quantities in corals. So that's our prediction, I believe. Now let's read the choices. Choice A. Ecologists are interested in learning more about how certain corals build large reefs. I mean, this is not the main idea, and we don't really know whether ecologists are interested about how those corals build large reefs. We don't care about how. So A is wrong. Choice E. Questions remain around the impact certain corals have on ocean ecosystems. There was nothing about questions remaining and them being not confident, so B is wrong. So now let's have a look at choice C. Microplastics are small pieces of plastics Microplastics are small pieces of plastic that can be found in ocean waters. So this choice is talking about them being small, and this is actually not the main idea. It's just a detail that is talked about in the first sentence, and that's it. But what we want is the main idea. So choice D, ecologists predict that corals store large amounts of microplastics from ocean waters, and this is 100% right. As you can see, throughout the passage, we have a lot of details about them being in large quantities and corals storing them. So now let's move on to the next question. You can pause the video now and solve it on your own. So let's read the question first. What is one advantage of attacking glass bead to particles when using optical tweezers? Okay, a lot of things that I'm not really understanding, but still that's okay, because we only need to understand what advantage means here, I believe. So what is one advantage? We have to find that advantage, and that's it. So you know what we're looking for. Now let's go to the passage. So they are specialized tools. I'm kind of getting what that means. Particularly useful in biology and medicine that use high-powered beams of light to trap and manipulate particles for study. Use of the tool has led to several scientific and medical breakthroughs over the last few decades. Until now, we didn't have anything about that advantage, but the particles are often under prolonged exposure to the intense heat of the light's beams. Okay. To overcome the risk of overheating and thereby damage, researchers sometimes attack nano-sized glass beads to particles, allowing the light to focus on the bead instead of the particles. Okay, so researchers attack. So here we have attacking nano-sized glass beads. So here we have glass beads, two particles. Here we have two particles. When using optical tweezers, I mean, they always talk about it here. So we have to find one advantage. So that advantage is talked about here, to overcome the risk of overheating and therefore damage. So I'm predicting that the correct answer choice should talk about solving the problem of overheating, avoiding overheating maybe. Yeah, I guess avoiding overheating is kind of my prediction. Now let's read the answer choices. It decreases the time it takes for the optical tweezers to locate and capture the particles. We don't care about the time. And this is also a common trap on the SAT, which is talking about time to confuse some students. So A is wrong. Choice B, it facilitates the handling of particles without directly heating the particles themselves. So yeah, I believe this might be true. Yeah, because they're talking about heating, so that they avoid heating without directly heating the particles themselves. So it might be right. Yeah, still let's have a look at the answer choices. It allows researchers to use weaker light beams to manipulate particles. No, we don't have anything but light, so C is wrong. Choice D, it adds a material to which particles can transfer any heat absorbed from the optical tweezer's light beam. No, there's nothing about adding a material, so D is wrong. So the correct answer is B. Now, let's have a look at the next question. You can pause the video now and solve it on your own. To protect themselves when being attacked, hagfish, jawless marine animals that resemble eels will release large quantities of slimy threads. Okay, because these threads are unusually strong and elastic, scientists and her colleagues scientists and her colleagues have been trying to recreate them in a lab as an eco-friendly alternative to petroleum-based fibers that are often used in fabrics. The researchers want to reproduce the threads in the lab because farming hagfish for this slime would be expensive and potentially harmful to the hagfish. So, and they're asking about the main idea. So let's talk about what the passage actually is talking about. So, they're telling that animals producing so many those threads, and because they're strong and elastic, they're kind of have been trying to recreate them in a lab and making them more eco-friendly compared to petroleum-based fibers. And they're telling that they want to reproduce it because farming hagfish is expensive and harmful. So the kind of thing in this passage is those mucus-like threads might kind of scientists can use those mucus-like threads to generate or recreate a new kind of fabric that can be alternative to those fibers. So I guess that could be kind of my prediction. So now let's read the answer choices. The slimy threads that hagfish release might help researchers create a new kind of fabric. Exactly. So A is correct. Choice B. Hagfish have inspired researchers to develop a new petroleum-based fabric. No, this is wrong. So B is wrong. Hagfish are not well suited to being raised in captivity. Nothing about them being suited or not in captivity. So C is wrong. The ability of hagfish to slime their attackers compensates for their jolus. Nothing about that in the passage. So C is wrong. Now let's move on to the next question. The main idea of the text. In a study of new technology adoption, researchers and others examined negative disconfirmation, which occurs when experiences fall short of one's expectations, to determine whether it could lead to positive outcomes for users. So the team focused on established users of smart home technology, which presents inherent utilization challenges but tends to attract users with high expectation, often leading to feelings of dissonance. So the researchers found that many users employed cognitive mechanisms to solve or mitigate those feelings, ultimately reversing the initial sense of disappointment. They're kind of examines one idea, which is negative disconfirmation, and they tested it through smart home technology users. So they kind of attracted the people who have high expectations, and it led to feelings of dissonance. So the researchers showed that many users employed those to solve those problems. So now let's have a look at answer choices. Research suggests that most users of smart home technology will not achieve a feeling of satisfaction given the utilization challenges of such technology. Now, when you use this term, which is negative disconfirmation, they will actually feel satisfied. So this is wrong. Choice A is wrong. Choice B. Although most smart home technology is aimed at meeting or exceeding users' high expectations, those expectations in general remain poorly understood. There's nothing about those expectations being poorly understood in the passage, so B is wrong. And you don't want answer choices that kind of tell new ideas that haven't been talked about in the past. Choice C, research suggests that users with high expectations for a new technology can feel content with that technology even after experiencing negative disconfirmation. Exactly, choice C is 100% right, because as we told about it, first they had high expectations and that led to feelings of dissonance, but then when they solved those issues and made it so good, they felt so they reversed their initial sense of disappointment and they were happy. So C is 100% right. Choice D. Although negative disconfirmation has often been studied, little is known about the cognitive mechanisms shaping users' reactions to it in the context of new technology adoption. Nothing about that in the passage. It's 100% irrelevant. So now let's move on to the next question. So you can pause the video now and solve it on your own, then you can play the video. So the question is asking about the discovery of the sandal. Interesting. Let's read the text. The ice melted on a Norwegian mountain during a particularly warm summer in 2019, revealing a 1700-year-old sandal to a mountaineer looking for artifacts. The sandal would normally have degraded quickly, but it was instead well preserved for centuries by the surrounding ice. According to archaeologists and his team, the sandal like those worn by Romans wouldn't have offered any protection from the cold in the mountains. So, some kind of insulation like fabric or animal skin would have needed to be worn on the feet with the sandal. So, what are they talking about? The discovery of the sandal? They are telling that that sort of sandal would typically have degraded quickly, but this one was well preserved. Why? Because of the surrounding ice. And they're talking about if that was like sandal worn by Imperial Romans, it wouldn't have offered any protection from the cold in the mountains. So they're telling that it wasn't also because of the animal skin. So it was because of the surrounding ice. So now let's have a look at the answer choices. Choice A. Temperatures contributed to both protecting and revealing the sandal. So temperatures could be kind of ice, I believe. Being cold and like, yeah, yes, A might be true, but still, let's have a look at other answer choices. The discovery revealed that Roman Empire had more influence on Norway than archaeologists previously assumed. No, there's nothing about that in the passage. Like having more influence on Norway is like not mentioned. Archaeologists would have found that the sandal eventually without help from the general public. I mean, nothing about whether help matters from the general public or not in the past. So C is wrong. So C, the sandal would have degraded if it hadn't been removed from the ice. Nothing about that as well. So A is the correct answer choice. Now let's move on to the next question. You can pause the video now. So, according to the text, what is one reason they founded You Recycle Initiative Africa? So you want the why behind them founding it. So they, he or she, that person, co-founded it when she was only a teenager. They founded the organization to teach young people how their actions affect the environment and why recycling is important. So the reason why it was founded was because to teach those young people how it affects the environment and why recycling is important. So now let's look at the answer choices. So bring attention to overlooked African artists. Nothing about African artists, so A is wrong. Choice B, to teach young people why recycling is important. So this might be true. Yeah, I guess it is true, maybe. Yeah, well, still, let's have a look at their answer choices. So help adults gain important outdoor skills. Nothing about outdoor skills, so C is wrong. Choice D, to give teenagers advice about starting business. Nothing about business, about starting business. So D is wrong. So clearly choice B is 100% right. So now let's move on to the next question. You can pause the video now and solve it on your own. So they're asking about the main idea of the text. Let's read the text. So shimmering is a collective defense behavior that researchers have observed in giant honeybee colonies. Okay? When shimmering, different groups of bees flit their eyes up and down in what looks like waves. This defense is initiated when hornets hover near a colony, serving to deter the hornets from approaching the bees. Researchers hypothesize this behavior is a specialized defense response to hornets, as it is not observed when other larger predators approach the colony. So the passage is about shimmering, and they're telling that shimmery is kind of defense against hornets, as you can see, hornets here. And they're telling that it is not observed when other larger predators approach them. So I guess it's kind of more defense for hornets. So choice A, researchers are unsure how giant honeybees defend against predators larger than hornets. I mean, it's not the main idea. They might be unsure about them, but they want repeated ideas, so A is wrong. Choice B, researchers think that shimmering in giant honeybees is a specific defense against hornets. Yes, 100%. And our prediction was kind of right. So B is correct. Choice Z, hornets are known to be the main predator of giant honeybees. This could be the assumption, but this is not actually mentioned in the text, so C is wrong. Choice D, several different species of insects use shimmering to defend against hornets. We don't really know about other species of insects, and it's not talked about it in the past, so it is also wrong. Now let's move on to the next question. So you can pause the video now and solve it on your own. So they're asking about the main idea. Let's read the text. So NASA's Cassini probe has detected an unusual wobble in the rotation of Mimas. Okay, there was an unusual wobble in the rotation of Saturn's smallest moon. So Mimas is Saturn's smallest moon. Using a computer model to study its gravitational interactions with Saturn and tidal forces, geophysicists and colleagues have proposed that this wobble could be due to liquid ocean moving beneath the moon's ice surface. So they also found the reason why. Researchers believe other moons should be examined to see if they too might have oceans hidden beneath their surfaces. So this passage is about that wobble, unusual wobble, and they are telling that they study its gravitational interactions, and they're telling the reason why that wobble exists. Yeah, and they're telling that the researchers believe that other moons should also be tested. Now let's read the answer choices. Roden and colleagues were the first people to confirm that several of those contain hidden oceans. Is that the main idea? Or do we actually know that they were the first? So no, so A is wrong. Researcher has failed to identify signals that there is an ocean hidden beneath the surface of Nemus. No, they didn't fail, I believe. So B is wrong. Roden and colleagues created a new computer model that identifies moons with hidden oceans without needing to analyze the moon's rotation. Is it a main idea? We can't say that because it's not the main idea. Research has revealed that an oddity in the rotation of Nemus could be explained by an ocean hidden beneath its surface. So I think it's right because unusual means oddity, or being odd. In the rotation of Nemus, so it was talked about here as well, in the rotation of those Nemus, and they also told the reason why, due to liquid ocean moving beneath its ice surface. Yes, it is explained by an ocean hidden beneath its surface. Yes, 100% right. And it could be the main idea, so it is 100% right, correct. So now let's move on to the next question. You can pause the video now and solve it on your own, and then watch the explanation. So the question is asking about the main idea of the text. So this text is from someone's poem. Okay. I wish I could remember that first day, first hour, first moment of your meeting me. If bright or dim the season, it might be summer or winter for all I can say. So unrecorded did it slip away. So blind was I to see and foresee. So dull to mark the budding of my tree that would not blossom yet for many a May. So the poem was about the speaker kind of regretting that he or she was so blind and like it was so unrecorded and so dull to mark that event. And kind of the speaker is regretting how to know whether how she met like all those things. And like, yeah, so I think it's about regretting. Yeah. So now let's read the choices. The speaker celebrates how the passage of time has strengthened a relationship that once seemed unimportant. Is there something about strengthening a relationship? And are they celebrating? Is the speaker celebrating how the passage of time? I'm not sure. It's kind of, it could be right, but I don't know. Like it has some elements that kind of make me not choose this answer choice. Let's look at other choices. Because the speaker did not anticipate how important a relationship would become, she cannot recall how the relationship began, which she regrets. Yes, she regrets, and she didn't anticipate how important it was. Yes, because on that first date, the speaker is saying, I wish I could remember that. So I guess B is way better than A. So I guess there is a reason to eliminate A because there's no celebration about how the passage of time has strengthened. So B is way better than A. Still, let's have a look at other answer choices. As the anniversary of the beginning of an important relationship approaches, the speaker feels conflicted about how best to commemorate it. No, there is nothing about the speaker feeling conflicted about it, since he's wrong. Choice D, after years of neglecting means ignoring. a once valuable relationship, the speaker worries it may be too late for her to salvage the relationship. Nothing about being too late and those things, so this is wrong. So the best choice here is B. Let's move on to the next question. You can pause the video now and solve it on your own. So, let's read the question. According to the text, why does the narrator consult some family photographs? Why? So that's important. Let's read the passage. So it's from a novel, Funny Boy. Sometimes reading the name of a novel is also kind of helps you to understand that piece. The 7-year-old narrator lives with his family in Sri Lanka. So this person is the narrator's aunt. Okay, this person, who was the youngest in my father's family, had left for America 4 years ago when I was 3, and I could not remember what she looked like. I went into the corridor to look at the family photographs that were hung there, but all the pictures were old ones, taken when Vadia auntie was a baby or young girl. Try as I might, I couldn't get an idea of what she looked like now. My imagination, however, was quick to fill in this void. This kind of piece of a novel is about the narrator kind of searching for the image and trying to get an idea of what she looked like, what her aunt looks like now. So now you have to answer the question, why does the narrator consult some family photographs? I believe it is because to know how to know the appearance of his aunts, I believe. So that's kind of my prediction. Now let's read the choice. He wants to use the photographs as an inspiration for a story he's writing. Nothing about the story he's writing, so it's wrong. Choice B, he's curious about how his father dressed a long time ago. Nothing about how his father dressed, so B is wrong. He hopes the photographs will help him recall what his aunt looked like. Exactly, I believe this is the right answer choice. Choice D, he wants to remind his aunt of an event that is shown in an old photograph. No, there's nothing about an event, so D is wrong. Choice C is 100% right. Now let's move on to the next question. You can pause the video now and solve it on your own. So, the question is asking about why Bill regularly asks about seafaring men. So you have to define the reason why he asks about seafaring men. So the following text is adapted from someone's now Treasure Island. So he's a sailor staying at that place, and in run by the narrator's parents. Every day when Bill came back from his trawl, he would ask if any seafaring man had gone by along the road. At first we thought it was the want of company of his own kind that made him ask this question. So they're talking about what they first thought was, but it wasn't like that. At last, he began to see he was desirous to avoid them. So he wanted to avoid them. That's why he asked. So we don't even need to read the rest of the paragraph. So we can look at the answer choices. He's hoping to find an old friend and fellow sailor. No, nothing but that. She just wants to avoid them. That's it. He's trying to secure a job as part of the crew on a new ship. No, nothing about a job. B is wrong. Just see, he isn't sure that other guests at the inn will be welcoming us sailors. No, nothing about other guests and nothing but welcoming them. Choice D, he doesn't want to encounter any other sailor unexpectedly. Yes, she wants to avoid any other sailor unexpectedly. So this the correct answer choice. See you in day 2 where I will give more explanations to way more questions in this question type. Welcome back to day 2 of our 100-day free digital SAT course. So in this class, we are diving way deeper into central ideas and details practice questions. One of the most crucial skills in question type to master if you want to get a high score on the SAT. And if you nailed yesterday's lesson, this lesson or class will take your understanding to the next level. So stay tuned because by the end of this class, you will not only feel more confidence, but you will also be someone who have practical strategies to tackle even the toughest reading questions on this question type. So grab your massive notebook, stay focused, and let's crush this together. So let's dive in. So here we have the first question. You can pause the video now and solve it on your own first. So let's read the question. What challenge did the researchers have to overcome to examine the glyphs? So you need to find the specific detail which is a challenge that researchers had to solve to examine the glyphs. Let's read the text. In 2022, researchers discovered ancient indigenous glyphs or drawings on the walls of a cave in Alabama. The cave's ceiling was only a few feet high, affording no position from which the glyphs, being as wide as 10 feet, could be viewed or photographed in their entirety. However, so here we have a phrase which can change a lot of things on the SAT. However, the researchers used a technique called photogrammetry to assemble numerous photos of the walls into a 3D model. Then they worked with these things to understand the significance. Okay. So, because the ceiling was only a few feet high, there was no position, and it could not be viewed or photographed in the entirety. So that's a problem, and that's a challenge. And in order to solve or overcome that challenge, they used this technique, so that they could view it as a 3D model. So the problem is not being able to view or photograph it in the entirety. So we can't really view it in the entirety. Choice A, the cave was so remote that the researchers could not easily reach it. No, there was nothing about being so far away. So A is wrong. Choice B, some of the glyphs were so faint they couldn't be photographed. Nothing about those glyphs being faint. So B is wrong. Choice C, researchers were unable to create a 3D model of the cave. I mean, that's not a problem. It's kind of the opposite of a solution. I think maybe let's look at choice D. The cave's dimensions prevented the researchers from fully viewing the glyphs. This is 100% right. Why? Because the problem, as I told, was viewing it in their entirety. In the entirety is fully viewing it. So choice D is 100% right. We'll move on to the next question. You can pause the video now and solve it on your own first. So the question is asking about the main idea about hunts. So in many of his sculptures, artist uses broad forms rather than extreme accuracy. Broad forms rather than extreme accuracy to hint at specific people or ideas. In his first major work, Hans constructed the mythical character, a weaver who was changed into a spider, by welding bits of steel together into something that, although vaguely human, is strange and machine-like. And his large bronze sculpture commemorates activists and journalists using mainly flowing curved pieces of metal that creates stylized flame. So the main idea here is that he usually creates those, or kind of shows those sculptures in a way that is strange, machine-like. Yeah, kind of those broad forms rather than realistic ones. Yeah. So I think the main idea, like my prediction, is that the correct answer should look something like he usually creates those sculptures that are kind of machine-like or strange, maybe. Yeah. So let's look at instances. He often depicts the subjects of his sculptures using an unrealistic style. So this might be true. Yeah, this could be even the main idea. But still, you're gonna look at other answer choices. He uses different kinds of materials depending on what kind of sculpture he plans to create. Now, nothing about different kind of materials, choosing which material to use. So B is wrong. He tends to base his art on important historical figures rather than on fictional characters. No, it's not the main idea. He has altered his approach to sculpture over time, and his works have become increasingly abstract. So it's not the main idea of the text, so A is the correct answer choice. So you have to find the main idea of the text. If you want, you can pause the video and solve it on your own first. So let's read the text. Many intellectual histories of the Black Power movement of those centuries rely heavily on essays and other explicitly ideological works as primary sources. Interesting. A tendency that can overrepresent the perspectives of a small number of thinkers, most of whom were male. Historian has shown expanding the area of primary sources to encompass more types of print material, including political cartoons, advertisements, and artwork, leads to a much better understanding of the movement and the crucial diverse roles the Black woman played in shaping it. So the main idea here is that the primary source is only essays and some ideological works, and they kind of are ideas of a small number of thinkers, and most of them are male, and instead they're kind of suggesting that they should use more resources as their primary source. For example, they also should use political cartoons, advertisements, and artwork so that they can better understand the movement in the diverse roles there. So now let's look at answer choices. Farmers' methods and research have enriched the historical understanding of the Black Power movement. And Black women's contributions to it. Farmers' method. Maybe. Let's keep this choice. Before farmers' research, historians had largely ignored the intellectual dimensions nothing about intellectual dimensions of the movement, so this wrong. Other historians of the Black Power movement have criticized his use of unconventional. We can't say they're unconventional, I believe, and it's not the main idea, so he is wrong. The figures in the Black Power movement, whom historians tend to cite, would have agreed with Farman's conclusions about women's role in the movement. There's nothing about that. It's like completely new idea, I believe. So A is the best choice here, and it represents the main idea because in the text we have something about the historical understanding of the movements and their contribution. So let's move on. You can pause the video now and solve it on your own first. So let's read the question. What does the text most strongly suggest about the disco genre? Let's read the text. Disco remains one of the most ridiculous popular music genres of the late 20th century. But, so here we have a phrase that changes the tone or, let's say, the attitude of passage. But as scholars have argued, the genre is far less superficial than many people believe. So, although people believe that it is like the most ridiculous popular music genre, it's actually not that popular. Although people believe like that. Taking the case of disco icon, so here we have icon, disco icon. She may have been associated with popular songs about love and heartbreak, subjects hardly unique to disco, by the way, but like many Black women singers before her, much of her music reflects concerns about community and identity. These concerns are present in many of the genre's least greatest songs, and they generally don't require much digging to reveal. So the passage is talking about disco genre being kind of, people believe that it's so popular, but it's actually not. So yes, this is my prediction. Let's look up answer choices. It has been unjustly ignored by most scholars despite the importance of the themes addressed by many of its genre songs. Maybe that is the importance of themes addressed by the genre songs relevant? I'm not really sure, but still let's keep it. It involved over time from a superficial genre focus on romance to a genre focus on more serious concerns. No, there's nothing serious concerns like that shift, so B is wrong. It has been unfairly dismissed for the inclusion of subject matter that is also found in other musical genres. Yes, 100% right. It gave rise to a Black woman's musical tradition that has endured even though the genre itself faded in the late 20th century. I mean, the passage isn't actually talking about that. It's not the main focus. So the correct answer is C. Now let's move on to the next question. You can pause the video now and solve it on your own first. So let's read the question. What does the text most strongly suggest about a conventional ETL fabrication? Okay. Let's read the text. In a paper about spin-planar Bielowskite solar cells, one of several architectures designed to collect and store solar power, they describe a method for fabricating the cell's electronic transport layer, which is ETL, using a spray coating. Conventional ETL fabrication. Now we have something about conventional ETL fabrication is accomplished using a solution of nanoparticles. The process can result in a loss up to 80% of the solution, increasing the cost of fabricating at scale, an issue that may be obviated by spray coating fabrication, which the research described as highly reproducible, concise, and practical. So conventional ETA fabrication is accomplished using a solution of nanoparticles, and it is so like its cost is so high, and it's almost impossible to make it scalable because of the cost. And that problem is solved by spray coating fabrication. And spray coating fabrication is highly reproducible, concise, and practical. So now let's look at other answer choices. It is less suitable for manufacturing large volumes of planar PNP perovskite solar cells than an alternative fabrication method maybe. Yes, 100% right. Why? Because it's talking about it increasing the cost of manufacturing if it's not at scale. So if they produce large volumes, then the cost is going to be so high, and that's why it's less suitable. So A is correct, I believe. Still, let's have a look at other answer choices. It is more expensive than manufacturing at scale than other processes for fabricating ETLs used in other but it's kind of missing the parts about an alternative fabrication method, and it's also talking about other those architectures now in the same architecture. So this wrong. It typically entails a greater loss of nanoparticle solution than do other established approaches. I mean, the main problem is not loss of nanoparticle solution. It's the kind of not being suitable because of the cost. So C is wrong. It is somewhat imprecise and therefore limits the effectiveness. No, it's wrong. So let's move on to the next question. You can pause the video now and solve it on your own first. So let's read the question. According to the text, which piece of fabulous arts was on display in that place museum in 2017? So which piece of her art? So we have to find specific detail here. So we're gonna skim the passage quickly. Importance. Create. So, Favela created an impressive life-size pinata-like sculpture of the car, which was displayed at that museum in Los Angeles in 2017. So she like sculpture, like pinata-like sculpture of this car was displayed. So you want the answer choice that tells them. Choice A, a painting? No, it's not a painting. It's a sculpture of a low-ride car. Yes. Choice B is correct. Not a painting it's not a sculpture of Jesse Valadius. So let's move on to the next one. You can pause the video now and solve on your own first. So they're asking about the main idea of the text. Bicycles were first mass-produced in the late 19th century throughout Europe and North America, allowing individuals remarkable freedom to travel longer distances quickly and comfortably. This freedom, coupled with the affordability of the vehicle, made the bicycle immensely popular. Individuals were able to live further from their workplaces, easily visit neighboring towns, and participate in new leisure and sport activities. Bicycling quickly became a popular social endeavor, with enthusiasts forming local cycling clubs to enjoy these new forms of activities with others. So, my prediction is bicycles were useful because of freedom, being able to travel longer distances, for new leisure and sport activities, for social endeavor, and all those things can be uh, generalized into facilities. No, facilities is kind of like opportunities would be a great word, I believe. Yeah, bicycles were useful for opportunities. So let's look at answer choices. First A, the widespread adoption of the bicycle in the late 19th century provided new opportunities to the people. Yes, 100% right. It's exactly kind of my prediction. The affordability of the bicycle in the late 19th century made it the preferred way to travel. It's not the main idea. It is true, but it's not the main idea. It's just one detail in the passage. The popularity of the bicycle in the late 19th century gave rise to the first cycling clubs. It's not the main idea, it's just a small detail. The mass production of the bicycle in the late 19th century made it safer for people to use. No, it's not the main idea. Let's move on to the next one. You can pause the video now and solve it on your own first. So they're asking about the main idea of the text. Let's read the text. To dye wool, weaver uses plants and vegetables from Arizona where she lives. For example, she achieved the deep duets and browns featured in her rug by using Arizona dog roots, grinding them before mixing the powder with water to create a dye bath. To intensify the appearance of certain colors, Taylor also sometimes mixes in clay obtained from nearby soil. So what is kind of the repeated idea here? Let me guess. So they're telling to dye wool. They are using plants and vegetables from Arizona, and that's the place where she lives. She also uses Arizona dog roots, so we have like Arizona a lot here, right? Arizona, it's the place where she lives. And she's also talking about nearby soil. That's interesting. So I guess the repeated idea here is using those resources near to her. Yeah. So that's my prediction. Let's go to the answer choices. Reds and browns are not commonly featured in most. I mean, this is not an idea. Taylor draws on local resources in the approach she uses to dye wool. Yes, exactly. That's 100% right, and that could be the main idea of the text. Taylor finds it difficult to locate. No, like nothing about being difficult to locate it, and it's not the main idea. In the path of four seasons is why the acclaimment for its many colored and innovative weaving techniques is not the main idea. Let's move on to the next question. You can pause the video now and solve on your own first. So, having written the impassionate call to arms letter to the Spanish Americans in 1791, intellectual is often considered a forerunner for the independence of movements in Latin America. But that person's role in history would have remained insignificant were it not for revolutionary who was handed the unpublished letter after his death. Miranda not only helped circulate the letter, but his edits and footnotes to the text position as a central figure in text creation. So there was a person whose name was Viscado, and that person would not be that popular if Miranda did not help it circulate the letter after his death, and Like she even edited and did some footnotes. So Miranda's help was useful for Viscada. I guess that's my prediction. Miranda's help was useful for Viscada. So choice A. The original authorship of Letter to the Spanish Americans is disputed by contemporary historians. I mean, nothing about being disputed about who wrote it. So that's the main idea of the text. Choice B. The majority of the most eloquently stated arguments in Letter to the Spanish Americans were written by Miranda. Is it saying that the majority of those arguments were written by him? We don't even know it, so B is wrong. Miranda played a crucial role in influencing the content and distribution of, yes, 100% right. So my prediction was Miranda helped. And it's not 100% like that, but still, it really helped me to find the correct answer. Letter to the Spanish Americans persuaded many people in Latin America to pursue national independence. Nothing about persuading people. So these also are wrong. Now let's move on to the next question. You can pause the video now and solve it on your own first. So what does the text mostly suggest about corals that produce bright colors? So that's a specific question, right? Because it's asking me about corals that produce bright colors. Now let's go to the passage and read it. Algae living within the tissues of corals play a crucial role in keeping corals. In the marine ecosystem, they're part of. Some species appear brown color when healthy due to algae tissue. In the event of environmental stressor, the algae can die or be expelled, causing the corals to appear white. To recover the algae, the bleached corals that begin to produce bright colors, which block intense sunlight, encouraging the light-sensitive algae to recognize the corals. So, the passage is telling that if it's healthy, then it's gonna be brown. If there was environmental stressor, it's gonna be white. And to recover from that environmental stressor, from that problem, they produce bright colors. Those corals produce bright colors, and those bright colors block intense sunlight, and they're used to recover from environmental stress. So that's my prediction. Now let's go to the answer choices. Choice A: these corals have likely been subjected to stressful environmental conditions. Yeah, I believe this is right because, yeah, but still, I guess it's 100% right. But still, I'm gonna explain why others are wrong. These corals are likely more vulnerable to exposure from intense sunlight than white corals are. There is no comparison of being vulnerable to intense sunlight than white corals are. Yes, we know that they are vulnerable to exposure from intense sunlight, but we don't want to compare. There's nothing about the comparison. So that's also a type of trick answer that most incorrect answer choices are. They kind of include comparisons. This fact might be true, but there is no comparison in the passage. These corals have likely recovered from environmental events without the assistance of algae colonies. We don't really know that, so C is wrong. These corals are more likely to survive without algae colonies than brown corals are? No, there's nothing about that. So let's move on to the next question. So you can pause the video now and you can solve it on your own first. So this is asking about the main idea of the text. The centuries, the widespread acknowledgement in the involvement of cerebellum, a dense brain structure in vertebrates in coordinating motor control in humans, has hindered recognition of other possible functions of this structure. Neuroscience research from the last 2 decades now suggests this, because until now they talked about what happened for centuries, but now they're talking about what research suggests now. So research now suggests that cerebellum regulates emotion and social behavior. In recent research by those people has identified a pathway connecting it to a sense of motivation and reward processing known as VTA. So the main idea here, I believe, is that that sort of cerebellum for centuries was kind of considered to control those motor functioning stuff, because as you can see, in coordinating motor control in humans, so for centuries they believed it was for those motor control. But now they suggest that they also have some additional or other regulations, for example, emotion, social behavior, motivation, and reward processing, and it is known as VTA. So yes, the correct answer should kind of talk about both what happened for centuries, what they thought, and now what they think. So let's look at answer choices. The recent verification of a pathway between VTA and cerebellum confirms the cerebellum's long suspected role in motor coordination. Nothing but they confirm the long suspected role, so A is wrong. Choice D. Recent advances in the field of neuroscience have challenged widely accepted claims about the function of a pathway connecting. So if you want the main idea, yes, it might be true. We can kind of infer, but there's nothing about that in the past. And yeah, it's not a repeated idea, so it's wrong. The cerebellum has primarily been thought to regulate motor functioning. Yes. So it was thought for centuries that it regulates motor function. Correct. But in recent years, now, researchers have been uncovering additional functions. Yes, additional functions are emotion, motivation, and all that stuff that they pass to talk about. So C is the correct answer choice. Choice D, technological limitation have historically hindered the study of. Do we have anything about technological limitation in the passage? No, we don't have anything about those limitations related to technology, so these are not. So great work finishing day 2 of our 100-day free digital SAT course. So remember that mastering the essential ideas and details kind of takes some consistent practice. So you will keep working on these additional questions on day 4, and you will move on to the other topic on day 4. So we will also be doing central ideas and details in day 3 as well. So don't forget to subscribe and hit the bell icon so you don't miss the next day. And we will tackle even more strategies, and you will see even more how trap answer choices usually look like in tomorrow. So let's keep building the momentum. See you in the next video. Welcome back to day 3 of our 100-day free digital SAT course. And today we're diving even deeper into central ideas and detailed practice questions. And this is the last day when we will be solving central idea and details questions. And as you know, it's one of the most critical and crucial skills to master if you want to get a high score. So if you nailed yesterday's lesson, this class will take you even to the next level. So make sure that you stay tuned, because by the end of this session, you will not only feel more confident, but you will also have way more practical strategies, and you will also get to know some types of trap answer choices that might come up on your exam. So grab your massive notebook, stay focused, and let's crush this together. So let's begin. According to the text, what is one reason some archaeologists are interested in recovering skins from ancient artifacts? So you need to find is the reason why those artifacts are interested. So skin is tightly interwoven with our daily lives, often evoking significant memories and important social events. This connection is of growing interest to archaeologists who hope to use it to better understand. So now they're talking about why they're interested. This connection is of greater interest. That means they are interested. Why? To better understand rituals, trade, social hierarchies, and medicine. So understand those ancient rituals, trade, social hierarchies, and medicine. And we don't need the other part of the passage. We don't need to read that part. So now let's go to the answer choices. Choice A, they are investigating whether people's sense of smell has declined in recent centuries. No, nothing about smell. So A is wrong. Choice B, they believe scans could illuminate important aspects of ancient life. Yes. Why? Because they tell us that they want to understand ancient rituals, ancient trade, ancient social hierarchies, and medicine. So B is 100% right. Choice C, they think ancient scans would be enjoyable to people. We don't know that. So C is wrong. They hope to develop new medicines using... No, there's nothing about that in the passage, so D is wrong. Now let's move on to the next one. You can pause the video now and solve it on your own first, and then you can watch the explanation. So what challenge do humans sometimes experience? So here we have a poem, Thoughts in a Zoo. They in their cruel traps and we in ours, survey each other's rage and pass the hours. Commiserating each the other's woe to mitigate his own pain's fiery glow. Man could but little proffer in exchange, say that his cages have a larger range. That lying with his lordly untamed hurt has in some man his human counterpart. Some lofty soul in dreams and visions frap, but in the stifling flesh secure trap. So this poem is about humans, and it's kind of talking about men or those humans having kind of visions and dreams, but unfortunately there are so many traps. As you can see, it's told in the passage there are many traps, and it's kind of giving examples to those traps or limitations maybe. Yeah, so it's something they really want to achieve, and they have great vision, but they're not being able to do that because of traps, I believe. So let's look at answer choices. They cannot effectively tame certain wild animals because of lack of compassion. No, this is not a correct answer choice because wild animals are just used uh, to kind of compare or make a similar example, not because they cannot effectively tame those wild animals. They cannot focus on setting attainable goals because of lack of motivation. No, they are telling that they do have motivation. It's not because of a lack of motivation, but it's actually because of those traps. So B is wrong. Choice C, they quickly become frustrated when faced with difficult tasks because of lack of self-control. No, nothing about being frustrated and nothing about lack of self-control. So C is wrong. Choice D, they have aspirations that cannot be fulfilled because of certain limitations. Yes, 100% right. So D is the correct answer choice. Now let's move on to the next question. You can pause the video now and solve it on your own first. So let's read the question. Based on the text, how do people in the capital of Mexico most likely regard Dr. Malsofio? Okay, so if you want the opinion of people about how they regard that doctor. Okay, so it is a saying in the capital of Mexico that Dr. Malsofio carries more family secrets under his hat than any other archbishop. The doctor's head is, appropriately enough, uncommonly capacious, rising very high and sinking so low that it seems to be supported by his ears and eyebrows. And it has a furrow look, as if it had been brushed the wrong way, which perhaps what happens to it if it is ever brushed at all. When the doctor takes it off, the family secrets don't fly out like a flock of parrots, but remain nicely bottled up beneath a dome of old and highly polished ivory. So the whole passage is talking about that doctor not revealing his secrets, I believe, and it's giving kind of metaphorical examples to it. So yeah, this is what people think. People regard him as someone who can keep secrets and who will not even reveal secrets. Choice A, many have come to tolerate him despite his disheveled appearance. No, it's not about tolerating him. It's more about secrets. So it has nothing to do with secrets. Few feel concerned that he will divulge their confidences. Yeah, it might be true because very few people are concerned that he will divulge their confidences. Means that very few people believe that he will reveal his secrets. Some dislike how freely he discusses his own family. That's the opposite of what passage told. Choice D, most would be unimpressed by him were it not for his professional expertise. Nothing about being unimpressed because of his professional expertise, so D is wrong. So the best choice here is B. Let's move on to the next question. You can stop the video now, you can pause the video now, and solve it on your own, and you can watch the explanation later. So, it asks about the main idea of the text. Let's read the text. So this text is adapted from someone's story, Landor's Cottage. During a pedestrian trip last summer, through one or two of the river counties of New York, I found myself, as the day declined, somewhat embarrassed about the road I was pursuing. The length undulated very remarkably, and my path for the last hour had wound about and about so confusedly in its efforts to keep in the valleys that I no longer knew in what direction lay the sweet village of Bernlook, where I had determined to stop for the night. So this whole passage is kind of repeating the idea of being confused. She didn't know in what direction, and his path had wound about and about so confusedly, and he was embarrassed about the road he was pursuing. So he's kind of confused. In what word I would kind of describe this as just confused. Confused. So let's look at other answer choices. Let's look at the answer choices to find the main idea. The narrator remembers a trick he took and admits to getting lost. Yeah, it's like kind of telling that the last summer she went there and she admits that she is getting lost, which is kind of like being confused. The narrator recalls fond memories of a journey that she took through some beautiful river counties. The main idea isn't about those fond memories. Like the whole passage was about him being confused on the road, like not being able to find the relevant location. The narrator describes what he saw during a long trip through a frequently visited location. It's kind of a small detail, but it's not a main idea. So that's why choice D is wrong. Choice D, the narrator explains the difficulties he encountered on a trip and how he overcame them. Nothing about how he overcame them. This part could be right, but still, like the next part is wrong, so D is wrong. So the best choice and the correct one is A, because in the beginning, he told about his trip, and she's telling that she got lost. So you can pause the video now and solve this question first. So let's read the question first. What does the text indicate about the geological formation at mistaken point? So he wants to know about the geological formation. Okay. That's a very specific question, and you have to find the specific line where the passage is answering that question. So they searching for signs of ancient life have found many fossilized specimens of prehistoric human ancestors, including several from the era discovered in geological formation. However, so here we have a word or kind of a phrase that changes the tone or attitude of a passage. To study the emergence of the earliest multicellular organisms that appear on Earth, researchers must turn elsewhere, such as that geological formation at a mistaken point in Canada. So here we have something about that points, that geographical formation. So this is mentioned because in order to study the emergence of the earliest multicellular organisms to appear on Earth, they should turn at geological formation. So that's a purpose of it. So let's look at answer choices. Let's change the color of it into green. Yep. So it holds a greater number of fossils, but from a smaller variety of species than the formation. I mean, nothing but that. It has provided evidence. It has provided evidence that the earliest human species may have emerged before. That's era? No, nothing but that. So B is wrong. It is widely considered by them to be the most valuable source of information about prehistoric life forms. No, like there's nothing about being the most valuable, and this answer choice is kind of extreme. And I told in the first day of our course that extreme answer choices are usually wrong, not all the time, but they are usually wrong. So C is wrong. Choice D contains specimen from an older time period than those found in the formation in Minatagawa. Interesting. That should be correct because the passage supports it. As you can see, to study the emergence of the earliest. So as you can see, in order to study the emergence, how the earliest organisms emerged, they should turn to this point. So because that means that it contains all the time period. So D is the correct answer choice. Now let's move on to the next question. You can pause the video now and solve this question on your own. So we have to find the main idea of the text. Biologists have predicted that birds' feather structures vary with habitat temperature. So birds' feather structures affect or vary with habitat temperature. So the temperature of the habitat also matters. But this hasn't been tested in mountain environments. So this person studied feathers from 249 songbird species inhabiting different elevations and thus experiencing different temperatures in those mountains. He found that weathered feathers of high elevation species not only have a greater proportion of warming down in sections to flat in smooth sections than do feathers of low elevation species, but high elevation species feathers also tends to be longer, providing a thicker layer of insulation. So the main thing about this passage is that in the first sentence they're telling kind of the main idea, I believe, and that's a kind of an example where the topic, where we have the topic sentence here. So they think their prediction is that feather structures vary with habitat temperature, and they're telling this has not been tested, and then they tested it and they proved it. So it's as simple as that. And you don't have to understand all these details. Like, you don't have to be able to understand these things. You just have to know that when you read it, it kind of supported what they told in the beginning. So I think this is kind of the main idea of this passage. So let's look at answer choices. So that person's investigation shows that some species of songbirds have involved with feathers that better regulate body temperature. Nothing about body temperature, only about habitat temperature. So it is wrong. But we found an association between habitat temperature and feather structure. Yes, 100% right. Leading to new support to general prediction. Yes, they also supported this with evidence as well, with the experiments. So B is 100% right, but still, let's have a look at other answer choices. Bivey discovered that songbirds have adapted to their environments by growing feathers without flat and smooth section nothing but it's not the main idea. It could be true, but still it's not the main idea. The results of the study suggest that the ability of birds to withstand cold temperatures is determined more strongly by feather length than feather structure. This is again the type of the wrong answer choice is a trap where they are using comparison. As you can see, when you see a word, then you always have to check it. And if the passage mentions that comparison, that's okay. That could be correct. But in most cases, like when they use comparisons, the answer choice is usually wrong. And they intentionally do that in order to trick students so that they will choose this answer. So that's why this answer is wrong. Because there's no comparison between file length and file structure. It's not challenging an established belief. So now let's move on to the next question. You can pause the video now and solve it on your own first. So, what does the text mostly suggest about Sleep No More's use of its performance space? Okay, they're not asking for the main idea, they're asking for something very specific. For Sleep No More's use of its performance space. So that's something specific. The most recent iteration of the immersive theater experience, Sleep No More, which premiered in New York City in 2011, transforms its performance space, a 5-story warehouse, into a 1930s hotel. Audience members who wander through the labyrinthine venue at their own pace and follow the actors as they play out simultaneous interweaving narrative loops, confronts the impossibility of experiencing the production in its entirety. The play's refusal of the narrative coherence thus hinges on this sense of spatial fragmentation that the venue's immense and intricate layout generates. So the text is kind of first showing the Sleep No More's use of performance space, and they're ritually transforming that 5-story warehouse into 1930s era hotel, and that's the very hard stuff. And audience members also have their own pace, and like it's kind of impossible to produce it in its entirety, experiencing the production in its entirety. So it's kind of maybe hard to do it again, or they're kind of telling that they were kind of the ones who did it, and it's so hard to do it for some other places. So let's look at answer choices. The choice of a New York City venue likely enables the play's creators to experiment with the use of theatrical space in a way that venues from earlier productions could not. Nothing about earlier productions in the passage, so A is wrong. Audience members likely find the experience of the play disappointing because they generally cannot make their way through the entire venue. Nothing about being disappointed. So B is wrong. Choice C, the production's dependence on a particular performance environment would likely make it difficult to reproduce exactly in a different theatrical space. Yes, exactly. That's true. Let's keep it and look at some other answers. Choose the audience members who navigate the space according to a recommended itinerary will likely have a better grasp of the play's narratives than audience of members who departed from that. Nothing about that, honestly. Nothing about those members who departs. Yeah, nothing about those members who departed from that. So this is wrong. So the best choice here is choice C. You can pause the video now and solve this question on your own first. So let's have a look at the question. Based on the text, what can be concluded about the diminishing popularity of the portrait miniature in the 19th century? Okay, let's look at the passage. A common assumption among art historians is that the invention of photography in the mid-19th century displaced the painted portrait in the public consciousness. The diminishing popularity of the portrait miniature, so now let's start talking about the diminishing popularity of the portrait miniature, which coincided with the rise of photography. So that happened when photography rised, and it seems to support this claim. However, so here we have a contrasting word, and it changes a ton. It changes the tone and attitude a ton. However, photographs' impact on the portrait miniature may be overstated, so it might be overstated. Although records from our exhibitions in the Netherlands show a decrease in the number of both full-size and miniature portraits submitted, this trend was established before the invention of photography. So they're telling that this happened before even photography was invented. Like, people stopped using portrait miniature even well before the invention of photography. So photography is not the main reason why the diminishing why there is diminishing popularity of the portrait miniature. So there might be some other reasons. So A, factors other than the rise of photography may be more directly responsible for the portrait miniature's decline. Yes, because as you can see, they're talking about this trend was established before the invention of photography. So that means that there were some other reasons. So I would immediately choose A, but still, let's have a look at other answer choices. Although portrait miniatures became less common than photographs, they were widely regarded as having more artistic merit. Nothing about artistic merit here, so B is wrong. Choice C, the popularity of the portrait miniature likely persisted for longer than art historians have assumed. Nothing but time for longer than art historians have assumed. So this is also a common trap on the SAT. They kind of introduce time in the answer choices, and it makes the answer choice incorrect. As demand for portrait miniatures decreased, portrait artists likely shifted their focus to photography. Nothing about the demand in the passage. So D is wrong. So awesome job completing day 3 of our 100-day free digital SAT course. So math success comes from consistent practice. So, and this is the topic of our next lesson on day 4, math. So keep sharpening those skills. And by the way, don't forget to subscribe to my channel and turn on notifications. There are 4 strategies that you need to know if you want to get a high SAT score. And in this video, I'll show you each of those strategies and I'll explain exactly how you can use them on SAT questions. So, by the way, my name's Azamat and I got 780 on the SAT math section. So, let's get into it. So, the first strategy is eliminating fractions early on in these types of questions. And to show you how to use this strategy, let's solve this exact question. So the first thing that you want to do is that you want to eliminate fractions early on, as I said before. So to do that, we should find the least common denominator. In this case, the least common denominator is 6xyz. And what we can do is we can multiply the entire equation by this equation. So we can multiply the entire equation by this. So let's do that step by step. 6xyz multiplied by 1 over 3xy plus 6xyz multiplied by xyz, and that is going to equal to 6xyz multiplied by 1 over 2yz, 1 over 2yz. So now we can simplify each term here. X and y are removed here. And 6 over 3, that's going to equal to 2. So we got 2z plus 6xyz squared. And that's going to equal to, we can remove y and z here. And 6 over 2 equals 3. So 3x. So now we can solve for y. And before solving for y, let's subtract 2z from both sides. Means that is equal to z. So that will be 6 multiplied by x, y, z squared. And that's going to equal to 3x minus 2z. And now we can divide both sides by 6. So we get x, y, z squared equals 3x minus 2z divided by 6. And now we can take the square root of both sides. So that would be x, y, z equals 3x minus 2z divided by 6x. And now what we can do is we can divide both sides by z by zx so that we can isolate y. So that would be this multiplied by 1 over xy. Here is multiplied by 1 over xz. So we can eliminate x and z here, so that the y equals. And what we can do in this case is 1 over 6z is the same as 1 over x squared z squared. So we can rewrite it this way, and then we multiply these two things. We can rewrite it as y equals square root of 3x minus 2z divided by 6x third that squared. So y is going to equal to this. By the way, 99% of students are grinding for months, and most of them still are scoring so low. And you might be wondering why. And the reason is they're focused on the wrong things. And on May 24th, I'm hosting a free live SAT challenge where I will show you the one strategy that top scorers use and how to master it, even if you've never taken a test before. Seats are very limited, so hit the link in the description to register. Strategy number 2 that you need to know is looking for transitions. Well, not just in transition questions, but also in SAT reading questions as well. Transition words like however, moreover, or in contrast, they usually indicate shifts in the direction of the argument. So in order to illustrate the strategy, let me show you how to use that exact same strategy in this SAT reading questions. So to solve this question, you first need to analyze the overall structure of the text, so it asks for that. So the passage starts off by stating a very general claim, saying movies from independent studios are often praised for being innovative. And then it is giving a specific example. Take, for instance, Moonlight 2016, which is made by A24 production company. And it's giving a specific example of Moonlight, and yeah, it's true that this movie shares themes with other coming-of-age films. But just because a movie explores familiar territory doesn't mean it can also be groundbreaking. So it's introducing a contrast with the transition word of but. And it is saying that it's giving a counterpoint. Despite movies might have familiar themes, it cannot still be groundbreaking. So yeah, critics generally agree that Moonlight isn't the most conventional independent film, but independent films are rarely as formulaic as some people suggest. Then it's presenting the main argument, and the main argument here is independent films are not as formulaic as some people claim. And some independent productions, like the Florida Project, are remarkably distinctive. And finally, it's giving us another example of the Florida Project so that they can to support this argument. Now, let's look at the answer choices. Choice A, the text summarizes the plot of an independent film, then explains how the themes are developed in a later film by the same director. Well, A is wrong because the text doesn't even summarize any plots or discuss later films by the same director, so that's why A is wrong. Choice B, the text explains why some viewers appreciated a particular independent film, then considers why other viewers criticized it. Well, choice B is wrong because the text doesn't focus on explaining different viewers' perspectives, whether one sort of a viewer enjoyed it or the other type of a viewer didn't enjoy it. So it doesn't focus on explaining perspectives of different viewers. So that's why B is wrong. Choice C, the text describes audience's reaction to a movie from an independent studio, then presents some critics' reactions to that movie. Well, choice C is wrong because the text doesn't even describe audience reactions specifically. There's nothing about the reaction, so that's why C is wrong. Choice D, the text discusses a common praise of independent films, then argues that the praise is mostly warranted. Well, choice D is the correct answer because the reading passage discusses a very common phrase of independent films being innovative, and then it talks about that this praise is generally deserved. Although some films might share familiar elements, so that's why D is right. So now let's move on to the next SAT question. So here we've got the equations and you need to find the value of A minus B. So let's solve it. So the first thing is we need to find the common denominator. So common denominator here is 4. So what you can do is you can multiply this one by 2. So let's solve that. A minus 12 over 4 plus 2B plus 30 divided by 4 is going to equal to minus 3. So we can add these things together. So that would be A plus 2B plus 18 divided by 4. And that's going to equal to negative 3. And we can multiply both sides by 4. And we get A plus 2B plus 18 equals negative 12. And from here we got a plus 2b equals negative 30. So here we've got this simplified version of the first equation, equation 1. And now let's simplify the second equation. So if you have the second equation, and we can multiply this part by 2. So that would be 2a minus 24 divided by 4 minus b plus 15 divided by 4 equals 4. So from here, we can get 2a minus b minus 39 divided by 4, and that's going to equal to 4. And now we can multiply both sides by 4. So we get, so let me erase this, and we get 16. So yep, so that's going to equal to 16. And you can add 39 to both sides. So after that, we got 2a minus b equals 55. And now we have the second equation as well, the simplified version of it, equation number 2. And we also have the simplified version of equation 1 as well. Now we can use elimination by adding both of these equations. And yeah, that's in realized. So plus, let me get it from here. Yep, here discount it. So yep, we can add both of these here. I guess the best thing that we can do is that we can divide this part by 2, so that's going to be a lot easier here. So if we multiply it by 2, we will have 4 here, and here we will have negative 60, and it's better to subtract it. So let's do that. So that if 5b equals negative 105, so b equals, so that would be 21, negative 21. And we found b, now we should find a. Let's put it in this equation. So that would be 2a plus 40 plus 21 equals 55. So we can subtract 21 from both sides, so we get 2a equals 34 and a equals 17. So the question asks it for the value of a minus b. So that would be like this. So 17 minus 21. Double negatives equal to positive. So we have 38, and our answer is 38. And that's a free response question, so you can write 38 here. If you want to get a high SAT score, then check out this playlist right here, where I will show you exact strategies that you need to know if you want to get a high SAT score. The SAT, the test that can make or break your college dreams. But have you ever noticed that everyone approached it completely differently? Some people treat it like a battle, others like a puzzle, and some, well, they barely care. And in the next 10 minutes, we're gonna break down every type of SAT test taker. Number 1, the strategist, the one who is playing for the chess. This person isn't just studying. They've got spreadsheets, score trackers, and probably a custom-made study plan that breaks down exactly how many points they need to gain per section on the SAT. They don't just take practice tests. What they do is that they analyze them. Every wrong answer is a lesson for them. Every mistake is a step closer to perfection. Their biggest flex? They can predict the SAT's tricks before the SAT even tries them. But their downfall? If something unexpected happens on test day, like a weirdly worded question or a last-minute rule, then it might throw them off their entire game plan. Number 2, the memorizer. The human flash drive. This person believes in one thing: brute force learning. 1,000 vocab words memorized. Every math formula ever burnt into their brain. But here's the problem. The SAT isn't a memory test, it's a thinking test. And the second question doesn't look exactly like the ones they've drilled. Panic. Pure, unfiltered panic. If the SAT plays nice and sticks to those familiar patterns, they're golden. If not, RIP. Number 3. The last-minute crammer. Oh, you know this guy, probably because you are this guy. Month of SAT prep? Nah, they will start studying a week before the test. Actually, scratch that. 2 days before, the night before, they are on their third cup of coffee, watching so many SAT strategy videos, trying to absorb every single page of a 200-page book. Will it work? Sometimes. Will it always work? Absolutely not. But if they somehow pull a decent score out of this chaos, legendary. Number 4. The overthinker. The one who fights their own brain. They know the material and they know the answer, but do they trust themselves? Nope. They will pick an answer, stare at it, change it again, then they go back to the first one, only to realize later they had it right in the first time. And the biggest challenge? Beating their own self-doubt. Because let's be real, the SAT isn't just testing knowledge, it's testing how well you can handle pressure. And number 5, the I don't care test taker, the ultimate wild card. This person is here against their will. No studying, no prep. They might not have even brought a calculator. The entire SAT strategy, well, guess C when in doubt. Bubble in random answers to finish really early. Take a nap. But here's the crazy part. Sometimes they do better than they expect. The SAT is weird like that. Luck is a real thing, but relying on luck? Not the best strategy. Number 6, the natural genius. The one everyone secretly hates. You ever meet someone who just gets it? No stress, no prep, they skim a couple of practice questions the night before, show up and walk out with a 1550 plus like it was nothing. Do they deserve it? Maybe. Do we envy them? Absolutely. The thing is, even these people could get a perfect score if they studied, but why bother when they're already winning the game without trying? And number 7, the ancient test taker, the one who hears pencils down and panics. For them, the SAT isn't just a test, it's a horror movie. Their hands shake. Questions they knew perfectly yesterday suddenly look like they're written in another language. It's not about what they know. It's about how they feel in the moment. And if they let stress to get to them, it's game over. But the ones who learn to control their nerves, they turn anxiety into fuel. And that's when things get dangerous. Number 8, the trial and error test taker. The one who is in it for the long game. Some people take the SAT once and call it a day. Not this person though. They treat it like a science experiment. Test number 1, baseline score. Test number 2, slightly better. Test number 3, making progress. Test number 4, finally cracks the system. They don't give up, they adjust. And with every retake, they're getting closer to mastering the SAT once and for all. So which one are you? Let's be real, you probably saw yourself in at least one of these, maybe two, maybe all of them. Drop a comment and tell me which one fits you. And if you're taking the SAT, you definitely need really powerful strategies to ace it. And in this video, I revealed them all, so make sure to watch it. If you want to get a 1500 plus on the May SAT, then this video is all you need. And in order to get that score, you need to understand how to break down SAT questions step by step. And that's exactly what we will be doing in this video. So now let's start off with the math section. So here's the first question that we've got. Question number 1. The ratio P to Q is equivalent to the ratio 5 to 8 if E equals 12S. What's the value of Q in terms of S? So the first thing that we will write here is P over Q equals 5 over 8. In this case, let's write 12S instead of P. So let's rewrite that in here. 12S divided by Q equals 5 over 8. And now you need to find the value of Q in terms of S. So we can cross multiply right now. So that would be 5Q equals 96S. And now we can multiply both sides by 1 over 5. So we get rid of 5. So Q equals 96 divided by 5S. So that's our answer. Q equals 96S divided by 5. And choice D is the exact same thing. So now let's move on to question number 2. So here we've got an equation, and P and Q are positive constants. The sum of the solutions, in this case is M multiplied by 3P plus Q. So we need to find the value of M. So the first thing that you need to understand here is that the sum of solutions will be negative B over A. So in this case, A equals to 18, B equals negative 9P plus 3Q. So let's solve that. So double negatives equal to positives. That's why we can write 9P plus 3Q divided by A in this case is 18. So we can write 18 here. And the sum of solutions here, it says M multiplied by 3P plus Q. And that's going to equal to 9P plus 3Q divided by 18. And now we can cross multiply them. So we can cross multiply them. And that would be 9P plus 3Q equals 18M 3P plus Q. And in this case, we can rewrite it as 3 multiplied by 3P plus Q. And that's going to equal to 18M multiplied by 3P plus Q. And now what we can do is that we can divide 3P plus Q from both sides. So let's divide 3P plus Q from the first side, and then on the other side 3P plus Q. And now we can get rid of 3P plus Q in both of the sides. And we get 3 equals 18M. And now we can divide 18, both sides divide 18, so we get 8 equals 3 over 18, which that's all equal to 1 over 6. So the right answer is 1 over 6. So now let's move on to the next question, and it's a reading question. So the question asks, what's the main purpose of the text? So now let's read the passage we'll step by step. So the following text is adapted from that person's nonfiction book. So we already know this is nonfiction, and it might sound a little formal or philosophical, but you're not scared of those things. So let's move on to the Atlantic Monthly, an American magazine responding to critiques about the increasing mechanization of modern life. So the very important thing is that there were critiques about modern life becoming too mechanized, a little bit robotic. So suggests that the American dream is that every individual should be free to pursue efficiency and productivity as they see fit. So the Atlantic Monthly is saying that the American dream, it's all about freedom, and especially the freedom to be efficient and productive however you want. So let's move on. But philosophy persistently attends. So here we've got a contrast word, but, and that means a huge shift. And whenever you see buts, you know that something really important is gonna come. So the author is about to shift perspectives, not to enable what each practical person may desire. So she's saying philosophy isn't about helping people chase what they want day to day. It's not about helping them with their to-do list or productivity apps, but actually to draw attention to a sense of what truly matters. Yep. Basically, the philosophy's job is to make not make you more productive. It's actually make you ask what's actually meaningful, what actually matters. So now let's predict our answer before looking at the answer choices. So some people think that life is about being productive and efficient, but philosophy says, hold on, maybe life is all about doing things that matter. So here we've got two views, and there's a conflict or a contrast between those views. So the first view here is about freedom to pursue productivity, and the second view is all about questioning what is actually meaningful. Now let's move on to the answer choices. Choice A, it makes a claim about one of the fundamental tensions in modern society. We're literally talking about this tension. So freedom to chase efficiency versus think about what actually matters. So this one feels spot on, and let's keep going just to be sure. Choice B, it argues meaningful activity is a matter of philosophical reflection rather than practical utility. Well, this sounds tempting, but wait. Yes, the author does talk about philosophy focusing on meaningful activity. But what's the main purpose of the text? The text is not arguing in favor of just one side. It's actually showing both sides and contrasting both. So yeah, this is too narrow and kind of misses the bigger picture. So that's why B is wrong. Choice C, it implies that opinions regarding efficiency have shifted throughout history. Well, there's nothing about changing opinions over time. So this choice is irrelevant. Choice D, it describes differences in approaches to productivity between Americans and others. Well, who is others? There is no mention of any other country or group. This is a trap answer choice, so don't fall for it. So our correct answer is choice A. Everything that we've covered right now does not matter if you don't know how to master each question type on the digital SAT reading section. So in this video right here, I showed you exactly how to master each one of those. So make sure to watch that. I found a way to explode your SAT score faster than 99% of students. In fact, while the average student takes around 9 months to score 1500 plus, you could achieve it in a fraction of that time. Here's how. I want you to imagine this. You've been studying for the SAT for months. Hours in the library, practice tests, endless SAT prep, And yet, when you get your scores back, you see the crashing number, 1310. That's the SAT score that feels like it's mocking you. Then, you kind of ask yourself, what went wrong? So the first strategy I'm about to reveal is the exact same one of my students used to go from 560 to 760 on the SAT math. And I'm not making this up. This is real and this actually happened. And it's called the error log. Here's how it works. After each practice test, write down every mistake you made. What was the mistake? Why did you make it? Was it a calculation error, or was it a careless mistake, or was it a concept that you didn't understand? And then write down the solution, how you can avoid the same mistake next time. But here's the thing. This only works if you review your mistakes regularly, and if you don't go back and review them every single week. I'm sorry to tell you this, but it's pointless. All that time spent on those practice tests feels wasted, because without correction and reflection, you're just memorizing more mistakes. But here's the thing, you could write down every mistake, review it regularly, and still get stuck if you don't understand the real enemy. And that enemy, it's hiding in plain sight in the form of incorrect answer choices. Let me paint a picture for you. You're sitting and you're staring at two answer choices, and they both look really good. And you start second guessing yourself. You pick one and you realize later that it was the incorrect one. Here's why if this keeps happening, the SAT isn't just testing your knowledge, it's testing your ability to resist falling for those traps. And these traps are the incorrect answer choices. And they're designed to mess with your head. And until you learn how to spot them, you will keep falling for them over and over again, no matter how much you study. And that's why the next strategy is so critical. And this is where the error log connects to something even more powerful. And once you start analyzing your mistakes, you will notice a pattern. You're not just picking the wrong answers because you're just unsure. You are falling for specific types of traps. And today, I'm gonna reveal the 3 most common types of incorrect answer choices on the SAT. And I'm gonna be really honest with you, these traps are so sneaky. They trick even the smartest students. But once you understand them, you will never fall for them again. Think about it. What would it feel like to confidently eliminate every answer choice in seconds? And that is exactly what this strategy will do for you. But let me warn you, if you skip this, no amount of studying will help you. Those traps are that powerful. Now let's break them down one by one and pay close attention, because spotting these could be the difference between a 1300 and a 1500. So the first trap is what I call too extreme. These answer choices include words like always, never, or every. And they sound bold and they're almost always wrong. Why? Because the SAT loves nuance if an answer choice is absolute. So the second trap is off-topic answer choices. And finally, the contradiction trap. And these answer choices directly go against what is in the passage. Now, there is one more strategy that ties all of this together, and it is something that most SAT prep books never talk about. But it's the secret weapon that top scorers use to dominate the test. Every student dreams of that perfect SAT score, 1500, 1550, or 1600. But here's the hard truth. Most of you are stuck using the same strategies everyone else uses. You study the same materials, take the same practice tests, and expect different results. And guess what? The SAT knows this. That's why 99% of students never break past their limits. But the top 1%, they know something that the rest of you don't. They've mastered a strategy that is so powerful that it allows them to solve vocabulary-based questions faster than anyone else. And the craziest part is that you can copy the strategy right now and change the way you approach the test forever. Imagine this. You're sitting there staring at a vocabulary question. The sentence is confusing and the answer choices are all long, complicated words that you've barely heard of. And you kind of panic, you take a wild guess, and just like that, you've lost points that could have taken you over 1500 plus. And that is exactly what the SAT is designed to do. It throws in fancy sounding words to make you doubt yourself, to make you feel like you're not smart enough, like you've never studied enough. But what if I told you you don't need to know every word to crush these questions? And there is a shortcut, a way to decode these questions without wasting time or second guessing yourself. And that's where the next strategy comes in. Mastering the art of prefixes. SAT vocabulary questions aren't about knowing every single word, they are rather about understanding parts of some words. Prefixes like re, anti, and sub give you the meaning behind a lot of the words, even if you've never seen them. For example, if you see a word subordinate and it's used in the answer choices, and you ask yourself, what does it actually mean? And most students guess at this stage, but you know that sub means below or under. So subordinate means someone below in rank. Boom, you just unlocked the question in seconds. But here's the catch, most students don't even know where to start. They waste hours googling lists of prefixes that aren't even related to the SAT, and they try to memorize everything and they end up more confused than when they started. And that's why I've made it so simple for you. I've created a cheat sheet of the 32 most common SAT prefixes that you need to know. And these prefixes show up in nearly every SAT exam. And if you can master these, you'll spot the meaning of words faster than 99% of students. And the best part is, it's completely free. Just click the first link in the description, download it, and start using it today. But that's just the first step, because knowing prefixes is powerful. But I'm gonna be 100% honest with you, it's not enough. The SAT has another trap that even the smartest students fall for. And if you don't know how to handle it, you will lose precious points no matter how much you've studied. Now I'm gonna reveal the SAT's sneakiest strategy to make you pick the wrong answers. And it's something that not even so many tutors talk about. And once you understand it, you will never look at SAT questions the same way again. Let's face it, most SAT prep feels like throwing spaghetti at the wall, hoping that something sticks. You do endless SAT prep, you take endless practice tests, you memorize endless vocabulary lists, and maybe even pay for expensive tutors, yet somehow your score just refuses to increase. And I know how you're feeling. It's frustrating. And it's so demoralizing. And worst of all, it makes you doubt whether you're even capable of hitting that 1500 plus. And here's the kicker. Most SAT tutors won't help you fix this. They will tell you vague things like manage your time better. Just keep practicing. But let's be real. What does that even mean? How exactly are you supposed to manage your time better? How do you practice smarter, not harder? Fortunately, there is an easy fix to this. And if you're watching this, you're about to learn something that very few students even know about. In fact, I've never heard a single SAT tutor talk about this strategy before. But here is the best part. Once you start using it, you will be able to prepare for the SAT faster and more efficient than 99% of other students. Using Reddit. Now, you might be thinking, Reddit, isn't that just a place for memes and random discussions? And that's exactly why most students overlook this goldmine. What they don't really realize is that Reddit has SAT-focused communities where real students just like you share strategies, tips, and even real-time feedback on practice questions. But here's the problem. Most students either don't know these communities exist or they don't know how to use them the right way. They scroll aimlessly, wasting hours without getting any real value. So here's how you do it. The first thing you need to do is to join these 3 subreddits: RSAT, RSAT Prep, and RSAT Test Prep. These are some of the most active SAT communities on the internet, and they are filled with students who've already scored 1500 plus. Start by searching for posts that share details, study plans, or their SAT study materials. And these posts are written by students who've been in your shoes. And they often include resources, tips, and even the mistakes to avoid. Screenshot them, bookmark them, and these are your cheat codes. But don't stop there. The real power of Reddit is in the comments. If you're stuck at a specific question type, just post your question. You will get answers from people who've already mastered it, sometimes within minutes, and it's like having hundreds of free tutors at your own fingerprints. So you've made it to this part of the video, and maybe right now you're feeling one of 2 things. Either you're inspired and ready to tackle the SAT with everything you've learned so far, or you're still overwhelmed, unsure if this is actually enough to get your dream SAT score. But here's the thing, you're not alone in this. You don't have to guess your way to a 1500 plus. That's why I created the playlist SAT Tips, and it's not just a collection of random videos, it's a step-by-step guide to mastering the test. So click on this playlist right now and watch. Today, we're talking about improving your SAT score by at least 100 points. So in this video, I'm gonna walk you through my 7 favorite SAT tips that will massively improve your SAT score. After watching this, you will think differently about the way you solve SAT questions. By the way, I'm Azamat, and I've helped over 100 students to improve their SAT scores. Alright, let's dive in. Tip number 1 is what I call equal not superior technique. You're seconds away from picking your answer. You've narrowed it down into 2 choices, your heart is racing, one answer seems to fit, but the other feels slightly better, and then bam, time's up, you pick the wrong one. Why? Because the SAT just pulled its sneaky tricks on you. Here's what they do. They give you a passage that describes 2 behaviors, one about cleaning, the other about hunting. No judgment, no comparison. There are just facts. Then in the answer choices, they throw in a trap, one that suggests one behavior is more important than the other, and your brain, craving simplicity, falls for it. Maybe you think, well, they did spend a bit more time talking about cleaning, so it must be the focus, right? Well, that's actually wrong. And that's exactly what they want you to think. And here's the secret. Look for equal weight, not implied priority. If a passage presents 2 things neutrally without comparing them, the correct answer will not suggest one is better or worse. If an answer choice says contrast, preference, cross it out immediately. The right answer, it will match the neutral tone of the passage, just stating facts, no preference and no bias. And that's why C is correct. So next time, here's what you need to do. If a passage describes multiple things without comparing them, then immediately eliminate any answer that says contrast, preference, or better than. I'll look for an answer that keeps a neutral descriptive tone. That's how you beat the SAT on its own game. But there is still one more trick they use that almost nobody talks about. And if you don't catch it, you'll fall for it every single time. Tip number 2 is what I call the forbidden value trick. You're flying through your SAT math section, question after question. You feel unstoppable, and then you see it. A simple looking equation. X multiplied by r minus 5 plus 4 equals 13x plus 30. It kind of sounds easy, but there is a trap. And if you don't catch it, you're walking straight into a score-crushing mistake. The question asks, what cannot be the value of r? Most students start solving for x, moving terms around and trying to get an answer. And that's exactly what the SAT wants you to do. Waste your valuable time. But what if I told you there is a shortcut, a way to solve this instantly without doing all the algebra? You keep working through the equation, you're convinced that you're getting closer. You simplify, you isolate x, and then something weird happens. You end up with an equation that suddenly doesn't work. The numbers don't add up, your calculator gives an error. Your confidence is shattered. But here's the trick. Instead of solving for x, look at when the equation breaks. In SAT Math, an equation has exactly one solution as long as the coefficient of x is not 0. And if the coefficient of x disappears, the equation collapses, making it impossible to solve. So let's break it down. Firstly, rearrange the equation x multiplied by r minus 5 minus 13x equals 26. Factor out x. So we get x multiplied by r minus 5 minus 13 equals 26, and that will equal to this. For there to be exactly one solution, r minus 18 doesn't equal to 0, which means r cannot be 18. So that's our answer. Choice C, 18. Now that you know the trick, here's how to use it in other SAT questions. Always check when the coefficient of x becomes 0. This is the SAT's hidden breaking point. If an equation has no solution, that means the forbidden value is the answer. Instead of solving the whole equation, eliminate the impossible value instantly. By the way, if you're serious about boosting your SAT score, make sure to click the join button below. You're in the middle of the SAT, dialed in, locked, cooking, and then boom, a word that you've never seen before. Incontrovertible. Clock is ticking, heart is racing. Does it mean controversial? The opposite? What do? You're gonna panic, guess, or maybe move on. And just like that, one question could cost you tens of points. But here's the crazy part. You already know the answer. And it's not just to this word, to dozens of other words as well. The SAT is a trap. They try to slow you down and they want you to burn time. And most students, they fall for it. They think the only way out is to memorize hundreds of words, which is like trying to drink the entire ocean. But here's the cheat code. Instead of memorizing words, you decode them. You may be thinking, how? A prefix is like a secret key. It tells you exactly what a word means before you even finish reading it. And check this out. In means not. Contra means against. Verts means turn. So if you put it together, we get not able to turn against, aka undeniable. So boom, word cracked. No memorization, no stress. But what if the SAT throws something worse at you? Like misapprehend. Are you gonna guess, skip, or are you gonna pray? No, you break it down. Mis means wrong. Apprehend means to understand. So misapprehend means to understand something incorrectly. You didn't memorize it, you kind of unlocked it. And here's where it gets wild. There are only 32 prefixes that make up most of the hard words on the SAT. Pre means before, precede, which means to come before. Sub means under, submarine means underwater. Re means again, rebuild means to build again. And I put all 32 of them into a free worksheet that you can find in the description below. You're reading an SAT science passage. The words, pure nonsense. Mitochondrial transcription factors regulate gene expression in response to oxidative stress. What does that even mean? You read it and still nothing. Clock is ticking, stress is rising, and your score is dropping. But here's the fix. A simple trick that makes science passages 10x easier to understand. And here's the truth. Most of the science terms don't matter. The SAT doesn't really care if you know what oxidative phosphorylation is, so don't waste your time decoding those complex terms. Instead, focus on what actually makes sense. The passage says transcription factors influence cellular response. Ignore transcription factors. Just focus on influence response. So make sure that you skip the jargon and read the meaning instead. When you stop getting stuck on jargon, everything changes. You read faster, you understand better and more, you answer questions with confidence. Alright, skipping jargon, it's powerful. Breaking down words, it's really game-changing. But here's the thing. These first 4 tips, they're just the beginning. And I've got 3 more strategies that are even more powerful. Ones that can straight up transform how you handle the SAT. And instead of just telling about them, I've put them all together in a worksheet where I break down exactly how to use each one on real SAT questions. And the best part is, it's completely free. Link in the description. And the thing is, even if you know all these strategies, if you keep making the same mistakes that are killing your score, then it's useless. So make sure to watch this video right here. A lot of students waste their time when studying for the SAT, and usually they get stuck at the same score range. Fortunately, in just 30 days until the May SAT, you can increase your score by 100 or 150 or maybe even 200 points with the exact plan that I'm about to show you right now. But before we get into it, there's something I need to tell you. If you can't sit through this 15 or 20-minute video, if your attention span is that weak, then just give up. If you can't even focus for the next 15 or 20 minutes, how do you expect to get the SAT score that you want? How do you expect to do anything worthwhile in your life? So make this video full screen, lock in. So you see, right now you are in a constant battle between your body and your mind. Your body, it really wants comfort, it really wants pleasure, and it wants the easy way out. It wants you to scroll TikTok instead of studying, instead of preparing for the SAT. It wants you to say, I will try to prepare for the SAT instead of actually doing it. And your body craves instant gratification, and that's why you keep failing on the SAT again and again. But your mind knows the truth. It really knows that if you just committed to 3 topics on Khan Academy every single day, then if you just shut up and did the work instead of making excuses, you would literally be unstoppable. So now we can move on to the next part of our video, which is more about SAT strategies. And the first most important thing that helps one student to improve their score by 200 points was using the SAT mistakes journal. And here we have an SAT question, and I will show you how you can fill in your SAT mistakes journal if you made this mistake, for example. So here we have a question. One of the 2 equations in a system of linear equations is given. The system has no solution. Which equation could be the second equation in this system? So let's say that you pick choice D, but it was incorrect. And the correct answer is A, for example, x equals 15y. And now you should identify your mistake, and you can write something like, I misunderstood what it means for a system of equations to have no solution. I thought any different equation would work, but I forgot no solution happens when the lines are parallel, same slope, different intercepts. Then you can write the explanation and the correct approach step by step. So the first step here is converting the given equation to slope-intercept form. 4x equals 60y minus 20. Divide that by 4, you get x equals 15, y minus 5. So this equation has the slope of 15 and y-intercept of minus 5. And you ask yourself, when does a system have no solutions? No solution means the two lines must be parallel, same slope, but different y-intercepts. Now let's check the answer choices. So in this case, choice A is x equals 15 y, and it has a slope of 15, which is correct, and it has a slope of 0, and that means they are parallel because they have the same slope and different y-intercepts. Choice B, it has a slope of 60 and it has a y-intercept of 0. In order to B to be correct, it should have had the slope of 15. So B is wrong. Choice C, it has a slope of 20, which is not what we want. Choice D has a slope of 80, which is also not what we want. And then after that, you will write how you can avoid this mistake in the future. So in this case, it would be no solution equals parallel lines, same slope, different y-intercepts. And you could write one solution equals different slopes, infinite solutions equal exactly the same equation. So this passage has some great code words that we are going to use to come up with our summary or guess for what the answer should be. So we have this passage about scientists developing a synthetic soil that can grow crops without traditional irrigation. The soil is mainly made of coconut coir and volcanic ash, and it retains moisture for extended periods. So that's cool, right? Then there is this contrast set up. We have Professor Chen, who is positive about it, saying the formula can be adjusted for different climates, making it versatile. But then this is the key part. You have Dr. Bennett, who claims the soil would be difficult to mass produce. That's our claim that we need to support. So when we're looking at the answer choices, we need something that specifically explains why mass production would be difficult. So let's go through each option and see what we've got. So choice A, urban farming initiatives are one of the largest potential markets for alternative grown mediums. So this is talking about who would buy the soil. It's not about making it. So this is classic SAT misdirection. They're talking about demand, but the claim is about production difficulties. So it's like if I said this car is hard to build and someone responded, lots of people want to buy cars, that doesn't support my claim at all. So A is out. Choice B, the soil created by Chen and her team has a relatively light weight for its volume, making it potentially easy to ship to different locations. Well, wait a minute. This is actually saying something positive about the soil, that it's easy to ship. But Bennett's claim is negative, that it's difficult to mass produce. So this contradicts what we are looking for. It's like if I said this cake is hard to bake and someone said, but it's easy to carry around. That doesn't support my claim about baking difficulties. So B is definitely out. C, the gross supporting capabilities of the soil created by Chen and her team varied depending on the plant species used in the team's experiments. So this is talking about how well the soil performs with different plants. It's about the effectiveness of the soil after it's already being made, but it doesn't tell us anything about whether it's hard to produce in large quantities. It's like if I said this phone is hard to manufacture and someone said it works better for games than for calls. That's not relevant to my claim about manufacturing difficulties. So C is out too. Choice Z, the worldwide supply of coconut coir and volcanic ash is in high demand from the landscaping industries. So those substances would be difficult to source in significant quantities. Now we're getting somewhere. Looking at the key ingredients mentioned in the passage, composed mainly of coconut coir and volcanic ash. D is directly addressing these specific ingredients. And what does it say about them? They're in high demand from another industry, making them difficult to source in significant quantities. And this is exactly what we need, a concrete reason why mass production would be challenging. And if you can't get enough raw materials because they're already being used by someone else, that directly supports the claim that mass production would be difficult. So think about it like this. If I said this birthday cake would be hard to mass produce, and someone said the special French butter it requires is already being bought up by restaurants, so it's very hard to get in large quantities. That directly supports my claim. So what makes this so perfect is that it focuses on the specific materials mentioned in the passage and provides a direct obstacle to mass production, and the others are either about different aspects like marketing, performance, or actually contradict what we're looking for. So choice D basically says that what I expected it to say, and that is why it's correct. And always look for an option that directly addresses that specific claim that you're trying to support. These strategies and tips are not really useful if you keep making the same mistakes over and over again. So make sure to watch this video right here where I explain the 5 mistakes that a lot of students make. So make sure to watch that. You see the students who dominate the SAT, those who score in the top 1%, get into the best universities and seem to breeze through the test like it's nothing. And you think they must be geniuses, right? The truth is, the SAT is a game, and right now, you're losing. But that's only because nobody has shown you the cheat codes. The secrets the highest scoring students know, but you don't. You see, the SAT is the ultimate standardized test game. Millions of students take it every year, each one trying to level up their score and unlock better opportunities. But unlike other games, mastering the SAT can give you real rewards, scholarships, Ivy League admissions, and a future with unlimited possibilities. And here's the thing, anyone can learn to win this game. Everyone starts at the same place, a score that needs improving. But the SAT isn't just about knowing math and English. It's about mastering a specific set of strategies, pacing, elimination, recognizing traps. It's no use being a 10 at algebra if your time management is a 2. So as I said before, there are a set of skills that are tested on the SAT, and in this video, I'm going to show you how you can master one of the 25 skills that are tested on the SAT math section. And in this video, as you can see, there are 6 things that we are going to be covering. The first one being percent increase and decrease. Next up, we will cover simple and compound interest, and then we are going to cover percent of a number, percent change formula, word problems involving percentages, successive percentage changes. You might think that you know all of these, but in reality, in some of these, you might be actually at a 3 or 6 out of 10. So let's get started with percent increase and decrease. Firstly, you need to know the formula of percent increase, and that is new value minus old value divided by old value multiplied by 100%. Next up, you need to know percent decrease, and it is found by this formula, old value minus new value divided by old value multiplied by 100%. Here I've got an example question so that you can understand how to solve it in real life SAT questions. So it says the price of a laptop was originally $1,200. It increased to $1,500. What is the percent increase? So now let's try to solve it. So the new value here is $1,500, and that is the new price of this laptop, and old value here is $1,200. So now let's try to solve it. 1,500 minus 1,200 divided by 1,200 multiplied by 100 would be 300 divided by 1,200 multiplied by 100, and that would be 25%. And here are 4 more practice problems that you can solve so that you can master finding percent increase and decrease. So let me show you how to solve the first one. A shirt was $40 but is now $50. Find the 5% increase. So in this case, the new value is $50 and the old value is $40. So 50 minus 40 would be 10. 10 divided by 40 multiplied by 100. And you can solve the other three as well if you want to. So the next step, you're going to cover simple and compound interest. Usually in SAT questions, they explicitly tell you whether the interest is simple or compound. And I will also explain everything about this one as well. So firstly, we need to understand the formula. So the formula of a simple interest is I equals P multiplied by R multiplied by T. And in a minute, I will show you what's P, what R means, and what T means here. In a compound interest, A equals P multiplied by 1 plus R over N in the power of NT. And in this case, P is the principal and R is the annual interest rate. And it's usually going to be in the decimal. And in this case, T is time in years and is the number of times compounded per year. So here's the question. You invest $1,000 in a savings account with an annual interest rate of $5 compounded annually. How much will you have after 3 years? So here's the solution. A equals 1,000 because the principal is $1,000 multiplied by 1 plus. So in this case, because it is at an annual interest rate of 5% and it's in compound interest, you're gonna 5% equals 0.05 in decimals, and in this case n is just 1, so it's gonna be in the power of 3, so that would equal to 1,000 multiplied by 1.15, so that is gonna equal to 1,157.63, and that means that you will have that much money after 3 years. And here are 4 SAT problems regarding this topic. And if you want the PDF version of this, the link in the description, and it's completely free. Next up, you've got percent of a number. So firstly, the formula of it is this: parts equals percent multiplied by whole. So here we have an example question so that you can understand this formula. What is 30% of 200? And in this case, what we're going to do is that in this case, the whole number is 200 and percent here is 0.3, and that is going to equal to 60. So part here is equals 60. And here are 4 more problems so that you can understand it better. Next up, we've got word problems that involve percentages. So in this case, here's an example question that you can see. A store is offering a 25% discount on a $60 jacket. What is the sale price? So in this case, $60 is the original price of the jacket. So if you're going to multiply that by 0.25, and that is going to equal to 15. So $15 is the discount amount. And in this case, to find the sale price, what you need to do is to subtract 15 from 60. So 60 minus 15, and that is going to equal to the sales price, and which is 45 in this case. And here are 4 more problems if you want to solve it. So here we've got the next one, successive percentage changes. In order to understand the concept, here is the quick explanation. When a quantity changes by percentage more than once, the changes are compounded. So here's an example question. A jacket price increased by 10%, then decreased by 20%. What is the final price if the original was $100? So first increase is increase by 10%. So what we're going to do is like 100 multiplied by 1 plus 10 over 100, which is 1.1. So 100 multiplied by 1.1 equals 110. Next up, we've got the second decrease, and that is by 20%. So what we're going to do is 110 multiplied by 0.8, and that is going to equal to 88. So 88 is the final price if the original price was $100. And here are 2 more problems that you can see here, and this is something that is coming up a lot on the SAT. Acing SAT math section is actually useless if you're not going to do really well on the SAT English. So in this video right here, I explains the only SAT reading strategies that you need, the mistake that you should avoid. So make sure to watch it.
Do you want to crush the SAT and score 1500 plus in just 30 days? Yes, it's possible. I designed a very specific blueprint that only 1% of students use. And today I'm going to reveal 4 powerful strategies that have helped hundreds of students just like you reach their SAT goals. Stick with me because these strategies could change your entire approach to the test. Let's get started with the first one. Here's the dark secret that no one talks about. Inference questions are not about finding facts in the passage, and you've probably been doing it wrong the entire time. You may think the answer will be explicitly stated, but let me tell you, it won't be. But if you're still looking for facts in black and white, you're missing the entire point. Inference questions aren't about memorizing details. They are about understanding the deeper meaning behind the passage. So the answer will never be right there in front of you. Instead, you need to read between the lines. Now here's the secret sauce: context and tone. Inference questions are all about reading between the lines. What's the other implying without saying it outright? What's the tone? What's the bigger picture? To show you how to apply this in real time, let's look at an actual question. So here we have a socio-economic panel, which is SOEP, and it's a study in Germany that surveys 12,000 individuals over a long period of time. So the purpose of it is to observe long-term trends in childhood development. So this requires longitudinal methods, which means tracking the same group of people over a long time. And this study needs extensive financial support due to its long-term nature. And the key point is that longitudinal methods provide valuable insights into causal relationships, cause and effect. The passage then contrasts this SOEP's method with a transportation study, a study that looks at how many people use a city's public transportation system per day. This study is not about causation, just counting people. So the passage implies that those longitudinal methods are not needed for studies like the transportation one, because it doesn't deal with causal relationships. So now let's talk about what the passage is kind of implying. So longitudinal methods are important when you're studying causal relationships, for example, how childhood development trends change over time. However, when you're counting or tracking numbers, like in a transportation study, longitudinal methods aren't really necessary. So you don't need to track the same people over time. And kind of an inference that I predicted is that the transportation study will be kind of less expensive because it doesn't really require the same long-term tracking and complex methodology as SOEP. So here's kind of a simple equation-style breakdown that illustrates the relationship between the methods and costs described in the passage. So here's the equation: cost of study equals method complexity multiplied by time frame multiplied by resource needed. Now let's apply this to the 2 studies mentioned. For SOEP, which is childhood development study, method complexity is kind of high because it's longitudinal and it tracks individuals over time. So the time frame is long because it requires years of data collection from the same individuals. And the resources needed are extensive because we need extensive financial support, resource staff, and etc. So the cost of SOEP is high because all these factors are at a higher level. For the transportation study, method complexity is low because simply counting the number of people using transportation is not a long-term tracking. So a time frame is also short because it doesn't need years of data. Just a snapshot over a short period is enough. Resource needed is minimal because it only requires basic counting, less research, and data management. So the cost of transportational study is low because the methodology and resource needed are much simpler. So the sentence in the passage ends with "and so blank." Now we need to choose the best inference, the answer that kind of best follows from the information in the passage. Let's look at answer choices. Choice A. The expense of SOEP is likely greater than the cost of longitudinal studies of transportation. So let's analyze this one. So this answer talks about comparing the expense of SOEP and transportation studies. So this passage does mention SOP needs extensive financial support, but it also contrasts with that simpler method needed for a transportation study. However, this answer is slightly off because it talks about longitudinal studies of transportation, which doesn't quite fit the passage comparison, since transportational studies don't require longitudinal studies. So our conclusion is that this answer is not the best fit because it's too focused on comparing types of studies, which isn't the main idea. Choice B. Conclusions drawn from SOEP are likely to be more authoritative than those from the transportation study. So this answer kind of implying that conclusions from SOEP will be stronger or more reliable because of its longitudinal nature. However, the passage doesn't directly discuss the quality of conclusions from the studies. It focuses more on the methodology and the cost involved, while longitudinal studies kind of provide causal insights. The passage doesn't specifically say that SOEP will give better conclusions than a transportation study. So this answer doesn't align with the main focus of the passage. Choice C. The passage emphasizes the appropriateness of different methods for different types of studies. Longitudinal methods for SOP study of childhood development, which kind of requires causal insights, and a simpler method for the transportation study, which kind of needs just the counts. So answer C correctly captures the difference in suitability, noting that longitudinal methods are suitable for some studies like childhood development, but unnecessary for others like transportation. So you might be thinking the passage isn't actually using the word suitability. But although the passage doesn't directly use the word suitability, but it does imply that by contrasting when longitudinal methods are needed versus when they're unnecessary. So let's break down the relevant parts. Purpose of SOEP in longitudinal methods. So SOEP needs extensive financial support, but this method provides valuable insights into causal relationships. So this implies that longitudinal methods are specifically chosen for causal studies like SOEP, which deals with childhood development. And if we contrast this to a transportation study, the passage then says when questions of causation are irrelevant, as in a transportation study, longitudinal methods are unnecessary. So this line hints at suitability by indicating that longitudinal methods aren't needed for studies like transportation, which don't require long-term data or causal insights. So since longitudinal methods are described as necessary for causal insights and unnecessary for simpler studies like transportation, we can infer that longitudinal methods are more suited to studies needing causal analysis like childhood development and less suited to studies that don't require it, like transportation. Choice D. The success of the transportation study likely requires significantly less financial outlay than that needed for SOEP. While D is kind of logical based on the cost details provided, it shifts focus on the expense comparison. So the passage's main focus is on the appropriateness of those methods, not solely on the costs. If you want, you can also join a free SAT community where you can access to my free course and free webinars that I host. Let me guess, you've been frustrated with main idea questions. They kind of seem impossible, right? Well, what if I told you that by recognizing a single pattern in the structure of a passage, you can actually nail those main idea questions every single time. And no, it's not about memorizing every detail. It's more about understanding how authors structure their content or passage. If you can spot this one key element, main idea questions will be like a walk in the park. So you might be thinking, why structure matters? SAT reading isn't random. It's designed to follow a pattern. Once you recognize that pattern, you will save time and improve accuracy on every single question. Let's talk about the three main structures you will encounter and how you can use them to crush those questions. The most common structure, introduction, and then the key takeaway. The author introduces the topic or problem in the beginning, but the main idea comes at the end, and you will find this especially in passages on more scientific topics like climate change or etc. The last sentences usually hold the new, groundbreaking information. That's your main idea. Structure number 2. Next, we have a continuous narrative. The author takes you on a journey, developing one idea through the passage. The main idea here is about understanding the overall points the author is building throughout. This is a classic structure for history and science passages. You will see the old understanding replaced by a new one. A passage might start by saying, scientists use it to think X, but now we know why. The key to unlocking the main idea. What changed? What's the new information that replaces the old understanding? But I've seen so many students who just struggle to spot them. So that's why I created 3 ways to spot them. So the first way is look at the first few sentences. Is it a problem being introduced or a new discovery? Second, pay attention to the end of the passage. That's where the takeaway often lives, but not all the time. Third way, follow the rhythm. Does the passage follow a journey or build on one idea? And this is how you go from confused to confident in your SAT reading section, by knowing exactly what you're looking for. And you have to start using these techniques and watch how much more manageable SAT reading becomes. And if you found this strategy helpful, make sure you subscribe for more SAT tips. Strategy number 3. So first, before telling what the strategy is, I want to show you how to use it in this particular question. So here we have a quadratic equation and it only has one solution. So we need to find the value of r. First off, let's rewrite the equation in standard quadratic form. 4x squared minus 32x plus 19 minus r equals 0. So now we've got our quadratic equation in the form ax squared plus bx plus c equals 0, where a is 4, b is minus 32, and c is 19 minus r. So far so good, right? But here's where the magic happens. Step number 2, the discriminant method. To know when there is exactly one real solution, we use the discriminant from the quadratic formula. The quadratic formula is this, so the discriminant is the part under the square root. B squared minus 4ac equals 0. Now let's apply this, and here we get minus 32 squared minus 4 multiplied by 4 multiplied by 19 minus r equals 0. And if we simplify that, we get 1024 minus 16 multiplied by 19 minus r equals 0. So let's distribute the minus 16. So here we get 720 plus 16r equals 0. So now let's isolate r. And we get r minus 45. So there you have it. R equals minus 45. Now we know that when r equals minus 45, the quadratic equation will have exactly one real solution. Pretty fast and straightforward, right? Let's move on to the 4th strategy. You're about to master digital SAT vocab questions with a strategy so simple, it will leave you wondering why you didn't think of it first. But trust me, this approach works, and it's exactly how you can start seeing massive improvements on your SAT vocab scores in no time. So the first thing that you need to do is to stop overcomplicating it. Instead of cramming 100 plus new words every single day, focus on mastering how 10 of these words work within sentences. This way, when you're faced with tricky vocab questions, you won't need to guess the definition. You will already know what the word means based on its context. Here's the trick that really works: prefixes. These little parts of words can unlock a ton of meaning, and when you learn 32 prefixes needed for the SAT, you will start recognizing them in almost every single passage. This is a game changer, trust me. To make it even easier for you, I've put together a PDF of the 32 prefixes you need to know for the SAT. The link is in the description and it's completely free. And you can start using these prefixes right away to help break down words you will see on test day. But hey, if you think the strategy alone will solve all your vocab problems, you're completely wrong. And in the next video, I broke down 3 more strategies that will give you even more tools to master SAT vocab questions. So make sure to check it right after this one.
If you're taking the March SAT, listen up, because this video is your golden ticket. The 10 hardest SAT prediction questions, the ones that rack so many students every single year. And I spent the last 3 months analyzing the last 3 years SAT data, tracking every single SAT trend, decoding College Board updates. And the best part is that I've put together a free worksheet with every single strategy that you need. In 1954, something happens that changed the world forever. A man named Dr. Jonas Salk develops the first polio vaccine, a single discovery, a single breakthrough. Millions of lives were saved. But here's the real question. How do we measure the impact of this man's work? Medical researchers argue that Salk's contribution to eradicating polio is the vaccine's mass immunization campaigns and the dramatic collapse of polio cases worldwide. So let's break this down step by step. So the answer is right in front of you. So step number 1 is thinking before you look. So first, pause, take a deep breath. What's the passage really saying? So Jonas Salk made a vaccine. That vaccine didn't just help. It wiped polio off the map in most of the world. And his contribution is obviously connected to this massive success. Now, before even looking at the answer choices, now I want you to ask yourself, well, is Salk's contribution irrelevant, criticized, or hidden? Think about this. No, it's not clear as day. So step number 2 is eliminating the nonsense answer choices. Look at the options. Some of them are ridiculous. And let's have a look at choice A, irrelevant to. Are you joking? The vaccine saved millions of lives. Of course, his contribution is relevant. So let's eliminate choice A. Choice B, criticized by. Criticized? Who's even criticizing a man who literally helped eradicate a disease? So this choice is wrong. Choice D, obscured by. Obscured? No, his work isn't hidden. It's in the history books, right? So we can eliminate choice D as well. Now, if you have a look at choice B, evident in, bingo. Salk's contribution is clearly seen in the success of the vaccine. The streets of Manhattan are a war zone. Not for humans, and no. For pigeons, for rats, for every creature that is desperately fighting for the survival in a city that never sleeps. You think New York is just buildings and people? That's completely wrong. It's an ecosystem, a battlefield. Every single square inch of the space is contested. The competition is so brutal. And in the middle of this chaotic struggle, we have one crucial word, which is claim. What does it even mean? It's not some legal document or it's not some peaceful negotiation. No one is politely stepping aside and saying, "Oh, excuse me, Mr. Rat, this spot is yours." No. It's the fight, it's survival, it's about who gets to stay and who gets pushed out. So, which answer choice captures this sort of ruthless energy? Let's kind of break them down. So, starting with choice A, declare. Declare ownership of. It sounds really fancy, right? Like a king sitting on a throne saying, "I declare this land mine." But we're not talking about royalty. We're talking about rats and pigeons battling for scraps. So this choice is wrong. Choice B, demands compensation for. What? Who's getting paid? Like, a rat isn't walking into a court saying, "I demand financial compensation." No, it's not saying that. So we can literally eliminate this choice as well. Now let's have a look at choice C, reserve exclusively for. This choice looks like they are booking an Airbnb reserved from this ledge from 3 p.m. to 6 p.m. No, this is not a reservation system, so this choice is wrong. Now let's have a look at choice D, compete to obtain. Yes. This is the war. This is competition. This is the very essence of what's happening on these streets. Every bird, every rodent is fighting for its place, for its food, for its survival. And this is the correct answer choice. So the final answer is choice D, compete to obtain. If you don't get this prediction question right, you'll stay stuck and you will keep getting the same mediocre scores, the same frustrating results, the same feeling of, why am I not improving? So let me show you how to solve this SAT prediction question. So step number 1 is looking at the question again slowly. So we are not just finding an answer. What we are doing is that we are finding the answer. So let's read it again. Feel it. What's this actually asking? So it's not asking for a fact, and it's asking for a function of what the underlined sentence is, and it's asking what the underlined sentence is doing in the passage. So the second step is reading the passage, but this time with awareness. So when studying the behavior of wild wolves in Yellowstone National Park, researchers observed a striking change in pack dynamics after the reintroduction of wolves to the area. Shifting from their solitary hunting practices to highly organized cooperative hunting strategies, the wolves began to take down larger prey with greater efficiency. This behavior, influenced by environmental pressures, allowed the wolves to survive in an ecosystem that previously struggled with a lack of predators. Do you see it? The first sentence sets up the big change. The underlying sentence zooms in on that event. And the last sentence explains why it matters. And that middle sentence is elaborating. It's giving the details that make the change real. So the next step is predicting before looking at the answer choices. And I will tell you this right now. Smart test takers predict first. And if you just jump to the answer choices, you get trapped. So your brain latches onto whatever sounds real good in answer choices. But if you already know what you're looking for, then you can smell the right answer. What is our prediction then? So the underlined sentence is the underlined sentence is adding detail to the previous one. It's giving a clear picture of the change in hunting strategies. So the next step is destroying the wrong answer choices. So let's go one by one. Choice A, it elaborates on the previous sentence statements about a change in the wolf's hunting strategies. Oh, this matches our prediction exactly. Choice B, it provides information about how the ecosystem evolved in support of a claim about wolf behavior advanced in the following sentence. Nope, this isn't about the ecosystem evolving. That's just background info in the last sentence. Choice C, it recounts a moment in the wolf's adaptation process that ensured the survival of their species, which is summarized in the following sentence. It sounds a little fancy but strong. The sentence isn't about a moment. It's just explaining the behavior. Choice D, it presents evidence that challenges the previous sentence characterization of wolf pack dynamics. What? There is no contradiction. The sentence is supporting the first one, not challenging it. So the final step is locking in the answer. So the final correct answer choice is choice A. That's it. That's how you dominate this type of SAT question. Now, if you're still hesitating, if you're still doubting yourself, ask yourself this. Are you actually applying these steps when you practice? Or are you just skimming the answer choices and hoping for the best? This is an SAT structure question, and you know what that means. They're not asking for what the passage says. They're asking how is this passage built. Think of it like architecture, like dissecting a blueprint. The first line, a question, and it pulls you in. It makes you wonder, why do sunflowers tilt but oaks don't? Then the passage offers a theory, a possible answer. It introduces oxen, it explains the difference, it tells us why one plant moves and the other stays still. So what's the structure here? It's question, then answer. So that's it. Simple, direct, and clean. Now, let's destroy the wrong answer choices one by one. Choice A, the text compares the growth patterns of two plant species, then explains how those patterns are affected by environmental changes. No. The passage does compare two plants, sure, but where is the part about environmental changes? Nowhere, not a single mention. So choice A is wrong. Choice B, the text presents a theory about two species, then discusses facts that weaken the theory. Weaken the theory where the whole passage supports the theory. It's not questioning it, so we can eliminate choice B as well. Choice C, the text poses a question about two species, then presents a possible answer. Yes. That's exactly what happens. Keep this one. Now choice C. The text describes a behavior shared by two species, then discusses other behaviors shared by them. Shared behaviors? No, these two plants are so different. One moves, one doesn't. So this choice is completely wrong. The correct answer is choice C because it's simple. And that is how you analyze SAT structure questions. You break it down, you look at the blueprint, and you choose the answer that actually fits, not the one that just sounds smart. Now, go apply this method in every SAT structure question that you see, and watch how easy those questions are gonna become. So the first step is reading the question. Here is the question. Which choice best states the main purpose of the text? Pause right here. This is where most people mess up. Main purpose questions are not about random details. They are about one thing. Why did the author write this? Think of it like a text from a friend. What are they really trying to say? What is their main points? That's what we need to figure out. So the next step is reading the text. Popular systems are that solar panels and wind turbines dominate renewable energy discussions because they've changed global markets. Lesser known systems are the ones that says wave energy converters could also be crucial in fighting climate change. And the key point here is that unlike solar and wind, wave energy is still untapped, but it has huge potential for large-scale energy production. So the next step, step number 3, is predicting the answer choice. All right, so let's break this down. The first part, which is solar and wind energy, they're already famous. They are the celebrities of renewable energy. And the second part talks about wave energy, the underrated underdog. But scientists think it could be huge. The author isn't listing some problems. They're not saying wave energy is better than solar and wind. They're just shining a spotlight on wave energy's potential. So what is our prediction? Our prediction is that the passage is explaining why wave energy is an exciting and promising field in renewable energy research. So the next step, step number 4, is analyzing the answer choices. Now let's go full on these 4 answer choices. Choice A, to describe the technological challenges faced by wave energy systems during development. Nope, the passage never talks about problems or struggles. If this were a boxing match, this option wouldn't even be in the ring. So we can eliminate this choice. Choice B, to present reasons why renewable energy researchers consider wave energy systems to be promising. Yes, this is exactly what we predicted, and the passage hypes up waves energy's potential and says why scientists are excited about it. So let's keep this choice locked in. So choice C, to compare the efficiency of wave energy systems with that of solar and wind energy. Nah, there is no wave energy is 27% more powerful, like nonsense here. The passage isn't comparing efficiency, it's just explaining waves energy's potential. And we can eliminate this choice. Choice D, to argue that wave energy systems are more effective at reducing emissions than solar or wind energy. Absolutely not. The passage isn't making an argument. No one is saying wave energy is the champion of renewables. So we can eliminate this choice as well. So the next step, step number 5, is deciding on the final answers. So the best choice here is choice B, to present reasons why renewable energy researchers consider wave energy systems to be promising. Now, I want to give you some tips to approach these types of questions. So the first tip is think big picture. Don't get lost in the small details. Instead, zoom out. Ask, why did the author write this? Step number 1, reading the text carefully. The text is about a study where Dr. Marcus Reyes is looking at how exercise affects the release of endorphins, the feel-good chemicals in your brain. And here's the key part. Low-intensity cycling doesn't really do much for endorphins. High-intensive cycling, boom, endorphins spike. But here's the most important part. heart rates didn't go past a certain level. So Dr. Reyes didn't think the increase in endorphins came from physical strain. Instead, she thinks it was the intensity of the exercise that caused the endorphins to release more. So the heart rate finding is important because it helps Dr. Reyes figure out why the endorphins were increased. Without it, he might have thought that increased endorphins were just from physical strain. Now, the next step is predicting our answer choice. Alright, so let's predict. Here's what we need to know. The heart rate not going past a certain level is super important because it rules out that the endorphins were released just from physical effort. And this means the heart rate finding is crucial because it shows the increase in endorphins was due to intensity and not the physical effort, which, let's be honest, we all know is sometimes overrated, right? So based on this, I predict the answer is going to have something to do with ruling out an alternative explanation for the endorphin increase. So the next step, step number 3, is analyzing the answer choices. Now let's go through each answer choice really carefully. And we have to be like you're picking the best ice cream flavor from the freezer. You always choose the right one, right? Right. So choice A, it provided a preliminary evidence that endorphin levels increase during high-intensity cycling. Nope, the passage already told us the endorphins increase during high-intensity cycling. The heart rate finding isn't giving us that information. It's telling us why the increase happened. So we can literally eliminate this choice. Choice B, it suggested that changes in endorphin levels, endorphin release may occur during both high and low intensity exercise. Oh no. This isn't what the passage is saying. It doesn't suggest that low intensity exercise causes endorphin increases. It's focusing on high intensity exercise. So we can delete this one too. So choice C, it ruled out a potential alternative explanation for the increase in endorphin levels during high intensity cycling. Bingo, this is exactly what the passage is saying. The heart rate didn't go past a certain level, so the increase in endorphins couldn't be from physical strain, as Dr. Reyes was able to rule that out, and this is the right answer. Choice D, it clarified that endorphin release during exercise depended on participants' individual fitness levels. Nope. We didn't talk about individual fitness levels in the passage. The study didn't focus on that at all. We can toss this one away. So the next step is deciding on the final answer. And the correct answer choice is choice C. It ruled out an alternative explanation for why the endorphins increase during high-intensity cycling. The heart rate finding also helped it explain that it was the intensity, not the strain, that caused that increase. I genuinely need to show you something that could completely change your SAT score. And if you skip this, you're making a huge mistake, and I will show you 4 powerful strategies to ace them. So let's get into it. So as you can see on the screen, there are 4 strategies you need to master in order to get your desired score. And there are also SAT questions that I've created so that you can understand how to apply it in a lot of the SAT questions. So here's the strategy number 1, which is understanding the skeptic's viewpoint. And here we've got a question. You can pause this video now and solve it on your own first. So without further ado, let's begin. Based on the text, the author of text 2 would most likely want to know if Whitman took steps to preclude which potential objection to the finding described in text 1. So firstly, let's read text number 1. So here you have one nation, and it's an indigenous group. It has used storytelling for two things: cultural preservation and education. They also launched a program. Then there's a study by some researcher, and they're telling that storytelling was better on comprehension assessment than a standard curriculum. So in short, Text 1 claims that storytelling in education leads to better comprehension scores. Like, storytelling equals better comprehension, and that's it. No more confusion. Now let's move on to text number 2. While studies on storytelling while they're really good, there's actually a negative thing, which is this: there are flaws in research design. And many of these studies lack diverse samples, so that's another disadvantage. And they also fail to account for pre-existing differences in students' ability, and they do not include proper control groups. And this is the third disadvantage, which is not proper group control groups. And that's why it's difficult to determine whether storytelling itself is responsible for improved comprehension scores. So in short, text 2 says, yes, storytelling is good, but there are research flaws. Like it says there are lack of samples, no control groups, and failure to account for pre-existing differences. We can infer that, we can say it has text 2 is skeptical about whether storytelling is actually the cause of improved comprehension scores, or maybe some other factors might explain that difference. So now we know it. Let's move on to answer choices. Choice A: the students would have demonstrated even greater improvement if storytelling techniques had been used for a longer period. I mean, this is irrelevant because we don't care about time, whether it's short or long. We don't care about that, so that's why A is wrong. Choice B: the students would have performed worse on comprehension assessments if the study sample size had been smaller. Sample size matters, but the primary concern is not a sample size. It's more of a causation. That's why it's not a main concern for us. So that's why B is also wrong. Choice C: the students would have shown improved comprehension scores regardless of whether storytelling was used. Well, this is exactly what we thought, because there are no control groups and they don't know whether they have knowledge or not. They didn't assess the students' ability initially. That's why this choice is correct. Now let's move on to choice D. The students would have responded to storytelling differently if they had not known they were part of the study. I guess it might be true according to my brain, but in the text there's nothing about it. That's why choice D is wrong. So that's why the final answer is choice C. And the strategy was understanding the skeptic's viewpoint, and you might not have understand it clearly. And I will try my best to understand it. I will try my best to explain it to you. So the second passage here is almost challenging or criticizing the first passage. And your job is to identify the main concern being raised, because text 2 is criticizing it. That's what the viewpoint of a skeptic is. Here, skeptic is text number 2. Another thing that a lot of students miss is that they don't really look for causal relationships. For example, X will cause Y. And this is something that can explain the result of a study or something else. I mean, which is also something that you need to understand. Now let's move on to strategy number 2, which is paying attention to shifts in the passages. And I've seen this a ton of time being used on SAT questions. And here's the SAT question. You can pause the video now and you can solve it on your own first. So based on the text, the author would most likely agree with which statement about student engagement? So now let's read the text. In the past decade, online education platforms have expanded rapidly, with many institutions offering video-based courses. A widely accepted model in educational research suggests that student engagement is primarily determined by course format. Interactive courses, discussion-based or problem-solving activities lead to higher engagements than passive lecture-based courses. So they were telling you that interactive courses will lead to higher engagement than like passive lecture-based courses. However, here you have a shift in our passage. So that's the thing that I wanted to talk about. However, nevertheless, and sometimes you also have to look for some linking words like therefore, as a result, because they also say something important. A study conducted by researchers at Global Ed found that while interactivity played a role, other factors such as the quality of course materials and students' personal motivation also significantly influence engagement level. So it's saying that it was not just because it was an interactive course, it was not just because of those discussion-based and problem-solving activities, but it was because of the quality of course materials like those worksheets and PDFs, and the students' personal motivation also played a crucial role in the engagement level. So now let's look at choices. It can explain some, but not all the differences in engagement levels across students. Well, yes, that's true because course format plays a role. That is true, but there are also some factors that matter, and it's saying the exact same thing. Well, the passage never said course format is irrelevant. It just says it's one of several factors. And this choice is too extreme. That's why we can eliminate choice B. Now let's move on to choice C. It's often affected by course format, but not for the reasons assumed by the widely accepted model. Well, this is tricky because the passage does challenge for the model, but it doesn't say the reasons for engagements are completely different. It just adds more factors, and this answer is partially right, but it's kind of the best because, as I said, it doesn't say the reasons are completely different, but it says there are more factors. That's why C is wrong. Choice D, it constrains how much time students spend on coursework, but not how engaged they are. Well, the passage is about engagement. It's not about time spent. That's why we can eliminate choice D as well. So the final answer is choice A. And as I said, the strategy, the tip is paying attention to shift in the passage. For example, when it challenges, like usually in the passage, there will be the last sentences that will challenge a widely accepted idea that was discussed in the first sentence. And you should definitely look at these words like however, but, nevertheless, and etc. Now let's move on to strategy number 3, which is always breaking the passage into different parts. And this is so crucial. And if you do this right, you can ace your team. So here we have a transition question that I've created. So you can pause the video right now and you can solve it on your own first, and you can play the video and watch my explanation. So this is a transition question, and you need to understand that our job here is to understand the logical flow of the passage here. And we should also identify the relationship between the ideas in this passage. So let's read it. In 1961, NASA launched its first program. As part of the program, the spacecraft was first positioned onto a launch pad. The engines were ignited, generating massive thrust. Finally, the rocket ascended into the sky, leaving Earth's atmosphere. So, firstly, it was positioned on the launch pad. Then, engines were ignited, and then the rocket launched into the sky. So in this case, there is a sequence of events. First this, then this, and finally that's something else happened. So that means you're looking for a transition word that shows a step-by-step progression. So I believe that we need a phrase that should show the next step in a sequence. Now let's move on to answer choices. A, for example, well, for example, it's used to introduce an example, but we're not giving an example here. You are describing steps in a sequence. That's why choice A is wrong. Choice B, next. Well, yeah, this fits perfectly because we are describing events in a sequenced order. And the spacecraft was positioned, then the engines were ignited. So it makes sense, right? That's why choice B is the correct answer choice. But still, let's move on to other choices. Similarly is used to compare two things in a positive way. And if you're not making a comparison here, you're just showing progression. That's why choice C is also wrong. In contrast, it uses to show difference or opposition, and it's not something that we want here, so that's why D is also wrong. The main thing, and this is a kind of an easy example of transition question, but if you're gonna solve hard transition questions, then you need to recognize three types of transitions. So the first category is addition, which includes moreover, additionally, and etc. And they are used to add a new idea. And then the next type, the second type of transition type is sequence, which is next, then, firstly, lastly, finally. And they show order in a process or sequence. And next up, you have contrast. However, on the other hand, like so many of them, and shows difference. Now let's move on to the next strategy, which is checking for direct evidence. And you will understand how to apply it in a lot of SAT questions when we kind of move on to this SAT question. You can pause the video right now and you can solve it on your own, especially if you're taking the exam. These questions are going to be so useful. Yep. So it asks for information detect that supports which statement about historical climate data. So let's read the passage first. So they analyze historical climate data. So they started talking about it. Information gathered from ice cores, tree rings, and etc. to explore long-term patterns of temperature change. That's also something that is important. Although this method provides valuable insights such as revealing past periods of extreme warming. So this method is good. Well, it shows past periods of extreme warming, but it's not widely adopted. Like a lot of people don't use it, right? Because the data is often incomplete, and now they're telling a reason why a lot of people don't use that historical climate data. A challenge that current climate modeling techniques struggle to overcome. Okay. So I guess my prediction here is that the passage tells that this data, historical climate data, can provide unique insights, but many people don't use it, right? Because of incompleteness. Now let's go and answer choices. Choice A, it may provide insight that other types of climate data cannot. We know that it can reveal past warming trends, meaning it provides unique insights. So let's keep choice A. Choice B, it has thus far proved valuable mainly to researchers studying glacial movements. Well, there is nothing about glacial movements, so we can literally eliminate choice B easily. Next up, we have choice C. It may be underused because of its controversial status among scientists. This is a little bit of a tricky answer choice, and that's a trap answer choice. Why? Because the passage says they are underused, not a lot of people use it because of incompleteness. It's not because of controversy, and we don't know whether controversy whether there is controversy or not, that's why you can eliminate choice C as well. Now let's move on to choice D. It tends to be much more fragmented than other types of climate data of comparable age. We know that there is incompleteness in that data type, but the passage doesn't compare it to other climate data explicitly. That's why you can eliminate D as well. So the best choice here is choice A. It may provide insight that other types of climate data cannot. So my best tip is be cautious of extreme or specific answer choices. For example, if an answer choice adds an extra detail that is not in the passage, well, you can understand that it's probably wrong. All of these 4 strategies don't matter if you keep making the same mistakes that you're doing over and over and over again. And that's why I made this video right here where I shared 5 major mistakes that a lot of people are making. This is what you think a high score on the SAT is. But this is what getting a 1500 plus looks like. And in this video, I'm gonna show you the SAT Iceberg Theory and the 5 strategies that have helped hundreds of students increase their SAT scores. Let's start with what everyone knows, the visible part of the SAT prep. This is the stuff you see on the surface. Practice tests, vocabulary drills, review books. Don't get me wrong, these are important. They are the starting point of any SAT prep journey. This is where things get really interesting. Here's what 99% of students do. They focus on endlessly solving practice tests, thinking that repetition alone will lead to success. And they believe that more tests they complete, the closer they are to get to their dream score. But here's the harsh reality. If you're like 99% of students, you're setting yourself up for failure every single day. Think about it. The SAT is taken by millions of students every single year, and the average score is just around 1050. One of the best pieces of SAT advice I can ever give you is this. Don't study harder, study smarter by mastering pattern recognition. So you may be thinking, what do I mean by pattern recognition? The SAT isn't about testing how smart you are. It's all about how well you can recognize repeated traps and tricks. For example, in the reading section, the test makers are experts at writing trap answer choices, answers that kind of sound correct because they borrow phrases straight from the passage. But here's the thing, they are designed to distract you. The correct answers are always evidence-based, and once you learn how to spot these traps, you can definitely increase your accuracy on the SAT dramatically. But this isn't just about reading traps. There's one advanced concept the top 1% of students use, and it's called answer elimination mastery. Now, what is answer elimination mastery? It's not about guessing blindly when you are unsure of the answer. It's all about actively answering or identifying patterns in wrong answer choices. For example, in the reading section, words like always or never in reading answer choices are almost always wrong. And in math, overly complex answers often signal a mistake that can distract you. And this allows you to narrow down your choices with surgical precision. And even if when the question seems impossible at first glance. But let me warn you, answer elimination mastery is only the first level of the iceberg. It's so powerful, but it's not enough to guarantee you'll reach a top score. But if you want to separate yourself even further, you need to dive one level deeper. Here's what many students don't know about time optimization. Most students don't even realize that the SAT is just as much a test of time management as it's a test of skills. Think about this. Would you spend 5 minutes on easy questions worth the same points as a hard one? Of course not. And yet, most students waste precious time on straightforward questions, leaving themselves scrambling to finish the hard ones at the end of the test. The 1% of test takers do something completely different. They optimize their time by organizing or strategically banking it for the tougher questions. For example, on the math section, the first 10 questions are often the easiest ones. And I highly recommend you to not to spend more than 45 seconds per question here. That saved time becomes your secret weapon when you let or hit the trickier problems later on. This one adjustment alone can make a huge difference in your score. So now we've covered some powerful strategies, but I want to show you one more method, a method so effective you can literally start using it to see instant results. And it's called QTPA, Question Text Predicts and Answer Choices. Let me show you how it works. The first part, question. Start by carefully reading and underlining what the question is asking. Most students rush through the step, but slowing down here is so critical. Part 2, text. Next, go directly to the relevant part of the passage or problem. The third part, predicting. Before even you look at the answer choices, predict what the correct answer might look like. This step forces your brain to engage with the material and eliminates second guessing. Next up, we have answer choices. Compare your prediction to the answer choices. Use elimination mastery so that you can cross out some answer choices that do not really align with your prediction. And you may be thinking, why QTPA actually work? Because it works because it flips the usual approach on its head. Most students dive straight into the answer choices and get confused by the distractors. But with QTPA, you are in control. You aren't just picking answers, you're solving questions with confidence and clarity. If you found these strategies useful and you want to learn more tips like these, imagine how much your SAT score could improve if you had access to all the best kept secrets in one place. Click on this playlist right here, SAT Tips, where I've shared the advanced strategies and hacks that have helped so many students increase their SAT scores in just weeks. Go ahead and tap the playlist now and start transforming the way. I used to think that scoring high on the SAT was just about studying more, grinding through endless SAT practice questions, memorizing lots of formulas, and memorizing so many vocabulary words. If you apply the right strategies, your score increases. And if you don't use those strategies, you will stay stuck. And it's that simple. So in this video, as you can see in this whiteboard, I will share 5 really powerful strategies, and each one is so important if you're taking the March SAT. So let's get into it. So here we have strategy number 1, and it's called what versus so what method, and it is so powerful. And firstly, I will give you the SAT question that I've created, and then I will show you how this strategy is applied in this specific question, and I will show you how you can use this exact same strategy on other SAT questions. So let's look at this SAT question. So let's start reading this. So it asks for the main idea of the text. Now let's read it. The proliferation of digital consumption, okay, regarding conventional print literature versus emergent electronic media. So they are comparing 2 things. The first one is conventional print literature, and the second one is emergent electronic media. So while those traditional books They are for textual engagements. Digital alternatives such as ebooks, audiobooks, and hyperlinked articles have introduced a shift in cognitive retention and accessibility. So it says the benefits of both of these methods, both traditional ones and digital ones. So now they're saying what researchers posit. And what those researchers think is integrating both of those, both print and digital formats, will help them for comprehension and recall. Yep. And it says there is an increase in retention rates. Yeah. Now, the main idea, in order to predict this question, this strategy, which is what's versus so what method, is going to help us to predict it. So the first step is, after reading a passage, ask yourself these two questions. So the first question here is, what is the passage talking about? So in this case, you have to find the topic. And in this passage, it was print versus digital media. And then the next question that you want to ask yourself is, so what's the big takeaway? In this case, which is main idea, is using both print and digital formats together improves comprehension. So using both is really good. Now we can go to the answer choices and choose the right answer. Choice A. The transition from print to digital media signifies an inevitable of conventional books. Okay. So inevitable is a very extreme word, and I don't really like it. And as well, in addition to that, there's no kind of a transition from print to digital media, and the passage says we have to integrate both. That's why choice A is wrong. Now let's have a look at choice B. Digital consumption modalities have redefined the cognitive processes associated with textual engagement. Nothing about redefining those processes. So that's why choice B is wrong. A hybrid approach integrating print and digital media fosters superior comprehension and retention. And that's exactly what we predicted, and that's the correct answer choice. Now let's have a look at choice D. Audiobooks and ebooks have demonstrably surpassed traditional reading in terms of cognitive efficiency. No, we can't say that, because the passage's conclusion is that we have to integrate both. And in this case, they're saying digital formats are better. No, it's not. So D is also wrong. So the best choice here is choice C. Now, let's move on to the next strategy. Strategy number 2. And it's so powerful. If you use it right, I'm sure you can ace your March SAT or whatever exam you were taking. So it has to do all about extreme words. And knowing these words is going to help you to eliminate answer choices really quickly. And if you can spot those, it's going to be so easy. But I can't guarantee that every single answer choice that uses those extreme words is incorrect. In 99%, in 98% of the times, those answer choices are going to be wrong that include an extreme word. But sometimes if the passage actually says that, then it might also be true. So I've actually went ahead and collected all those extreme words that you should be aware of. And I found 3 main patterns. So the first type of extreme words is absolute words. And those things include like always, never, completely, forever, all, everyone. And I highly recommend you to be aware of these things, to be aware of these words. And the next type is exaggerated or overgeneralized words. For example, those words can include inevitably, definitely, undoubtedly, universally, unstoppable. And those words are exaggerated or overgeneralized words. And the next category is comparative versus superlative traps. Best, worst, least, greatest, ultimate, perfect, impossible, no chance. So I highly recommend you to know these. And I've actually got a PDF in the description below if you want access to these. And now let's move on to the next strategy, strategy number 3. And it's also really, really powerful. And if you know how to use it well, you can ace your exam. So let's start off. So it's all about understanding percentage increases. And a lot of the times on the FAT, in many of the exams, there are always questions related to percentages. So it's really important to understand this strategy. So firstly, before telling you how the strategy works, I want to show you the SAT question that will illustrate how it's used. The result of increasing the quantity X by 200% is 21. What's the value of X? So in this case, we've got a quantity, which is X. And this is like 100%. And if we have to add 200% of that, that would be 200%. That would be 2x. Let me fix that. Yep. 2x. And if we add both, because it's being increased, that would be 3x. 3x equals 21. And x equals 7. So here we found the right answer. So the best choice is B, 7. And here's a trap. D is a trap because they are using the same number as you can see here. So yeah, make sure that you're not gonna be rushing. So the main strategy here is understanding percentage increases. So here are 3 examples of them. 100% increase is doubling the original number. 200% increase is tripling the original number. And 300% increase is quadrupling, and so on and so forth. So here, this was the strategy number 3. And now let's move on to the next strategy, strategy number 4. And that is knowing these March SAT predictions. And the link to the PDF of like literally 100% free 12-page worksheet of those SAT English predictions is in the description below, and you can get access to it completely for free. So now let's move on to the last and most important strategy of all, and it's the one that is way more powerful than all these first 4 strategies. And if you know this one, I'm sure it's gonna be easy. And that strategy or tip, you could say, is avoiding choices that assume too much. Before you click off this video, I want to say that this one is so tricky, and sometimes you may not even realize that you are assuming. That's why you literally have to pay attention to this SAT question that is on the screen right now. And let's have a look at this one. Which choice best describes the function of the 2 underlined portions in the text as a whole? So as you can see, you have a short 4-line poem, and you've got a multiple choice question, and which asks us about the function of those 2 underlined portions. The first one is autumn leaves, and the second one is my memories drift. So firstly, let's understand what this poem is about. So it's like a story, right? We've got a windy autumn day, and there are leaves. They're swirling all over the place. So that means they have no control. They just move wherever they want. The wind pushes them wherever the wind pushes them. And you could think about memories as well here. So yes, they're kind of comparing those two things. And memories are also the ones that we don't really control. And just like those leaves in the wind, our thoughts, our memory drift around chaotically. So I guess the first underlined part, which is leaves, is kind of physical object. And the next second underlined part, which is memories, is abstract thing. So I guess the poem here is making a comparison between those first physical and abstract objects. So now let's go through the answer choices. Choice A. The poem isn't about time passing. It's about how memories move. Like, let's look at choices. They contrast two perspectives, one external, one internal, on the passage of time. Well, this poem isn't about time passing, and it's about how memories move like those leaves. So this is wrong. Choice B, they provide examples, one natural, one psychological, of a force beyond control. So this one is so tricky, and it's almost correct because both winds and our memories are out of control. But it does examples, and the point isn't just listing those examples. It's making kind of a comparison, or we can also say that as a metaphor, maybe. Now, choice C, they describe the subjects, one tangible and one intangible, of a metaphor that extends throughout the poem. Yes. So the leaves here are tangible, and the memories here are intangible. And the poem, the poet compares them through very extended metaphor here. So I guess that's a perfect match. Now let's look at choice D. They symbolize two different experiences, one painful and one nostalgic, that the speakers revisits in the poem. Well, the poem never says that one is painful and the other is nostalgic, so that's an assumption, I believe. So as you can see, I believe the best choice here is choice C. And now here's our strategy, which is assuming it looks like this. The SAT only asks about what is actually in the text, not what you think might be true. For example, in this case, in choice A, passage of time would be something that students might think, right? Because memories drift is kind of related to passage of time, but it's something that we're assuming. And even in choice D, you're kind of assuming that one is painful or the other is nostalgic. So that's the thing that you want to look out for. And if you truly want to get a very high SAT score on your upcoming exam, then I believe that you need way more strategies, way more practice questions so that you can nail your exam. And in this playlist right here, you can get access to so many tips, strategies, hacks that you need to get your dream SAT score on your next exam. After working with hundreds of SAT test takers, I've discovered something really crazy. 5 major SAT mistakes that are keeping you stuck at a very low score. And they're not usual tips like study more or do more practice questions. They are the real reasons why your score isn't improving. In this video, I will show you exactly what these mistakes are and how to fix them. Let's get into it. So in this whiteboard, as you can see, there are 5 major mistakes that are keeping you stuck. So let's get started with mistake number 1, which is getting tricked by a partial match. In this case, I will give you an SAT question like this, and I will show you how the College Board is trying to give a trap. So in this question, let's read it. So which choice best states the main idea of the text? So it's asking about the main idea. Now let's read the text. The Metropolitan Museum of Art curates a vast collection that spans thousands of years, showcasing works from diverse cultures and time periods. So the most important words here are vast collection and diverse cultures and time periods. Some of its exhibits highlights the masterpieces of renowned artists such as Leonardo da Vinci and that person drawing large crowds. So saying those exhibits highlights those very famous artists. However, so here we have a change in our text. The museum also dedicates significant space to lesser known artists. So lesser known, so they're contrasting, saying that they not only show those very famous artists, but they also show less famous artists, including those from underrepresented communities whose works provide a unique perspective on historical and cultural narratives. So our prediction is that they exhibit not only famous ones, but also those who are lesser known. Now let's go to choices. Choice A, the Metropolitan Museum of Art's exhibits featuring Leonardo da Vinci attract significantly more visitors than those showcasing lesser-known artists. There's nothing about the number of visitors in this text, so that's why choice A is wrong. Choice B, the Metropolitan Museum of Art showcases both famous and lesser-known artists to highlight the universal power of artistic expression. Yes, it focuses on famous and lesser-known artists, so let's keep this choice. Choice C, the museum exhibits featuring lesser-known artists focus more on historical narratives than on art techniques. So this choice is wrong because there is no comparison between historical narratives and artistic techniques. It's very detailed thing, and it's too specific, and it cannot be the main idea of the text. And in addition to that, this wrong answer choice includes real words from the passage, but with a twist. And to choice A and C here includes real words from the passage, like historical narratives. Let me show you the same exact word, historical narratives. So it's using the exact same phrase, but it adds a misleading comparison, more on historical narratives than artistic techniques. So make sure that you don't fall for it. And that's why choice C is wrong. Now let's have a look at choice D. The Metropolitan Museum of Art originally displayed only famous European artists, but has since expanded to include artists from various backgrounds. There's nothing about European artists, so we can eliminate this choice. So the best choice here is choice B. So as you can see, that's the mistake, which is getting tricked by a partial match. Some sort of phrase is used from the passage. It does not mean that that is the correct answer. Now let's move on to mistake number 2, which is choosing an answer that is true but not the best supports. Now let me show you through a real SAT questions I created. So which choice, if true, would most directly supports the analyst's claim? A leading online retailer recently introduced a chatbot designed to enhance customer interactions by offering instant responses to inquiries. So it's a chatbot and it will give you responses instantly within seconds. Initially, some company executives worried that customers who engage with the chatbot would feel less inclined to reach out to human representatives, reducing overall engagement with the company. However, so here we have a shift, contrast. Company analysts report that their survey data shows these concerns were unwarranted. So they first thought that if we have a chatbot, then people will not be inclined to reach out to humans. But that is actually not true. Instead, I believe my prediction is that it's actually increases the overall engagement with the company. Now let's look at choices. Choice A, most surveyed customers who contacted the company indicated they were unaware of the chatbot before their first interaction. This is not something that is stated, and we don't really care whether they were aware of that chatbot before or after the first interaction. That's why choice A is wrong. Also, Yep, so now let's look at choice B. Most surveyed customers who contacted the company indicated that they primarily sought help with complex issues requiring human assistance. Well, there's nothing about complex or simple issues, that's why we can eliminate choice B. Many surveyed customers who contacted the company indicated that the chatbot helped them feel more comfortable reaching out to human representatives. Yes, that's the exact same thing that the passage says. It increases overall engagement. And engagement could be feeling more comfortable reaching out to human representatives of that company. So yes, that's the best choice here. Choice C is the answer, but still, let's have a look at choice D and prove why D is also wrong. Many surveyed customers who contacted the company indicated they would likely use the chatbot again to review their past interactions. I mean, the part that is kind of a little bit off is reviewing their past interactions, and it's not something that is related. That's why choice D is also wrong. And in this case, the mistake that a ton of students make is picking an answer that seems factually reasonable, but it doesn't directly prove the claim. As an example, many students take choice D. This choice D. And the reason why it's wrong is because this shows that users like the chatbot, but it doesn't prove whether the chatbot use increases or maintains that human engagement. It has nothing to do with increased engagement. That's why it should directly connect to the claim. So now let's move on to mistake number 3. And this one is also so powerful that so many students unintentionally make this mistake. And that mistake is falling for that's a linking work as a paraphrase trap. And let me show you how it's used. The historical, which is a temple in Athens, has withstood numerous earthquakes over centuries due to its unique construction techniques. In 2020, researchers examined how similar techniques were used in Japan's temple, which has survived over 1,300 years despite frequent seismic activity. And now the next sentence talks about the interlocking wooden joints in that temple allow the structure to flex and absorb earthquake forces without collapsing. So the first sentence talks about those earthquake resistant techniques, and the next sentence talks about that new temple, that temple in Japan and its similar technique. And I believe that the missing transition must show how the second sentence relates to the first. So now let's analyze each option logically. Choice A, furthermore. It adds a new and additional points, but this is not just an extra detail. It explains something that is very specific, so we can eliminate this choice. Meanwhile suggests two things happening at the same time. But this isn't a timeline comparison, so we can eliminate this choice as well. That is kind of clarifies or restates something. But the second sentence is not a restatement. It's an example. So now we can eliminate this choice as well. For example, introduces a specific illustration of a very general idea, which is exactly what the second sentence here does. That's why choice D is the correct answer choice. Let me explain you that mistake. If the second sentence rewords or re-explains the first one, that would be correct. But in this case, as you saw, it's not a paraphrase, it's a specific example. Now let's move on to the next mistake. Mistake number 4. And that is picking an answer that appears in only one passage, and it's related to texts. And let's solve this question in order to understand what that mistake is and how we can fix it. Based on the text, both authors would most likely agree with which statements? So let's read text 1. Urban planners working on stream restoration project emphasize the importance of maintaining natural vegetation along riverbanks. This vegetation not only prevents erosion but also supports wildlife and improves water quality. Many cities are now prioritizing the planting of native vegetation in their urban stream restoration efforts to counteract the effects of past urbanization. So they were talking about natural vegetation being good, and it's listing some of its benefits. Now let's read text 2. Ecologists studying urban streams have found that restoring natural vegetation along the riverbanks plays a crucial role in stabilizing ecosystems. The presence of native plants reduces erosion, filters pollutants, and provides habitat for fish and other aquatic species. As a result, many urban restoration projects focus on reintroducing these plants as a key part of their strategy. So the text 2 also says that natural vegetation is good, right? Telling some even more benefits of it. Now let's read the choices. Cities often struggle to maintain native vegetation in urban stream restoration projects, and there's nothing about struggling. So A is wrong because of that. Choice B, native vegetation is essential for protecting and improving urban streams. Yes, that sounds the right answer, so let's keep it. Choice C, urban planners focus more on reducing pollution than restoring natural vegetation. There's no comparison here, so that's why choice C is wrong. The role of native vegetation in urban ecosystems is widely debated among experts. There's no debate in both of these texts, so D is also wrong. And as you can see, choice B is the best answer choice here. So choice A mentions a struggling to maintain vegetation, but this is not discussed in both texts. That's why my recommendation is to choose an answer that both authors agree on. Now let's move on to mistake number 5, which is not knowing the right strategies. If you really want to get a high score on the SAT, then I believe that you should know way more strategies. And in this playlist right here, I dive into so many strategies that you will need for different type of question types on the SAT. So make sure to watch that video. Only 20 hours to the SAT, and you can still crush it. I've helped over 100 students from 25 countries improve their SAT scores, and trust me, I've seen what works even at the last minute. First, I will dive into 3 mental prep tips that will keep you calm and laser focused when it matters most. And finally, I will reveal 3 crucial things you must do the day before the exam to walk in confident and ready. Don't skip any part of this. You will see why as we go. It's the night before the SAT, and let's be real. Your mind is probably racing. Did I study enough? What if I blank out? What if I can't sleep? And here's the thing, your brain has already done the hard work, and now it's time to trust it. But if you let stress and anxiety take over, even the best prep can go to waste. First step, mindfulness. This one is so powerful. When test anxiety hits, it can feel like your brain is spiraling out of control. To stop that spiral, I highly recommend you to try these things. Sit somewhere quiet. Breathe in deeply through your nose for 4 seconds. Hold your breath and exhale slowly through your mouth for 8 seconds. Repeat this for just 2 minutes. It lowers your heart rate, calms your nervous system, and brings you back into the present. And here's the bonus. Combine this with mindfulness. Focus on something tangible like the sound of your breath or the feel of your feet on the ground. It's like hitting a mental reset button. But remember, this is just the first step. To truly boost your confidence, you will need the next technique. This is the secret weapon Olympic athletes use before competitions, and it works wonders for test takers too. Here's how to do it. Close your eyes and imagine yourself walking into the test center. Picture yourself sitting down, flipping through the test booklets and answering questions with ease. Feel the confidence? See yourself finishing the test and walking out, knowing you gave it your all. Why does this work? Because your brain can't always tell the difference between imagination and reality. The more you visualize success, the more your mind believes it's possible. And if that sounds too good to be true, just wait until you hear the next tip, because this one is a game changer for managing your stress long term. And here's the truth. The SAT is just one test. Yes, it's important, but it doesn't define your future. Putting too much pressure on yourself to be perfect can actually hurt your performance. Instead, set realistic expectations. Aim to do your best, not to be perfect. Focus on the effort you've put in rather than the outcome. And here's a little perspective for you. Even if you don't crush it this time, there are always more opportunities to retake it or shine in other areas. When you keep that in mind, you will find it much easier to stay calm and give your best performance tomorrow. It's the night before the SAT and you're so close to the finish line. But let's face it, what you do today could make or break your performance tomorrow. The question is, how do you make sure you're walking into that test center feeling prepared, confident, and ready to crush it? I'm about to share 3 things you must do today to set yourself up for success. And let me tell you, most students miss at least one of them, and it costs them points they could have easily earned. But here's the deal. If you don't stick around to the end, you will miss the one thing that could completely derail your test day. Let's get into it. First step, stop cramming. I get it. The temptation is real. You're thinking, if I just learn one more formula or memorize one more word list, I will be ready. But I'm gonna be really honest with you. Cramming doesn't stick. In fact, it can overload your brain and leave you feeling more stressed. Instead, spend 30 minutes doing a light review. Go over the key strategies you've practiced, review a few practice problems you've already done to reinforce confidence. Maybe flip through a few flashcards, but only if they're familiar. Then stop. Close the books. Your goal today isn't to learn something new. It's to solidify what you already know. And trust me, this is just step 1. What you do tonight is just as important as what you do during the test tomorrow. Next one, sleep. Now, before you think, I know this already, I've heard it a million times, hear me out. It's not about hearing these obvious points, it's about understanding them and knowing how to apply them in the most effective way possible. And let me tell you something. Most of the success on the SAT comes from repeating the basics, not trying to chase some flashy secret method. But for whatever reason, people still don't do it. So what's the secret? It's having someone explain it to you in a logical and structured manner. Someone who doesn't just say do this or do that, but shows you the why and the how, so you can start seeing real progress. So when you sleep, your brain organizes all the information you've been cramming into it for the past few weeks. Without enough rest, your ability to recall information and focus will really drop. Here's what to do. Set an alarm for a consistent wake-up time. Avoid screens for at least 30 minutes before bed to help your brain wind down. And don't forget, sleep is about quality, not just quantity. Aim for 7 to 10 hours of solid rest. And here's a quick tip. If nerves are keeping you awake, try the breathing exercise I shared earlier. It works wonders for calming your mind. But even if you get the perfect night's sleep, one mistake in tomorrow's prep could throw everything off. That's why this next step is so crucial. The last thing you want is to wake up tomorrow and realize you forgot something really important. So that's why I've prepared a checklist for you. Your ID and SAT admission ticket, a calculator, and make sure it's a approved one. Pencils, at least 2 sharpened ones. Snacks and water to keep your energy up during the breaks. And plan a solid breakfast. Nothing too heavy, but something filling. Think eggs, oatmeal, or fruit. And because you've been watching so far, I have a bonus tip for you. Lay out your clothes the night before so you're not rushing in the morning. Double check everything tonight, and I promise you, you will feel so much more in control tomorrow. Imagine how much your SAT score could improve if you had access to all the best secrets in one place. Click on this playlist right here, Digital SAT Tips, where I've shared advanced strategies that have helped students increase their SAT scores.
A little about me. My name is Azamat, and I'm an SAT tutor in Schoolhouse. Let's practice. SAT practice test number 1. Next, let's start. Question number 27. Wants to emphasize a difference in the origins of 2 words. That's important for me. Uh, So choice A, Gordon, the final word of the is of Anglo-French origin, while the following year's final word, I'm not gonna bother myself reading those words, derives from ancient Greek. They're comparing the origins of those 2 words, like Anglo-French and ancient. Other choices, there's nothing about the origin in B. This one is just telling the origin of just one word, and it's telling that it's from ancient Greek. But we want the contrast between those 2 origins. Here we have nothing about origin. Present the study and its conclusions. So you gotta say the study, when it was, or what was that study about, and then conclusions as well. Choice A, as part of a 2013 study of cat domestication, there's saying the study, a chemical analysis was conducted on cat bone fragments found. Okay, there is nothing about conclusions. You gotta say it concluded that, or it suggested that, or any other word that represents conclusion. Choice B, a 2013 analysis of cat bone fragments suggests that cats there may have been domesticated 5,300 years ago. Yes, that's the correct answer because it's telling the study and conclusions as well. In 2013, archaeologists studied what cats in had eaten more than. There's no conclusion. Yeah, there's no conclusion. It just told what they studied, and that's it. Choice D, cat bone fragments estimated to be were found in. There's nothing about this study here. So B is correct. Transition questions, although that's important, I always look for these types of words. Although those who migrated to California dreamed of finding gold nuggets in stream beds. The state's richest deposits were buried deeply in rock. So they were buried deeply in rock, beyond the reach. Like beyond the reach, we can actually reach it, right? By 1852. So here we had a year of 1590, 49. So after like 3 years, many had given up. their fortune dreams and had gone to work for one of the largest companies. So we want something like related to time, maybe, yeah, related to time. Furthermore, no, there's no addition. Still, is there contrast? Maybe, but I really want something about time. Consequently, yeah, there is a sequence of time, like 1849 and then 1852. Next don't doesn't really fit in this case. So C is correct. 24. In his book, challenged prevailing views about how natural landscapes influence human cultures, and he or she argued instead of being shaped entirely by their natural surroundings, cultures play an active role in their cultures are an active role. So in this case, it is telling that he or she challenged views, and then in the next sentence is telling specifically what views he or she challenged. So I want something like for example or for instance. Let's have a look at choices. Similarly, no. Finally, no. Therefore, specifically is a synonym of for example. So back. In November 1934, was living in what must have been looked like the ideal city for a young artist, Paris. She was studying firsthand the color-saturated style of France's modern masters and beginning to make a name for herself as a painter. So she longed to return to her child home of India. Only there she believed could her art truly flourish. So there is a contrast. She was studying in France and she was a painter in France. But after that, like she still like longed to return to India. So there is a contrast. Therefore, doesn't represent contrast. No. Furthermore, the only choice that tells the contrast is A. Okay, one poll taken after the first presidential debate suggested John Kennedy lost badly. So, okay, lost badly. Only 21% of those who listened to on the radio rated him the winner. The debate was ultimately considered a victory. So there is a contrast, right? Lost badly and victory. There is a contrast. In other words, no. Therefore, likewise, no. Nevertheless, contrast, right? 21. During this period, many writers imitated the epic poetry and satires of ancient Greece and Rome. They were not the first in England to adopt the literary models of classical antiquity. However, some of the most prominent figures of the earliest period were also influenced by ancient Greek and Roman literature. So grammatically, A is incorrect. B is also incorrect. So I'm between C and D. So what we have to do is find a contrast between whether the contrast is between the first sentence and the second one, or between the second and the third sentence. So I guess the contrast is between the first and the second one. Why? Because in the first sentence, it's telling that they imitated from Greece and Rome. And then they in the second sentence is telling that they were not the first in England. But in the first sentence, it's told that writers imitated from Greece and Rome. So there is a contrast between first and second one. It doesn't matter whether the transition word is going to come in the beginning or at the end or even in the middle. So that's why C is correct. The violins handmade have been celebrated as some of the finest in the world. In close collaboration with musicians, introduced changes, to the shape of, flattening some of the instruments' curves and making letter overall. So I know that those will not be correct because it's talking about violin. I guess it will be it. Yes. Why? Because here we have violin singular. Yeah. Back. Okay. It's a grammar question, so I think I can only read from this part. It's enough to read from this part. Her 2014 novel, Boy Snow Bird, for instance, is a complex retelling of the story of Snow White, while her 2019 novel, Gingerbread, offers a delicious twist on the classic tale of those things. Okay, so here we don't have any uh, comma between like those parts of the name of a novel, so I can put Gingerbread itself here. Sorry for the noise. It's from the metro. In 1966, I'm not gonna bother myself reading those names. Became the first to umpire. Okay, baseball game. Okay, energetic gestures announcing when a player has struck out, and his habit of barreling after a hit ball to see if it would land out of bounds. But transfer the traditionally silent umpire role into a dynamic one. Okay. So here, I can rid of this part of bounds. I can rid of this part because it's unimportant. This part, which I underline it, is unimportant. Her energetic gestures help it, right? It's not gonna be helping. It's not gonna be that helps. It's not gonna be to help because we want, yeah, because we want to have the independent clause. If like all the other choices will make a dependent clause. Okay, American writer has won acclaim for her powerful short stories. Okay, and essays, praising her lyrical yet unflinching depictions of her history. The writer has compared this to this. Okay, I mean here that's a long sentence, and I believe that we need like a pause here. So that's why this is correct, and the other way, like, and the other reason why this is correct is because here we have a independent clause, and then after that we also have an independent clause after praising, right? So that those two should be like independent sentences. Question number 16. In 1930, artists depicted the natural beauty of park into memorable woodcuts. Okay. In 2019, alongside 150 of Avam's other works. Okay. Depicted in other works as well. So so Obata, there was like a beautiful park which was Yosemite National Park, and Obata made two woodcuts. So other works here we have to refer to other works. So there are two works that he's done before, so that's why it's gonna be there were exhibited alongside 150. Why it A is incorrect? Because it's not referring to the park. I mean other works, and like works are two woodcuts. That's why they were is going to be correct. B is correct. So in 2011, these two writers joined forces to found, two writers joined to found that's a book packaging company that specializes in the creation and promotion of stories told from diverse perspectives for children and young adults. So the only grammatically correct choice is B. You can't use comma before that. So this is text completion question. I'm not gonna bother myself reading these names. So it's a plant. It's become invasive. So it displays native vegetation, displaces, right? So that's something negative. Sickens cattle. It can be controlled with chemical herbicals. But that approach can also, so here we have something positive, and then, but still, it can kill harmless plants nearby. So we gotta do something, right? Even if we will have those sorts of chemical herbicides, it's still gonna kill harmless plants nearby. Recent research on introducing engineered DNA into plant species to inhibit their reproduction may offer paths towards exclusively targeting. Consequently, so we want something related to not killing harmless plants nearby, or something related to it. I mean, I guess, but my guess is not always gonna be correct, but still it helps me to understand what sort of choice I'm looking for. Choice A, making individual those plants more susceptible to existing chemical herbicides. No, we actually solve that problem. Like the rule, chemical herbicides, it can also kill those harmless plants, but like when we introduce engineered DNA, we have to solve that problem. The problem is killing harmless plants nearby. So A is wrong. Enhancing ecological benefits, nothing about ecological benefits. Enabling cattle to consume without being sick. Like being sick is already solved by chemical herbicides. We want to solve the problem of killing harmless plants. So C is wrong. Reducing invasive numbers without harming other organisms? Exactly. This is exact perfect of killing harmless plants nearby. Okay, you have text of like quantitative command of evidence. Over the past those years, the percentage employed in agricultural sector, so agriculture, has declined in both France and the United States, while service sector has risen. So that's important. I highlighted all those important parts. However, this transition happened at very different rates, right? Very different rates in those two countries. So this can be most clearly comparing the employment sector by both. Okay, we are looking for very different rates. Okay, so A, 1900 with 1950. Agriculture has to decline. We don't care about manufacturing, by the way. It has to decline in both France and US from 43 to 32, from 41 to 14. That's a sort of a different rate, I guess. Service from 28 to 35, from 31 to 53. I guess that's also a different rate. Yeah, a kind of a different rates. So let's have a look at B, C, and D as well. 18,000 and 2012. From 64 to 3, 68 to 2. No, they're like almost the same. 14 to 76, 13 to 80. Almost the same. So B is wrong. 19,000 with 2012. 43 to 3, 41 to 2. This is almost the same. 28 to 76, 31 to 80. Almost the same. I want like very different rates. They have to decline and like increase in very different rates. 1800, 1890, 1900, 64 to 43, 68 to 41, almost the same. 14 to 28, 13 to 31, almost the same. So A is correct. I do have a little time left, so I'm gonna be going faster because I was explaining a lot in those questions. In grammar and transition questions, I was explaining a lot, so that's why I'm gonna be going a little faster. Price, okay. Burn less energy. Okay, so this is important. Hypothesize that because Arctic ground squirrels hibernate alone, they were longer bouts of torpor and shorter arousal episodes than Alaska. Okay, we don't care about how many we have, we care about the duration. So A, like the correct answer choice has to both tell it accurately and just support these. Is it telling support? Yes, it's telling support. Alaska's marmot's arousal episodes, so arousal episodes lasted for days. No, it's like 21 hours, not like days, right? A is wrong. Alaska marmots and both maintain it. No, this is like ground both maintain for several days. I mean, we want to support this. We want to compare those times, but here it's not comparing those times. Alaska marmots had shorter torpor. Yes, 13 is shorter and longer. 21 hours is higher than like longer than 14. So C is correct. Let's have a look at C. No, we don't care. Look, we don't care about the numbers. So I'm gonna read that quickly. So a general measure may not fully reflect uncertainty about specific, as in the case while in the United Kingdom, where general economic policy uncertainty, okay, align closely with uncertainty about in 2015, but different from in 2009. No, like this is factually incorrect. Was substantially lower than uncertainty. No, because it's factually incorrect. Which is the highest level in 20? No, like it's not the highest, by the way, here. General economic policy was substantially lower in, higher. Yes. It was substantially higher than other years in 2010. It was substantially lower in 2005. So I'm gonna read that quickly. Yeah. So show it. That's important part. That material in CPC or ACT dust has a lower rate than the same material. So the same material in faster moving, just for example, of iron. We want the iron because saying the same material, we're gonna eliminate sodium here. ASD. So we gotta compare that ASD to either HCC or OCC. So here we have HCC. Is it correct? Yes. We can't compare to CPOs because it's so slow moving. Okay. They're naturally dense food, but they're difficult to digest. I'm highlighting most important parts. High levels of soluble fine in compounds like nose. So they contain anti-nutrients like tannins and K, which interfere the body in the research. When there was fermentation, improves the digestibility and makes them more nutritious. So it gotta be the opposite of all these stats. When cooking contain more I'm not really sure. No, because there are not more of those trypsin inhibitants. Less, yes, less soluble because it's contrast to these. I guess B might be. I mean, let's have a look at other choices as well. On to, There's nothing about nitrogen in the text, so C is wrong. D. No, both of these did not contain fewer trypsin inhibitors. Like non-fermented had like higher levels of these. So B is correct. Main idea. Here we have a poem. The poem is addressed to a close friend as he was physically present. Okay, I hurry to my bed, the dear repose for limbs which travel tired. Okay, begin a journey in my head, mind, was body. So, like, the main idea is like he can't really sleep. He's just thinking about his friend, close friend. Okay, traveling. There's nothing about traveling to see the friend. An upcoming trip. Nothing about the trip. He's just thinking. To fatigue to continue discussion. Nothing about being fatigued to continue discussion. It's thinking about the friend instead of immediately falling asleep. This is exactly the same like main idea. Okay, this text is adapted from Now the Moral of Vision. I'm not gonna bother myself reading those names. Was a woman of strong individuality whose comments upon her acquaintances, present or absent, were marked by frankness, at times no less than startling. This characteristic caused her to be more or less avoided. Miss Chelsea was aware of the sentiment on the part of her and rather exulted in it. Okay, so what's true about the acquaintances? They try to refrain from discussing subjects that upset. There's nothing about discussing those subjects that will upset her. They're unable to spend as much time as like the text is saying that her acquaintances don't want to spend time, but in B it's telling that they really want to spend but they can't. No, it's complete opposite. They're too preoccupied with their own concerns. No, there's nothing about that. D, they're likely offended by what she has said about them. Yes, because she comments upon them. So what's true about Eleanor? Okay, this is from Now Sense and Sensibility. Okay, she lives with her sisters and mother. So Eleanor's advice was so effectual, so she gives really good advice. She had a strength of understanding. She had a coolness of judgment. And she was the counselor of her mother. Okay. So she had an excellent heart. Her feelings were strong. Every single thing about her is positive. Okay, 5 minutes left. Nothing about arguing with her mother. Nothing about being sensitive. The passage is more about like Eleanor being like really positive. No, she doesn't think her mother is a bad role model. Nothing about her mother being a bad role. Yes, she's mature for her age. All these characteristics represent that. Okay, text 1. When companies in the same use one another, they often claim that it will benefit consumers by increasing efficiency and therefore lowering prices. Okay. I think this note in the context of the United States, merger of okay, subscription prices would rise following a merger. Okay, text 2. Economists have argued that research on the effects of has focused excessively on short-term effects, which tend to be adverse for consumers using the case of, okay, over the long term, the efficiency gains released by do result in economic benefits. So text 1 is stating the claim, and text 2 is saying that it's just for short term. The long term is gonna be better. So text 2 would say that just focus on like being short term or long form effects. Please, maybe A, not sure. No, nothing about another newspaper market. Yes, C is correct. Like over an extended period, it's telling that it has to focus on the long term as well. Yeah. No, nothing about in most other industries. A is incorrect because um, it's not really like the best choice here is C. Okay, I'm reading it fast because I have very little time. Okay. So links persist across centuries and continents. Okay, so links persist across centuries and continents. So the purpose of this, I need to find the purpose. No, A is wrong. Nothing, it's not exemplified by this discussion. It's not a generalization. I guess maybe it might be, I'm not sure. I mean, it's not an alternative explanation because there's not another explanation as well. So I'm between B and D. The reason why B is incorrect is because it's not exemplifying this sentence. This sentence is not telling that it's is persisting across other continents and centuries. Is it telling that? Oh, I guess it's not telling it. So it had been attacked doesn't mean it's like the complete opposite, I believe. So that's why D is correct. Okay. Okay, I'm gonna read it fast. Okay, so it's telling about what they're less confident about. No, nothing about perceiving, like others perceiving it. No, it's not the central finding, it's just talking about what they're less confident about. Yes, it's not the limitation of a method, by the way. So influence, inspiration. It's by no means, no is negative, so we want another negative to have the positive of aspiration. Substantial is not like negative, so that's fine. Unimportant, yes. Okay, so they have a problem by diversity loss, and they can take simple steps. So if they can take simple steps, it will be it can be common, can be concerning. If they can like take simple steps, it can be preventable. Undeniable doesn't make sense here because if we can take simple steps, we can easily prevent it. So question number 1. We are first gonna look at the passage and understand what we need. In habitats with limited nutrients, certain fungus species grow on the roots of trees, engaging in mutually beneficial relationships known as. I'm not gonna bother myself reading these types of names and titles in the real exam. So in this sort of exchange, the tree provides the fungus with carbon, a nutrient necessary for both species. And the fungus does something by enhancing the tree's ability to absorb nitrogen, another key ingredient from the soil. So I want a verb that is related to mutually benefiting both species. So let's look at the choices. Overreact, it has nothing to do with mutually beneficial. So A is wrong because, as I said, reciprocate, it's exactly what I was looking for. It means benefit mutually. So B is the correct answer choice in this case. What about C? No, it doesn't make sense in this case. because what we need is mutually benefit. Deviate? No. It's just pointless in this case. So question number 2. Again, first I'm going to look at the text. Handedness, a preferential use of either the right or left hand, typically is easy to observe in humans. Because this trait is present but less, so it's present, but then we have a contrasting word, but. So after that, we need something like not present. And not can be replaced with less, so we can remove not. So we need a word which is like present. It has to be the synonym of present in this case. So let's have a look at the choices. Recognizable? Yeah, it's definitely a synonym for present. Intriguing? Are we talking anything about interesting or intriguing? No. Significant? Are we talking about the value? Is it significant or less significant? No. We're just talking about the presence of it. Useful? We're not talking about the usefulness. So A is the correct answer choice. You just have to look for words that are just paraphrases or synonyms. You always have to look for these kinds of hints. Question number 3. Again, I'm gonna first look at the text. In Nature Poem 2017, so poet portrays his something, the natural world by honoring the centrality of nature within his tribe's traditional beliefs, while simultaneously expressing his distaste for being in wilderness settings himself. So I want a noun that means both honoring and distaste. So always just guess the choice before going to the answer choices. So let's have a look at the choices. Responsiveness to, it doesn't mean both honoring and distaste, right? So A is incorrect. Ambivalence toward. Yes, exactly. Ambivalence means having sort of conflicting feelings, and it's literally the same. Honoring and distaste, these are two different conflicting feelings. So I'm pretty sure that that B is correct. But still, let's have a look at the other answer choices. Renunciation. What does renunciation mean? It means rejecting something. So that's why you need to know words in these types of cases. My suggestion to you is to use College Panda 400 words and IB Global. And these words are really great, and I've seen a lot of those words coming up in these practice tests as well. Mastery over? No, there's nothing about this state in C. So the correct answer is B. So let's move on to question number 4. So text. Some scientists have suggested that mammals in this era, I'm not going to read those types of names because it's going to take a lot of time and they're not essential. So those mammals were not a very something, okay, group. We need an adjective here. So, but someone's research suggests that early mammals living in the shadow of dinosaurs weren't all ground dwelling. Okay, fossils of various plant-eating mammals have been found. Okay, so various, that's important, have been found in China, including species like those, which Luo says could glide like a flying squirrel. Okay, so the main word, I firstly thought the main word was like weren't all ground dwelling. Yeah, it's kind of that, but we also have various, which is really important. So here we have a contrasting word. So before this contrasting word, we need not various. right? Not various, because here we have various, but before that there is but. So here there has to be an opposite of it, which is not various. So we're not, we can like remove not because we already have not here. So various, we need a word that is exactly the same as various. Let's have a look at the choices. Diverse, yes. I mean, it's definitely the synonym of various. Here, the trap might be localized. This might be a trap. Why? Because you may not have like paid attention to the word but, or maybe you didn't realize that there was a word not in this case. So this is the complete opposite. Obscure, it doesn't make sense. Predatory, no, it doesn't make sense. So question number 5. Critics have asserted that fine art and fashion rarely. Always look for these types of words. Rarely, not always, usually, but always look for these types of words. In a world where artists create timeless works. So artists create timeless works. There's no time, there's no sort of a period when it's going to be a trend or something. And designers periodically produce. So designers, on the other hand, produce periodically new styles. For example, the style that was trending in 1900s is not a style that is trending now, for example. So it's a complete like a contrast, right? Artists create timeless works, whereas designers create work like produce styles that are periodical. And then here we have example of that. So what sort of word am I looking for in this case? Fine art and fashion rarely is not related, or kind of rarely intersect would be a better word, I guess. Yeah, I'm looking for a word like intersect or related. So let's have a look at the choices. Prevail, no, it doesn't make sense. Here we have intersect, right? Exactly, I found the right word. Diverge is the complete opposite. Like fashion and art are different things, because in art they're timeless, but in design they are periodical. So they rarely intersect. They don't intersect. But diverging means like the complete opposite, not intersecting. So D is correct. Question number 6. The author's claim about the relationship between these two, okay, is something. So we need an adjective, as it fails to account for several recent archaeological discoveries. To be convincing, so that means it's not convincing. So to be convincing, his argument would need to address recent finds of additional fossils such as blah blah blah. So in this case, so if it fails to account for discoveries and to be convincing, it needs some additional details. It's unconvincing, right? So the word I'm looking for is unconvincing. Unconvincing. So let's have a look at the choices. Disorienting means being confused. I mean, I'm not sure whether this is the right fit here. Why? Because being confused is not equal to being unconvinced, because the argument might be convincing, but you yourself might be confused about all these. It's not really related. Tenuous, you need to word this word because tenuous means unconvincing. It means weak. So B is the exact word that it can be the synonym of unconvincing. Nuanced, it doesn't make sense here. Nuanced means new and always, yeah. Unoriginal, nothing about being original or not. So question number 7. The provenance of, I'm not gonna bother myself reading it, was situated on the Pacific coast hundreds of kilometers. That's important. Hundreds of kilometers. Okay, because its location within the empire was so, I think it's gonna be something like far away. So the word I'm looking for is far away. Far away. Let's continue reading. Cacao and other trade goods produced there could reach the capital only after a long overland journey. So even here, long journey. So let's have a look at the choices. What I'm looking for is far away. So A, unobtrusive. It B, concealed. They both kind of mean like being hidden. Being hidden does not mean that it is far away. It might be very approximate. It might be very near to you, but it might be hidden, right? It doesn't really correlate to being far away. Approximate is the complete opposite. Peripheral, it exactly means being far away. So D is correct. Question number 8. So question, the function of the underlined sentence. Okay. Some students think that they just need to read the sentence that is underlined and that's it. But that's not correct. You gotta read the whole text. So several studies have found negligible electoral consequences for governments that impose these measures. Yet some European governments recently suffered due to their austerity programs. Okay. So these colleagues attribute this incongruity to government's tendency, not followed in the recent European cases, to implement austerity programs strategically to avoid these costs, which has obscured the inherent political risks of austerity measures in the election data scholars have examined. So choice B is identifies a conflict between research findings and recent events that the text goes on to suggest is a consequence of a complicating factor in the data used to generate those findings. Exactly, because the underlined claim is like functions to exactly say the conflict between these findings and recent events. So B is correct. Choice C, it presents a long-standing divergence. I'm not sure. In research findings that the text goes on to say is due to different groups of researchers. No, this underlying sentence is not written to say this. I mean, different group of researchers. No. It describes a recent exception to a general pattern. No, there's no exception. So D is wrong. So let's move on. Question number 9. So let's look at the question first. Based on the text, how does the Lord Chancellor respond to the crowd? Okay, we need his response to the crowd. We don't need anything else. So it's from a novel. Okay, a crowd has gathered outside a room belonging to the warden, an official who reports to the Lord Chancellor. One man who was more excited than the rest flung his hat high into the air and shouted, as well as I could make out, "Hurrah for the sub-warden!" Everybody roared, but whether it was for the sub-warden or not did not clearly appear. Some were shouting bread, some taxes, and no one seemed to know what was what it was really wanted. They wanted. All this I saw from the open window of the warden's breakfast saloon, looking across the shoulder of the Lord Chancellor. What can it all mean? So from here, the response of the Lord begins. He kept repeating to himself, I never heard such shouting before, and at this time of the morning too, and with such unanimity. Unanimity means a kind of being united. Yeah, kind of being united. So let's have a look at the choices. He asks about the meaning of the crowd shouting, even though he claims to know what the crowd wants. He doesn't claim to know what the crowd wants, because he himself is asking, what can it all mean? So A is incorrect. He indicates a desire to speak to the crowd, even though the crowd has asked it to speak to the subwarden. I mean, does he indicate a desire to speak? Is he saying that he wants to speak to the crowd? I'm not sure. Let's leave this choice. So C, it expresses sympathy for the crowd's demands, even though the crowd's shouting annoys him. I mean, sympathy, that's a lot of like an extreme word. Do we have something around being excited, like sympathy? Something positive? I'm not sure. We don't have anything that is positive. So C is incorrect. D, it describes the crowd as being united. Yes, united means unanimity, even though the crowd clearly appears otherwise. Although the crowd is not that sort of united, Lord is describing the crowd as being united. So how do we know that the crowd clearly appears not united? Because some people are shouting dread, some people are shouting Texas, but no one knew what was they really wanted. So D is correct. You might say, what about B? I mean, we don't really know whether Lord is indicating a desire to speak. Is he saying that he has a desire to speak? I'm not sure. In this case, the best choice is D. So let's move on. Question number 10. So we have to use the data from the graph to complete the statements. It's command of evidence quantitative. So let's read. The population of something declined significantly around 9,000 years ago in the sea and around 11,000 years ago near the coast. Using the ratio of M to C, let's say it like that, because I'm not gonna waste my time if I had this question to read those, because I have so limited time in the real SAT, which inversely correlates with ocean oxygenation levels. Marine scientists and colleagues evaluated whether oxygenation played a role in the decline. So, does oxygenation play a role in the declines? So the researchers concluded that oxygenation may have been important in the sea, but not near the coast. Okay. So we gotta support it. So let's have a look at the answer choices. A substantial increase in oxygenation in Albertan Sea corresponded with the local decline. I'm not sure whether we need it. But the opposite relationship between oxygenation and L. pertusa was found near the Malutisian coast. So it's not clearly supporting the fact that oxygenation was important in the sea, but not near the coast. So A is incorrect. B. L. pertusa declined in the Albertan Sea during a period of substantial local decline in oxygen. So That's true. That's true. But Albertusa declined near the Maltarian coast during a period of little local change in oxygenation. Yes, that's also true, and it literally supports. So B is correct. So C, oxygenation in the Albertan Sea was higher before the decline than after the decline. Are we talking about before and after the decline? I'm not sure, so C is incorrect. D, oxygenation in the sea tended to be substantially higher than oxygenation near the coast. We're not comparing these oxygenations, so D is incorrect. Let's move on to question number 11. Born in 1891 to a Quechua-speaking family, so I'm not gonna bother myself reading this if I was in the real exam. So in those mountains is today considered to be one of the most renowned figures of Latin American photography. Okay, in a paper for an art history class, a student claims that Chambe's photographs have considerably ethnographic value. Okay. In his work, Chambe was able to capture diverse elements of Peruvian society, representing his subjects with both dignity and authenticity. So the most important word here is capturing those diverse elements of the society. Okay, let's have a look at the choices. Which one supports the claim? By the way, in some cases, you might have also weaken or undermine. So always read that. In this case, we have support. Chambe took many commissioned portraits of wealthy Peruvians, but he also produced hundreds of images carefully documenting the people, sites, and customs of indigenous communities of the Andes. These are all various elements, right? Portraits of wealthy people and hundreds of images of people, sites, and customs of the communities. And this is exactly what I was looking for. We have a lot of diverse, various elements of the society. B, the Chambe's photographs demonstrate a high level of technical skill. Are we talking about technical skill? No, right? So B is incorrect. During his lifetime, Chambe was known and celebrated both within and outside his native Peru, as his work was published in places like Argentina, Spain, and Mexico. Are we talking about being known, being renowned for both within and outside? We're not talking about the place Chambe was famous in. Some of the people and places Chambe photographed have long been popular subjects for Peruvian photographs. No, it doesn't support that claim. So question number 11. Which quotation from the interviews best illustrates the journalist's claim? Okay. So here we have a claim, but still I'm gonna read the whole text to have a background information. So art collectives like the United States and Vietnam-based collective, the Propeller Group or Cubist Los Carpinteros are groups of artists who agree to work together, perhaps for the stylistic reasons, or to advance certain shared political ideals, or to help mitigate the cost of supplies and studio space. Regardless of the reasons, art collectives usually involve some collaboration among the artists. Based on a recent series of interviews with various art collectives, an arts journalist claims that this can be difficult for artists who are often used to having sole control over their work. So until here, the text was saying that the text was literally telling that working together is good, but now working together is bad because it's difficult. So why? Because many of the artists are uh, like were used to have a sole control. Sole means only like having the solitary control over their work. So let's have a look at the choices. The first collective I joined included many amazing talented artists. We enjoyed each other's company, but because we had a hard time sharing credit and responsibility for our work, the collective didn't last. So in this case, it's talking about that, it's telling that um, working together cannot always be good. It can be bad, right? So A might be true, right? So B, we work together, but that doesn't mean that individual projects are equally the work of all of us. Many of our projects are primarily the responsibility of whoever originally proposed the work to the group. It's not saying that working together can be bad, right? It's just saying a claim about it. The feature of working together. So B is wrong. Having worked as a member of the collective for several years, it's sometimes hard to recall what it was like to work alone without the collective support. But that support encourages my individual expression rather than limits it. So it's saying that working together can be good, but we want something that says working together can be bad. So C is wrong. D. Sometimes an artist from outside the collective will choose to collaborate with us on a project. But all of those projects fit within the larger themes of the work the collective does on its own. It's not talking about whether the working together is good or bad. So it is wrong. So the correct answer is A. Let's move on to the next question. Question number 13. We need to support the hypotheses. Researchers hypothesize. Oh, good. We literally have hypotheses at the beginning. I guess this is good because you're not gonna waste a lot of time reading the background information. But still, reading background information is good. But in this case, it doesn't require us. So a decline in the population of dusky sharks. So, decline in dusky sharks near the mid-Atlantic coast led to a decline in the population of eastern oysters. Okay, this led to decline of eastern oysters. In the region, dusky sharks do not typically consume eastern oysters. So dusky sharks do not consume Easter oysters, but they do consume Kaunas rays, which are the main predators of the oysters. So that means that if if DS consumes Kaunas rays, if there's a decline in dusky sharks, the dusky sharks will not consume Kaunas rays, and there are gonna be a lot of them. Because dusky sharks do not consume them, there are gonna be an increase of Kaunas rays. As a result, Kaunas rays will consume eastern oysters, which will lead to the decline of eastern oysters. So that's my way of interpreting this text. So we need to support this. Declines in the regional abundance of dusky sharks prey other than Kaunas rays are associated with regional declines in dusky shark abundance. I mean, why do we care about other than Kaunas rays? I mean, it's not related here. We just have to support this. We have to mention just 3 of these things, and that's it. We don't have to care about any other thing. So B. E or Abundance tends to be greater in areas with both dusky sharks and Kaunos race than in areas with only dusky sharks. So let me interpret it. So abundance tends to be greater in areas with both. I mean, no, it's not supporting this. Yeah, it's not supporting it. Just saying the random facts, and it's comparing the areas, right, where there are both dusky sharks and Kaunos race with the places where there is only dusky sharks. We don't need that to support it. So see, consumption of eastern oysters by Kaunos race in the region substantially increased before the regional decline in dusky shark abundance began. Do we care about the time before? No, we don't care about the time. We just need to support the hypotheses. And our hypothesis is this. Shows the Kaunos race have increased. So Kaunos race have increased, okay, in regional abundance as dusky sharks have decreased. Dusky sharks decreased. Dusky sharks. So is that correct? Will this support? Yeah, it will support it. Exactly. It will definitely support because this is the same as this one, right? So I literally wanted this. It's literally supporting it, right? It's the same. So D is correct. Question number 14. Again, we gotta support the argument. In the 20th century, ethnographers made a concerted effort to collect Mexican American folklore. Okay. But they did not always agree about the folklore's origins. Scholars such as claim that Mexican American folklore derived largely from the folklore of Spain, which ruled Mexico, and what is now the southern United States from the 16th to early 19th centuries. Scholars such as someone, by contrast, argued that while some Spanish influence is undeniable, Mexican American folklore is mainly the product of ongoing interactions of various cultures in Mexico and the United States. So we want something related to ongoing interactions of various cultures in Mexico and the United States. Okay, so let's have a look at the choices. The folklore that the ethnographers collected included several songs written in the form of a decimal type of poem originating in late 16th century Spain. No, it's not supporting it. It's not telling that there's an ongoing interaction of various cultures. Much of the folklore that they collected had similar elements from region to region. Are they saying similar? No, they're various cultures, right? So B is wrong because it's literally telling the opposite. C, most of the folklore that they collect was previously unknown to scholars. It's not supporting it. It gotta support the ongoing interactions of various cultures. So C is wrong. D, most of the folklore that the ethnographers collected consisted of corridas, ballads about history and social life of a clearly recent origin. Yes, here we have a clearly recent origin, right? So clearly recent origin is representing the ongoing interaction of various cultures. So D is correct. This is reason. So question number 15, sex completion. Birds of many species inject food containing I'm not gonna bother myself reading it. So there are molecules that are converted into feather coloration. Okay. Coloration tends to be especially saturated in male birds' feathers And because they also confer health benefits, okay, the deeply saturated colors generally serve to communicate what's known as an honest signal of a bird's overall fitness to potential mates. Okay, it's an honest signal of the fitness. However, they have found that males in several species of this, I'm not going to bother myself reading it, use microstructures in their feathers to manipulate light, creating the appearance of deeper saturation without the birds necessarily having to maintain a rich diet. Carotenoid rich diet. These findings suggest that. So let's have a look at the choices. Individual male teenagers can engage in honest signaling without relying on carotenoid consumption. Maybe. Let's have a look at other choices. Feather microstructures may be less effective than deeply saturated feathers for signaling overall fitness. Are they comparing these two? Are they saying which one is more effective, which one is less effective? No, we don't care about effectiveness. Scientists have yet to determine why teenagers have a preference for mates with colorful appearances. No, there's nothing about that. A male teenager's appearance may function as a dishonest signal of the individual's overall fitness. Yeah, D is correct. It's like literally completing the text. So let's continue. Question number 16. Among social animals that care for their young, such as chickens, monkeys, and humans, newborns appear to show an innate attraction to faces and face-like stimuli. Okay, so newborns have an innate attraction to faces and face-like stimuli. So Hans, she and her colleagues used an image of three black dots arranged in the shape of eyes and a nose or mouth to test whether this trait occurs in those types of species which live alone. Okay, so they live alone and they do not engage in potential care. They found that they showed a significant preference for the image. So suggesting that my guess is it doesn't matter whether they are alone or not. It's still newborns have an innate attraction to faces. Even like the research that went on with this species which live alone, they still showed a preference for the image, for the face-like stimuli. So face-like stimuli are likely perceived as harmless by newborns of social species that practice potential care, but as threatening by newborns of solitary species without potential care. No. What we need is something related to how can I say that like the location or like being alone or not alone doesn't matter. We need that sort of an opinion. Researchers should not assume that an innate attraction to face stimuli is necessarily an adaptation related to social interaction or potential care. Exactly. This is exactly the choice that I was looking for. It's literally is paraphrasing what I said. Researchers can assume that attraction to face-like stimuli is seen in social species that practice parental care is learned rather than innate. No, it's innate. It's not. The C is saying that it's not innate. Rather, it's learned. No, it's not like that. It's innate. Newly hatched show a stronger preference for face-like than adult ones. We're not comparing adult ones and newly species. So D is wrong. Now let's move on to question number 19. Recently, so question number 17, when external forces are applied to common glass made from silicates energy builds up around defects in the material resulting in fractures. Recently, engineer in Finland used the chemical compound aluminum oxide to make a glassy solid that can withstand higher strain than silicate glass can before fracturing. Okay, so we need to know what the chemical compound is. So the name of a chemical compound is essential. So we know that C is incorrect. Why? Because aluminum oxide in choice C is non-essential. But the name of this chemical compound is essential, so D is correct. A and B are grammatically incorrect because they need to have either two commas between it or nothing. So in this case, because it is essential, we don't need commas. Question number 18. So in this case, from the choices, I can see that 3 choices are in plural, and the only one that is singular is D. So still, let's have a look at the text. Interestingly, the triangle representing the mountain itself. So the triangle is singular, right? So D is correct. That's easy. Like, you can answer these questions in like 5-10 seconds. Okay. So in 2007 article, plant cell biologists showed. So the name of a biologist is essential. So C is correct. Literally. B is grammatically incorrect. A is grammatically incorrect. But if you chose D, it would mean like plant cell biologist showed. I mean, which biologist? We don't really know because the name of a biologist is really essential. So let's move on. 20. Researchers studying have determined why some roundworms move in the opposite direction when searching for food. Okay. So until here, it is a independent clause. It's a complete sentence. In the northern hemisphere, the magnetic field points down into the ground, but in the southern hemisphere, it points up towards. So from here, this is also a independent clause. And even from here to here, it's also independent clause. So to connect them, we either need period or semicolon. So let's have a look at the choices. Or we can also put a colon. Why? Because it's explaining here, right? So in this case, A is correct. 21. Like, this one is plural, this one is plural, and this one is also plural, but is singular. Let's have a look at here. Let's have a look here. Like, this one is a non-essential clause, and we can easily eliminate it because it's not essential to us. Okay, thousands of statues of warriors found interred near the tomb were shocked to realize that the shape. So what is important is the shape of each ears is unique, right? Some people might think that the subject here is ears. No, it's not, because here we have of. Anything after like in, of, at is non-essential. So the shape is the subject. So is 22. Okay. Hopper's subsequent career would involve more than just equations. As a pioneering computer programmer, Hopper would help usher in the digital age. He does not just solve like equations. He also help usher in the digital age. So it's explaining, right? So we need a colon here. Okay. So A is correct. Yeah, A is correct. Let's move on. Question number 23. It's a transition question. Okay, Earth's hour's colorful displays of light seen above the northern and southern poles result, broadly speaking, from the sun's activity. The sun releases charged particles that are captured by Earth's magnetic field. Okay, these particles. So sun's activity is exemplified here. Like these two sentences following the first sentence are explaining the sun's activity. So to explain anything, we need like giving examples, exemplifying. To give an example, we need for example or for instance or specifically. So I'm searching these three. Specifically, yes, as I said, specifically is used to exemplify. Question number 24. Some members of the US Supreme Court have resisted calls to televise the court's oral arguments, concerned that the participants would be tempted to perform for the cameras. Okay, so they would be tempted to perform for the cameras and thus lower the quality of the discourse. The justice worried that most viewers would not even watch, only short clips that could be misinterpreted and mischaracterized. So firstly, it's saying a claim, and then it's telling another claim. So a word that I'm looking for is sort of an addition. It might be in addition, or it might be additionally, or it might be moreover. Let's have a look at the choices. However, addition in comparison, for example. So here as well. Here we have additionally. Let's move on to question number 25. This is also a transition question. The more diverse and wide-ranging an animal's behavior, the larger and more energy demanding the animal's brain tends to be. From an evolutionary perspective, animals that perform only basic actions, okay, if they perform only basic actions, they should allocate fewer resources to growing and maintaining brain tissue. The specialized subtypes of ants provide an opportunity to explore these hypotheses. So it's kind of a cause and effect relationship here because it's saying a claim and then it's telling from this we can conclude this, right? It's a cause and effect. So I'm looking for a word like hence or therefore or thus. Thus is the exact word that I was looking for. 26. So we don't need to read the notes except some cases, but in module 2, if you can differentiate between some options, I recommend you to read, but in most cases, don't read it, especially in module 1. But still, this is module 2, so I might need to read the notes if I'm not 100% sure between the choices. The student wants to emphasize the duration and purpose of the work. Okay, I need a duration and purpose, and that's it. That's simple, right? There's nothing about the duration in A. There's nothing about the duration of a study. Like you might think that there's a duration since the 18th century, but it's not the study's duration. The study was not since the 18th century. It was people who have lived in the United States. It's not the study that have been conducted since that time. Since 2003, yes, here we have a duration, right? So there is one check, right? Influenced by the traditional here as well. We don't have a duration of a study. So C is correct. Even if I didn't check for purpose, right? Let's have a look. Let's check whether there is purpose here. Have worked to preserve the culture through their museums. So the purpose was to preserve the culture. So C is correct. So the last question. Students wants to emphasize the aim of the research study. Okay, so we want the aim or like a kind of a purpose, right? You gotta have something. We did something to do something. We needed to know something, right? Researchers wanted to know which factors influence lizard egg clutch size because such factors have been well studied in birds but not in lizards. So that's correct because it's saying that the aim, like the researchers wanted to know it. No, it's not saying the purpose. No, no. So if you like this video, boot the like button. So in this video, I will be doing a walkthrough of the Digital SAT Math Practice Test number 1, Module 1. So before we dive into it, let me introduce myself. My name is Azamat, and I have helped hundreds of students to prepare for the SAT. And I am a certified tutor in Schoolhouse. So without further ado, let's dive into it. So question number 1. Which frequency table correctly represents the data listed? So here we have to focus on two things. We have to focus on the number and the frequency of those numbers. If we look at these numbers, here we have number 4, and there are 4 of these. So we can easily eliminate choice D and C because in choice C, we don't have 16 of those. We only have 4 of those. And in choice D, we don't have a number 16. So the next number that we have is 8. And there are 3 of these. And B is incorrect. Why? Because we don't have a number 3. So B is incorrect. And the only choice that is correct is A. Let's move on to the question number 2. Which expression is equivalent to x squared plus 3x minus 40? So the best way to do it is to go through all these answer choices and find the correct one. So choice A, x squared plus 10x minus 4x minus 40. And this will equal to x squared plus 6x minus 40. So this is not equal to this expression. So A is wrong. So choice B, x squared plus 8x. So I'm sure you know what we're doing. Like we are first multiplying x by x, then x by 8, then minus 5 by x, and then minus 5 to 8. So minus 5x minus 40. So this will equal to x squared plus 3x minus 40. So this is exactly the same as this expression here. So in the real exam, I would definitely choose B, and I'm not gonna bother myself looking at the other choices. Oh, sorry. So I'm not gonna bother myself looking at the other choices, but in this case, I'm gonna explain others as well. So choice C, x squared plus 5x minus 8x minus 40. And this will equal to x squared minus 3x minus 40. So in this case, it's minus 3, which is, here we have plus 3. So C is also wrong. Choice D, x squared plus 4x minus 10x minus 40. So this will equal to x squared minus 6x minus, minus 40. This is also not the same as the equation, as the expression we have here. So D is also wrong. Let's move on to question number 3. J walks at a speed of 3 miles per hour and runs at a speed of 5 miles per hour. He walks for W hours and runs for are hours for a combined total of 14 miles. Which equation represents this situation? So we know that his speed of walking is 3 miles per hour, and we can multiply that by W. W is the amount of hours he walks. So this one will be the number of miles J walks. 3 multiplied by W is the amount of miles J walks. So we're gonna plus 2R multiplied by 5. Why? Because 5 is the number of hours he runs, and this will equal to 14. So what I'm gonna do is to look at the answer choices and find the exact match of this. So A is exactly the same. Other choices don't fit here. So question number 4, in triangle ABC, the measure of angle B is 52 degrees and the measure of angle C is 17 degrees. What's the measure of angle A? So in this case, I'm gonna draw a triangle first. So here we have a triangle. I guess it's small, but still doesn't really matter for us. So A, B, and C. So the measure of B is 52 and the measure of C is 17. So you gotta keep in mind that always the number of degrees that a triangle will have is 180. If you combine all these angles, you will have 180. So to find the angle of A, what you gotta do is 180 degrees minus 52 plus 17. So here we have this one will be 69 and 111. So the answer is D. That's pretty easy, I hope. So question number 5. The graph represents the total charge in dollars by an electrician for X hours of work. The electrician charges a one-time fee plus an hourly rate. What's the best interpretation of the slope of the graph? So in this case, we have this graph and the text says that he charges a one-time fee, and one-time fee is y-intercept. What does y-intercept mean? You have to understand these things and you gotta visualize, because in these kinds of situations, you gotta use some sort of imagination. So y-intercept is when it starts off the amount of money that the customer has to give to the electrician in this case, which is somewhere around here. So this is when the amount of hours that electrician worked is 0, right? The amount of hours he worked is literally 0. And in this case, he has to pay a one-time fee, and this is y-intercept. And now they're asking about the slope in this question. What is actually the slope? Slope is what increases the price, in this case, for example. And what can increase the price? It cannot be a one-time fee when the amount of hours that he or she, like electrician, did, like is 0, but it's like the slope can be when the electrician works each hour. So that's why I'm looking for that sort of choice. I'm looking like for hourly rate. So choice A, the electrician's hourly rate, exactly. So the correct answer is A. B, the electrician's one-time fee, as I said, it's y-intercept. B is wrong. C, the maximum amounts that the electrician charges, no, it's more like a vertex. The total amounts that the electrician charges, no. So question number 6, it is a student produced response question. So it's talking about color and shape for 100 tiles of equal area. Okay, so here we have 3 colors, red, blue, and yellow. And we have 2 types of shapes, square and pentagon. So what's the question? If one of these tiles is selected at random, what's the probability of selecting a red tile? So what you have to find is the probability of selecting a red tile. Red tiles. So we are asked for the number of red tiles divided by the total. So we don't care about the shapes, which are squares and pentagon in this case. So how many tiles are there? Red tiles? 30, right? And the total is 100. So 30 divided by 100 is going to equal to 3 divided by 10. Let me write that here. Okay, question number 7. From a population of 50,000 people, that's a lot of people, right? Thousands were chosen at random and surveyed about a proposed piece of legislation. Based on the survey, it's estimated that 35% of people in the population support the legislation. So our prediction is that 35% of people just support that view, like legislation, with an associated margin of error of 3%. Based on these results, which of the following is a plausible value for the total number of people in the population who support the proposed legislation? So they're asking about the number of people in the population who are going to support. Right? You gotta understand margin of error in this case. Like, what is actually a margin of error? It is, for example, if we estimate that 35% of people support this legislation, if there is a margin of error of 3%, the percent of people who are gonna support it is gonna be between 32% and 38%. You might think, how are you getting all these numbers? What I'm doing essentially is I'm subtracting 3 from 25, 35. 35 minus 3 is going to equal to 32. And the maximum percent of people who are going to support the legislation is 35 plus 3. So it's going to be between these percentages. So we know that the population, there are 50,000 people in the population, right? So what we're gonna do is, yep, here, I'm gonna write that here, 32% divided by 100% multiplied by 50,000 people. And this is going to be the minimum number of people who are going to support, and the maximum number of people who are going to support is 38 divided by 100% multiplied by 50,000. So I can use the Desmos graphing calculator because I have access to it, right? So you can use Desmos in your exam as well because it is a built-in calculator and you gotta take advantage of it. But if you have a physical calculator, I guess it would be easier. Like it will be faster, I guess. So in this case, I'm gonna use the Desmos here. 32 divided by 100 multiplied by 50,000. So here I have 16,000. So at least 16,000 people are going to support, right, the legislation. And the maximum number of people who are going to support is 19,000, as you can see here. So my predictions of the correct answer choice is between 16,000 and 19,000. So let's have a look at the answer choices. C accurately matches this. C is correct, as you can see. Question number 8. What's the positive solution to the given equation? So there are essentially two ways of solving this. The first way is through Desmos. I believe that in this case, I would use Desmos, and the second way is through solving it manually. So let's first go ahead and go to Desmos calculator, and let's type the equation in. 55 divided by x plus 6 equals to x, and here we have two solutions, and they're asking about the positive solution. So I'm gonna zoom in a little bit. So as you can see, it's 5, right? As you can see here. So the answer would be 5. And there's also the second way of solving this, which takes a lot more time, but you gotta just know this, because the reason why you're watching this video is to learn. So the second way is through, firstly, I'm gonna multiply by x plus 6 both sides, x plus 6, and I'm gonna make these, and I'm gonna get 55 equals x squared plus 6x. So I'm gonna minus 55 minus 55. So we'll have x squared plus 6x minus 55. And this will equal to 0. And then what I'm gonna do is, there is a formula that you can use to finding the solution, which is x equals minus b plus or minus. There is gonna be two solutions because of plus and minus. So in the square root of b squared minus 4ac, and this is all of them are divided by 2a. So firstly, I'm gonna find x1, and you gotta keep in mind that here, this one here is a, 6 is b, and minus 55 is c. So minus b would be minus 6 plus in the square root of 6 squared minus 4 multiplied by 1 multiplied by minus 55, and all of this is divided by 2a, and you're gonna get the solution. And the second one would be exactly the same, but you're gonna have minus here. Okay, so for this moment, boop the like button. Yeah, I just want to like this video. So question number 9. An airplane descends from an altitude of 9,500 feet to 5,000 feet at a constant rate of 400 feet per minute. What type of function best models the relationship between the descending airplane's altitude and time? So the first thing that I'm noticing is these two numbers. It's going from 9,500 to 5,000. And this is decrease, right? So we can easily eliminate C and D because they're talking about increases. And the second thing that I'm looking at is at a constant rate. Constant means at the same rate, right? It's not gonna like decrease like something like this. It's gonna decrease something like this at the same rate. So there's gonna be zero acceleration. If you know the physics, you're gonna know what acceleration means. So the answer is B. Is incorrect. So question number 10. Here we have the function of g of x. If the given function g is graphed in the xy plane where y equals g of x, what's the y-intercept of the graph? So, so you first gotta know what y-intercept actually means. Like, so if we have a graph like this, here we have y and here we have the x coordinates. Let's say if x is like x equals to 0, what's the value of y, right? An initial points. So in this case, we gotta put 0 instead of x here. And there is another thing that you gotta know, which is, for example, it doesn't matter what number it is, like 9,900, like 7 in the power of 0 is always gonna equal to 1. X in the power of 0 is gonna equal to 1. It's like a rule. You can't like reject this. So 11 multiplied by 1 is gonna be 11, right? Hey, even if you didn't know what y-intercept actually means, you could easily find this like question correct. Why? Because all of these choices have 0 in the value of x. So let's move on to question number 11. Here we have a circle and it has a center O. And the length of this whole circle is 144 pi. And the diameters P and QS. Okay. So you also have to know one thing, like diameter equals to twice the radius. So the length of arc PS is twice the length of PQ. So let's say that here we have P and S, PS. This is gonna equal to 2x. And PQ in this case will be x. What's the length of RQR? And they're talking about the length of this part. So you gotta know the like the formula of circumference. It is the length of the whole circle. So in this case, if the length of arc PS is 2x, the length of arc QR is also gonna be 2x, and this one is gonna be x. So that would be easy, I believe. 2 plus 2, 4. 4 plus 1, 5. 5 plus 1, 6. So here we have 6x. If we like add all these, we're gonna get 6x. And this is gonna be equal to 144 pi. Pi. Oh, sorry if my handwriting is really bad. So x is gonna equal to, let me use the calculator for this case, for this section. So 144 divided by 6, 24. 24 pi. Don't forget the pi, means a lot. So what's the length of RQR? QR, it's 2x, right? The mistake that a lot of students do in this question is just they think that they found the answer and they just choose A. But don't, because you gotta pay attention to the question. The question is asking about QR, which is 2x. So you gotta multiply that by 2. So you get 48 pi. And the correct answer here is B. So let's move on to the next question. A rectangular has a length of x units and a width of x minus 15 units. If this triangle has an area of 76 square units, if the triangle has an area of 76 square units, what's the value of x? So you gotta know the formula for area. I believe you know, because it's easier. Like for those who might not know it, area equals to length multiplied by width. So the area is 76 square units, and this equals to x multiplied by x minus 15. So in this case, if I were in the real exam and I have this question, I would immediately go to, where do you think? Desmos. So here I have the Desmos. 76 equals to x minus 15. And I'm gonna zoom out a little bit, and because length cannot be negative, I'm gonna ignore the negative parts, and I'm mainly gonna focus on the positive part. So it's 19, as you can see. So x equals to 19. Let's go ahead and look at the answer choices. So B is correct. I hope you're understanding everything. So before we look at this question 13, I want you to click the button that says subscribe and turn on the notifications. This is going to be the best decision of your life, because I'm going to be uploading tons of SAT videos and you're not going to miss out those. So let's continue. My personal recommendation is not to look at this table before reading this description. Rosa opened a savings account at a bank. The table shows the exponential relationship between the time t, so it's in years, since Rosa opened the account, and the total amount n, in dollars in the account. If Rose made no additional deposits or withdrawals, which of the following equations best represent the relationship between t and n? So it's telling, firstly, I'm going to break it down one by one. So it's telling that it is the exponential relationship. So what's the difference between a linear and an exponential relationship? So a linear relationship would be something like this. X plus b. What about the exponential one? It's gonna look like something like this. Y-intercept. You could and then the 1 plus. So x in the power of time. T is time here. So in this case, we gotta understand the situation. So the situation is Rosa opened the account in the bank and she did not make any additional deposits over these times, over those years, and the amount of dollars is increasing at an exponential rate depending on the time. The amount of dollars that she has in her account, let me find, yeah, is not increasing at this kind of rate. It's increasing maybe like this, or maybe something like this. It's not at a constant rate. It's not at the same rate, right? So that's why we can't use this sort of formula in this case. So what we're gonna do is look at all these. So here we have 0, yes. It's when she opened the account. She had $604. And then after a year, she has $606.42. Then after 2 years, she has $608.84. So in this case, my honest advice to you is look at the options. I mean, don't bother yourself and have a hard time making the equation. So, A, as I said before, any number in the power of 0 is going to be so as I said before, any number in the power of 0 is gonna be 1. So in this case, that's why I'm gonna choose this. Oh yes, and I gotta have this amount of dollars. So instead of t, I'm gonna put 0, and here we get 1. It's not 604, right? A is wrong. So that's an easy check, right? Here we as well, like 0, anything in the power of 0 is gonna equal to 1. So B is wrong. And let's have a look at C. 604 multiplied by 1 is going to equal to 604. That is correct, right? But still, let's have a look at choice D, right? This one 0.004, and D is wrong as well. By the way, I forgot to tell you the equation of this thing here. So x here is x equals to the percent, I'm gonna write per percent of increase divided by 100%. If it's decrease, you can put negative here and you get the equation. And t is time, as I said, the y-intercept is the initial point. In this case, it's like 604. But still, if you, in like some complex situations, you might not have this sort of perfect, you can't formulate this sort of perfect expression. Don't worry, look at all the answer choices and find the best one. So question number 14. At how many points do the graphs of the equation y equals x plus 20, y equals 8x intersect in the xy plane? So I'm gonna rewrite this something like this: x y equals x plus 20, y equals 8x. And in this case, because I've solved hundreds of thousands of these questions, I immediately look at it and choose the answer that says 1 point. But if you're beginner or intermediate level in this sort of SAT maths, I'm gonna teach you something. So if you have same slope and same y-intercept, then that means that there are infinitely many solutions. What if like there is same slope, different y-intercept? In this case, that would be 0 solutions. And if there are different slopes and different y-intercept, y-intercept, then that means there is one solution. So you gotta keep this in mind, and I recommend you to not learn this in the way that a lot of people tell you, just memorize. No, you don't have to memorize, you just have to visualize. So I'm gonna try to teach you how to visualize it. For example, in infinitely many solutions, is if we have a graph something like this, if this if there are two expressions and both of these have the same slope. Slope means the increasing, yeah, the rate of increase. If it's the same, the next one, it also have the same y-intercept. So both of these are gonna lie here, right? They go this the same here, and as you can see, in each point there are intersections, like the infinitely many. You can't like count them. So the second scenario is, let me use stroke eraser. Yeah, it's gonna be better in this case. So if this, if it has different y-intercept, for example, the first equation has an intercept y-intercept of here, and the other one has a y-intercept here. If they have the same slope, the rate of increase is the same. Example, this one, this one. It's also like this. Like if they have the same slope and the different y-intercept, they're not intersecting, right? If they're in the same, like at the constants, right? And if there are different slopes, for example, this one is decreasing and the y-intercept is also different, for example, and this one is another, the second graph, and it's actually increasing. So there's only one solution, as you can see, because there's one point at where it's they're like intersecting. So in this case, as you can see, we have different slopes, different y-intercepts. 20 and 0, they're different, right? So that's why there's only one point. Question number 15. So here we have some sort of equation. At a school fair, students can win colored tokens that are worth different number of points depending on the color. One student won G green tokens and R green tokens, worth a total of 380 points. The given equation represents this situation. How many more points is a red token worth more than a green token? So if this one G is a green token and this one R is a red token, what you have to do is just minus this from this, right? 40. So question number 16. The number of bacteria in a liquid medium doubles every single day. There are 44,000 bacteria in the liquid at the start of an observation, which represents the number of bacteria in the liquid medium T days after the start of the observation. So this is a perfect place where you can literally see the exponential equations. So as I said, there are two ways of solving it. You can just put 0 in the time section, as it's saying this at the start there were 44,000 bacteria, and you can put 0 instead of T, and you can find the correct answer, but you will end up with C and D. And then I'm gonna and then what is important is the rate of increase. It doubles, right? It doubles every day. So it's gonna be D. So that's easy. Question number 17. A cylinder has a diameter of 8 inches and a height of 12 inches. What's the volume in cubic inches of this cylinder? So as I also mentioned earlier, diameter is 2r, like twice the radius. So radius is 4. And we know from here is that height is 12 inches. What's the volume of a cylinder? So I guess there is a formula in the reference part, but still I know the formula. Volume equals P r squared multiplied by h. So V equals pi multiplied by 4 squared multiplied by 12. So in this case, I can use a Desmos calculator to find it. So 4 squared multiplied by 12. 192 pi. Don't forget the pi, by the way, because it's so important. So the correct answer is C. Oh, sorry. So let's move on to the next question. Question number 18. Here we have two equations. So we ask for the value of y. So looking at this, what I can do is multiply by 3 the second equation. Okay. So 6. I'm gonna rewrite the first equation. 6x plus 7y equals 28. Second one, 6x plus 6y equals 30. And then I'm gonna minus this one. So these one are out, and y equals minus 2, because 28 minus 30 is gonna be minus 2. So the answer is A. I hope everything is making sense. If you have any questions, you can comment down below. Okay? So question number 19. Okay, something. Okay. Question number 19. In triangle JKL, cosine of K equals 24 divided by 51, and angle J is a right angle. What's the value of cosine L? So I'm gonna share the secret strategy that I use in these sorts of sine cosine questions. That is SOHCAHTOA. So what does that mean is, S here is sine opposite, O is opposite, divided by hypotenuse. I'm not gonna write all this because it's gonna take a lot of time. And so this is that simple. So firstly, I'm gonna draw the triangle here. Trying to make it big enough. So I hope that's a little beautiful. So angle J is a right angle. So here it's 90 degrees and it's gonna be J. And I have K and here L. Okay. So cosine of K, well, here we have it, is 24. And the hypotenuse is 51. How am I getting it? I'm getting it from here. As I said, it's so easy to remember. I will say SOHCAHTOA, and that's it, man. And we have to find the value of cosine of L. Cosine of L is gonna equal to LJ divided by LK. So you also have to know the other thing as well. If you have this sort of triangle and you have the height, like this one is A, this one is B, and this one is C, there's a formula that you can use. A squared plus B squared equals c squared. So in this case, I'm going to use it to find Lj. So in the square root of 51 squared minus 24 squared. So it's going to equal to 45. So the cosine of L is going to equal to 45 divided by 51. And I'm going to write that in here. 45 divided by 51. I always recommend you to write in this sort of fraction form, in this sort of student-produced responses. So question number 20. Here we have the function. The given equation defines the function f for what value of x does f of x reach its minimum. So there are two ways of solving it. The first way is through Desmos, right? That's the easiest and that's the fastest. And even in the real exam, if I had this sort of question, I would immediately go to Desmos and solve it. And the second way is through manual, like writing down and like solving all of this. And you gotta still know the formula, like it is a h minus x h squared is this one is x plus k. So in this case, h k is vertex. So in this case, I'm gonna show you through Desmos. Okie dokie. Y equals 4x squared minus 50x plus 126. And we gotta find the minimum value. So here's it. And they're asking for the value of x when y is minimum. And it is 6.25. 6.25. Okay. Question number 21. In the xy plane, line L passes through the point O